We're bringing poker back to you. New missions. New rewards. More fun. Sign up to the new Party Poker today. Let's play.
If you're dreaming of playing in a WPT event, just wake up. Turn that dream into a reality at ClubWPT.com.
Well, that's right. By joining Club WPT, you can win a chance to compete in a WPT live tournament and maybe even become one of the lucky qualifiers who went from playing online to cashing big time.
Club WPT has been fantastic.
Thanks to WPT, I'm here. Started with 20 bucks.
I still play every day online and enjoy it and hope to win another seat soon.
Just try to knock out as many players as possible, as soon as possible.
That's a good deal right there. ClubWPT.com offers $100,000 in cash and prizes every month, including a chance to win your seat into a WPT tournament. Join ClubWPT.com, and it could be you that makes it in the money.
I'm kind of on his team.
He's been snug so far, but really hasn't had many playable hands.
Sean will be first to act.
Action with Sean.
Sean folds. It's to Gene.
Really showing a lot of restraint.
With folding one hands in a row.
Gene folds.
Folding the 10-5 off on the gun.
And Justin with another real hand.
Justin raises to 200,000. It's to Ite. Ite folds. It's to Aaron.
Ruh-roh. And Aaron waking up. It's very hard to fold to Aaron's 3-bets because he does have a slight propensity to play too many hands, skew a tiny bit. And has a pretty loose image, so.
I expect Aaron to 3-bet here and Justin to flat.
Yeah. Unless he sizes this very big.
Aaron re-raises.
In some instances, the king-queen suited would be a fold to a re-raise, but it seems that Aaron has a propensity to re-raise, and actually king-queen suited can crush Aaron's bluff range here, because Aaron could be 3-betting with weaker kings and weaker queens.
With blockers. And I think the fact that it's suited would lead me more toward a flat than a fold.
Right.
And the fact that you're in position. And
you didn't size it too big either. He's
no.
giving you some room to flat.
Yep.
Oh, it looks
no.
like Justin's going to go all in.
He's going to snap. I think Aaron's just going to snap it off. Wait, how is he not called yet?
Because it's WPT final table playing for 700K. You want to think about your decisions.
I'll give you all the money in my pocket right now if he doesn't call.
I know. He's going to call, but I'm saying, like,
reroll.
I'm not faulting him for thinking for a second and possibly giving himself a chance to make a read when he has 2 players outstacked and can make 2 pay jumps without doing this.
But he's
Justin
still
feels so
covered,
nit rolled when he sees
he
this
is.
hand. He's
I
gonna
know.
be like, what the hell?
I would have called. I would have called by now.
He's flipping it worse. You know,
he thinks he's flipping, or maybe Aaron's got like ace jack or something.
Yeah.
And instead, he's just crushed and gonna be so pissed.
I'm actually really surprised that Justin shoved here. With
I'm
the
way
two
more
shorter
surprised that
stacks.
Aaron hasn't called yet.
God, having king queen right now feels awful.
We're gonna go see a flop.
Yeah, he's
there's a
like,
head shake.
and I got nit rolled.
Yeah.
Aaron has ace of heart, king of spade.
Yeah, I don't think Aaron was really thinking about folding.
But it's
There's just
strange
that sort
to
of
be that aggressive in your 3-bets.
Yeah.
And not realize
and then have
that you
a
need to
strong
snap
hand
it.
and your
Yeah.
way, you know, like in terms of like having a plan for the hand, you're 3-betting it to try to induce Justin to spaz off into you with weaker hands, which is exactly what happened.
Let's go to a flop. Let's see what we got.
No help on Jack 6-3.
3
Not
of
even in a
diamonds.
backdoor club draw. He's going to need either a
Aaron is
running
still in the
straight
lead.
or a queen.
All right, let's see the turn.
4 on the
Four
turn, and so a
of
queen and
hearts.
only a queen will save Justin.
All right, let's see the river.
Now it's a
River is a
deuce,
2
and
of
so
diamond.
Justin
Aaron
Liberto will be our
wins
6th
the
place
pot.
finisher. He's going to take home
Justin
$140,878. Nice run here. He came in as one of our short stacks at this final table and just never really ran his stack up except for that one double we saw, which
I don't blame him at all for going with this hand.
No, not
Sometimes
at
when
all.
you expect an aggressive opponent on your left to 3-bet you,
Yeah.
and then you also have a hand that's kind of better in your range, and he's not so deep that he wants to be peeling flops with. If you expect your opponent to be light, sometimes you just jam pre-flop in order to kind of take it down and build the pot. Kind of got unlucky that he ran into a bigger hand.
Yeah.
Aaron is on the button. Action is starting.
Ite folds over to Aaron with 8-5 suited on the button.
My favorite hand.
Gene folds. Ite folds. Aaron raises it. 260,000. Grandy folds over to Sean. Sean makes the call.
So Sean will call here. Both players with an 8.
And our flop is 9 of hearts, 5
And a
of
much better
diamonds,
flop
8
for
of
Aaron
spades.
than Sean, but both players have connected here.
Sean's going to get into a little trouble here.
This,
He's
this
going to lead
does
out.
not seem
Lead
like
out
an
into
ideal
the two
spot
pair.
to lead.
The question is Aaron going to
Sean,
call or raise?
225,000.
I expect him to call, given that he's covered by Sean. He'd hate to have to get it in if Sean had a hand like 9-7 or 9-6 for all the chips right now.
Turn card is the Queen of Clubs.
Sean has a lot of equity here. Chop with a 9.
Sean checks.
Win with a 10 or a queen.
Ooh, I do not like that check by Aaron.
Checks.
I don't know
Card.
what that was. Ooh, what
It was a
river.
genius check. Wow.
Sean's going to bet and Aaron's going to raise here. There's 1.3 million in the pot. Sean might bet something around 700,000 and be very confused when Aaron makes it 2 million.
Sean puts out a bet of 625,000.
At 625, and Aaron's going to make it at least. He's assuming he puts his opponent maybe on a. He's going to try to get max value out of a hand as strong as like a straight, maybe a 10 jack or something like that, or a flop 6-7, and he'll make it. You know, anywhere between 1.5 and 2 million, I think.
If I was in his position, I would just raise big against somebody like Unix.
Yeah, I
He's
think it's
got
gonna
a
be
big
in
8 or
you
a
know, it's
jack
gonna be,
10.
You know, in the vicinity of 1.8 million, I think.
I'd go 2
2.5.
plus. Yeah, I'd go real big against Sean.
I don't think he's folding like king queen or ace queen or.
He did it very
I don't know
quickly.
what else
this
I'd hope he
raise too.
has.
I
Raise
think
from Aaron.
Aaron's unlikely to be bluffing here.
200,000.
He's gone small. Oh, no,
2.1.
excuse me, more. 1.5 more.
Full house.
And it's a call
I like
from
that.
Sean,
It's a-
so this
Sean
is why we go
shows
big,
jack of
guys.
clubs,
I
eight
like that
diamonds.
raise size. It's pretty good.
Trip eights.
And so Aaron going to take over the chip lead after that pot. Well, guys, we want to remind you about our sponsor here on the World Poker Tour, DraftKings, where you can play daily fantasy sports for real money and prizes, including a chance to go to the WPT Poker Tour LA Poker Classic coming up in early March. DraftKings is actually running a $55 NBA contest tonight for a $12,000 300 package.
Man.
And he just went all in.
Did he really?
He did. That's not good.
And Eugene's probably going to call.
Yeah, it's
it'd
gonna be hard
real
for him to fold
to get
ace
away
jack
with the way
given the.
Sean's playing.
I wouldn't. I mean, he could. I mean, it's for like almost all of his stack. Gene only has
Yeah.
like 6.5. So I mean, this puts him at risk for ICM. I wouldn't be shocked if he
It's
folded.
close. It's
wouldn't be
close
shocked.
I
because
wouldn't be shocked if he folded.
because with how insane Sean is, like his range is not
Yeah,
just worst aces. Like I'm agreeing with you that a fold might be okay
Right.
because you're not 70%, you're not
Exactly.
65%, you're
If
probably somewhere like 55%. He has lots of random
if Sean
like
turned over
small
at
cards.
King Queen, I'd fold my ace jack.
Yes,
given
exactly.
the play that's going on.
Exactly.
I think he called.
Yeah, he did.
All right, Gene is also all in. Aaron folds.
Was Aaron sitting out that
And
hand?
Randy folds.
just
We
like that,
have
Sean could double back
Sean
into like the
having
chip lead now.
Yeah. This is nuts.
From
ace of
nothing
club,
into gifts
queen of
everywhere.
diamonds.
And it was a
We
mistake.
have
You should open
Gene
that hand.
having
You shouldn't
ace
shove
of
it.
diamond,
And
jack of
then
spades.
Eugene would have shoved the
He
ace
would have
jack
shoved
on
and
it,
you
then
raised
he would've
call.
called, yeah.
It happened. It
But he
worked out
gave
the
an
same
opportunity
way.
to fold.
Yeah,
Yes.
he did. That's right. He probably would have got away from like ace 10.
Yes, where
which
he would have shoved it.
would have opened,
Mhm.
ripped over.
Yep, everyone's just kind of getting lucky to run into the right part of their range
Yeah.
against Eugene.
Mhm.
Like with the ace 3, really unlucky, and now with the ace jack to ace queen, really
Yep.
unlucky, and had the runouts, he could have gotten away from it.
Yep. Eugene needs some help now. Otherwise,
All right,
he's
T,
going to be
let's see you
crippled.
flop.
Although we've watched Sean come back from that.
There you
It's
go.
a jack, and he's got the ace,
And
of,
the ace of
diamonds just
diamonds.
in
Wow.
case.
Jack of diamond,
Holy
Sean's
moly.
six
Drawn
of
a 3
diamond,
queens.
Yep.
7 of diamond.
He's taking it okay. The shrug off.
Gene
Yeah.
takes
'Cause he
the
knows
lead
he's gonna
with a
get
pair
there.
of jacks.
No
No,
problem.
I think he
Only on the
genuinely
turn.
seems like someone who's having fun playing. It's not what he's doing for a living. He's showing bluffs. He's like,
Yeah.
he
All
seems
right,
like
T,
way
let's see
more
your turn.
lighthearted about the whole final table than most people would.
And the 9 of diamonds will end it on the turn. Sean Kunix is eliminated in 4th place. He came in with our chip lead, but was not able to run it into another WPT title here today.
There is a woman in the crowd that is losing her mind
And
right
she
now.
lost her mind, and it's $212,108 that Sean is going to take home for his efforts. And he's put together quite a year of cashes and final tables, but an opportunity lost here today at the Borgata.
Definitely had a match chip, right? Like the flop. Like the turn better.
Well, Sean Kunix commiserating with his rail. Another deep run at the World Poker Tour. Came into this final table with a real nice chip lead, but once things didn't go his way and he was on a short stack, he really started firing it in there.
He's still happy. He's still smiling.
Yep.
It's a good run.
The clock or no? What was the butt?
And for how fast the first.
He's going to raise it up. Looks like 9 1/4. Randy with a 10.
Aaron raises 900,
All right.
25,000.
Queen 10.
He's probably gonna flat.
Could flat, he could shove. Who knows what will happen here.
Re-raise
He said all in.
And he's
Randy.
all
He's
in.
all
He
in.
gets
Aaron
snap
calls.
called, and Randy is at
Aaron
risk.
shows King of Hearts, King of Spades. Randy shows Queen of Clubs, 10 of Spades. King versus Queen 10.
Queen 10 of Randy in very bad shape here. Needs a lot of help to improve against Aaron's Kings.
Show me a jack on the flop.
You're such a masochist.
I just I hate when they're drawing dead on the turn. I want to be drawing live on the river. That's all.
We've been at it for a while, Scott. I'm willing to live with somebody being drawing dead here.
Quads would be fine.
King Jack. How about that?
Nope.
Everybody gets upset.
King, king.
Let's see a flop.
And the ace-ace-7 flop, a rather safe one for Aaron, although
One
Randy
club.
does have backdoor draws
That's
to
a
the
really
club.
good flop for Aaron. Just a
I
sweat.
already know
Just a
Scott
sweatsky.
wants the jack of clubs in the
Just
turn.
a clubski. Club,
Well,
even a
I
10
mean,
or
a king doesn't help
queen.
anything, so
Yeah, he can't be.
Can't
yeah,
make a straight.
Can't end it. Oh,
Oh,
well,
yeah,
king.
yeah.
Well, king would be a boat. Yeah.
yeah, but
Yep.
you can
Would end
only
it.
get clubs or running 10-10.
I haven't
queen,
gotten to
queen.
hand rankings yet in my studies.
You'll get
Can't,
there.
yeah, you can't make it straight. It's got to be club, queen, queen, or 10-10.
6 of hearts.
7-7 for a chop.
Eugene, I like that Eugene's in the crowd just watching this so intent, as if he's the one at risk, but in reality he's just trying to ladder up.
Of course, laddering
Yeah.
is so huge right
It's a
now.
lot of money for
It's a
Eugene.
lot
if
of money,
he,
but-
Turn card.
Oh, that's
King's
cute.
old.
I like her.
The turn is a
And
7.
the turn is a 7.
Well, a 7 will
Randy
chop.
Pfeiffer has
Well, 7 will
almost
chop.
been eliminated.
7 will chop. There are 2 7s in the deck that
Yeah.
will chop this. I'm not sure they realize it.
Yeah, I know.
I don't think they
They
do
have no
either.
idea. They have no
Yes.
idea. He's
Which
drawing live.
increases the likelihood of a 7 hitting
Oh,
by
it would be so.
800%.
Now you're kind of hoping for a 7, right? After all this, come on.
No.
Not after they already had the dramatic
after they've
split
already-
pot. We already had that one.
Yeah.
No, but it's so much better when they don't even know it's gonna.
He's literally getting his stuff and leaving.
Imagine he's out the door. Imagine he's out the door. And then
Oh. And I think someone's telling him, hey, you
Hey,
have 2 outs
you're
to a
out.
shot
You
pot.
still have 2 outs, sir. He hasn't gotten to hand rankings yet either.
no, he has no idea they're leaving. They're doing like an exit interview. This is ridiculous.
Okay, it's
10 is no
a 7
good.
would have been
Randy
absolutely
Pfeiffer.
absurd. Would have been the best thing ever.
Randy Pfeiffer, our 3rd place finisher. He is taking home $253,263 today. Meanwhile, Aaron and Eugene Todd are going to be heads up for our.
Eugene calls. Aaron checks.
Here, we'll check the queen 9.
6 of spades, 9 of hearts, 7 of
And he
hearts.
flops top pair on 9-7-6. 2 hearts and a spade.
Check, check. 3 of diamonds.
Aaron going to make a bet here with his top pair.
Aaron bets 750,000.
And it's a bet of 750. Eugene
calls.
calls. I'm a little confused. I don't, if he wants to put more chips in this pot, why not bet yourself as a bluff? You don't.
Cards, 5 of spades.
I don't
He
understand.
just called with Jack
He
10.
I
called
think
the
he's
Jack 10
trying
on
to
the
hit a
turn.
gutter.
I mean, you could bet that turn. That would be fine.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why Aaron checked behind either on the flop. He was in the big. Oh wait, he was out of position. Excuse me. I'm sorry, guys. But yeah, I still wouldn't peel the turn. And if I was willing to peel the turn, I would just bet the flop.
4 or an 8 makes a straight here.
Mm-hmm.
Aaron betting this is kind of strange with a 9, but I would bet it if I were Eugene at this point if Aaron checks to him.
Mm-hmm. I think Aaron needs to bluff catch here.
Yeah, there's no value.
There's
in
no
betting
there's no
9
value
at
in
this
betting
point.
here.
You're only
I
going to
think
get
the
called by
tank might
straights
just
and
be
2
to try to
pairs.
slow him down.
And he does check.
Aaron checks.
Gotta bet. You're
Yeah,
jacked
nice
at
bluff
this
card.
point.
I'm not sure why you'd call the turn if you didn't want to bluff this card. It's a
Might
good
not
bluff card.
work, but you gotta bet it.
Yeah.
Eugene bets 900,000.
And it's 900,000. That's real small. Like that's 1/3 pot.
Mm-hmm.
Looks very value-y.
I like it. It's a pretty
Yeah.
good size bet.
It does look like a value bet.
I think Aaron's going to end up calling just because he doesn't have to be right that often.
Yeah.
It's a decent bet for 2 reasons. One, it looks like a value bet. I think that if Aaron has a weaker hand, he may actually fold. And also, if Aaron completely misses with hearts or something, like it doesn't take a huge bet to get him to fold his
It
hand.
honestly looks like a 4, like a 7-4, 6-4 hand that backs into a low straight. Almost like an 8 would bet a little bit more. And he didn't bet the flop or bet the turn.
I think Aaron doesn't want to give up any ground. I think that's the thing right now,
He
too.
definitely thinks he's beat. With the
Yeah,
look on his face and shaking his
uh-huh.
head. And I would think I was beat here, too.
But I would probably call because you
took.
just don't have to be right that often. The bet is so small.
Doesn't look like his queen nine here is good very often with Gene's check call on the turn and then both straights getting there.
It's going to work, huh?
Yeah, I think it is.
Aaron does let it go,
Oh,
so
nice bet,
Eugene gets
Eugene.
away with that one. Eugene with the queen eight of hearts here. Limps again.
Eugene calls.
Aaron with an ace queen of spades. Maybe we'll see the Eugene Todd limp re-raise special.
That would end it, or maybe a call on a queen high flop would end it.
That would certainly put all the chips in the middle. We've seen a lot of runouts today that did not end it the way we thought it would, so.
This is the first time in heads up that both of them have had a good hand.
Yeah, these guys have been pretty card dead during this match. So Aaron will will raise pre-flop.
What did he make it?
1.6, just over 3x.
Eugene doesn't want to fold the old queen eight suited.
Gonna make the call here.
Sometimes when you've been card dead for a couple hours, it feels impossible to fold a hand that good.
Understood. And there's the queen high flop you were asking about, Scott.
It was fun doing commentary with you guys. As long as this took.
Inspire some action, and Eugene doesn't, big blind wise only has 20. 21 behind.
This will be all she wrote. It's like over 2 million. It's like a huge bet. It works when your opponent has like the case queen. 2.6 million. It's just so big.
Wow.
It's just so big. It only works when your opponent has like the last queen of the deck.
Yeah.
And Eugene is all in, and Aaron will call. Eugene is at risk here.
Eugene shows queen of hearts, eight of hearts. Aaron shows.
I mean, they would have gotten in anyway,
Yeah, with these two hands are getting it in anyway, but if it's like
it doesn't make
ace
any
jack,
sense.
king jack,
Yeah.
10 jack, like you're getting your opponent to fold.
Yeah, fold the pair of sevens or something. I'm not sure he would have folded ace jack, but
I don't know.
he would have gotten it in pre if he had ace jack. To be
Right,
fair.
right.
It's true.
Eugene taking a walk to the audience. Aaron getting his own support from the crowd. And the dealer taking their time. There are not too many ways Eugene ends up the winner of this hand. He can go running 9-10. He can hit an 8. Or he could end up with some kind of chop, but even that would be difficult.
Let's see a turn.
Okay, let's go to the turn. 3 of diamonds, and so now only one of the remaining 3 eights will save Eugene Todd.
Let's see the river.
And the river's an ace. Aaron makes 2 pair and becomes the WPT Borgata Winter Poker Open champion. Eugene Todd, our 2nd place finisher, going home with nearly $420,000. But Aaron Mermelstein, your champion, wins $712,305, and we will see him back here at the Borgata for the 15K championship in April. That's April 24th to 29th, everyone. But Aaron is going to be among the players there. The young man who had his first live tournament cash back in November here at the Borgata.
Just goes perfect on his first 2 cashes.
Perfect. Doesn't get any better than that,
good.
boys and girls.
Poker's really easy, right? This whole poker tournament thing.
There you have it, the final standings. Well, guys, Jamie, Scott, thanks so much for spending the last 12-ish hours in the booth with.
Well, you know what they say, Mike, practice makes perfect. Now, I'm not sure that you can become a perfect poker player, but the more you do play, the better you do become.
And ClubWPT.com is a great place to practice, and practice some more. Just ask Edward All. He's had a VIP membership at ClubWPT for the past 3 years, and he plays every day.
On ClubWPT, I've won about $10,000 in cash and prizes combined. There's a lot of cashes, so I won a lot of $5 prizes, a lot of $10 prizes, $20, $100, $200. You know, there's actually something to win for at the end. ClubWPT really trains a player to be a lot better in tournament poker. You know, I don't have a big bankroll. This is the only shot I would have coming here. It's a great opportunity just to win a seat and make it. Listen, if I can win, anyone can win.
Yeah, Edward has won over $10,000 worth of cash and prizes by playing on ClubWPT.com. Isn't it time you started your own winning streak? Start playing at ClubWPT for a chance at real rewards that can really add up.
Walking into the casino, they had the pictures of all the bounties, and my favorite, of course, is Daniel Negreanu.
Congratulations, sir. Nice job.
To meet him, I can't tell you how much that means to me. We did have an empty seat at our table, and all of us on the table were wondering who the bounty would be. It was Phil Hellmuth. It's an honor to be able to sit at a table with someone that plays poker as well as he does.
ClubWPT, playing very well. So far, so good.
This was a true VIP experience. I've got to meet some pros, and I got to play with some pros. You know, one minute you're watching these players on TV, and then the next minute you're sitting at a table with them.
Good job. Congrats. What's your name? Rick. I made it today, too.
I would recommend anybody to join ClubWPT. It's something I never thought I would be doing, I would get the chance to, but it could actually be you.
We're bringing poker back to you. New missions. New rewards. More fun. Sign up to the new Party Poker today. Let's play.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the World Poker Tour Borgata Winter Poker Open, coming to you from Atlantic City, New Jersey. I'm Tony Dunst, joined now by Aaron Mermelstein, our champion last season on this event. Aaron, thank you for joining me in the booth.
Thanks for having me.
So we've got a pretty skillful final table here. It's a pretty young final table. I believe we have 5 20-somethings. 4 of them are 27 exactly. We have one 30-something-year-old player, and the youngest player is 24-year-old Joe McKeon, who is, of course, World Series main event champion from this summer. So we've got a very talented final table for you today, and the chips are distributed pretty evenly. So you and I were talking about, what we expected going into this final table, and we really thought it was kind of anyone's game.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good mix of some local professionals, some really well-known professionals. Obviously, WSOP main event champion, which is going to be really fun to watch him play on the live stream, and some amateurs. So it's going to be a fun mix of players and a really even playing field, at least from the big blind perspective.
Now we're getting a look at our final tables here, and as you saw, Christopher Long is in 6th place with 40-something blinds. So there's no real definitive short stack here. Joe is in 5th place with 48 blinds.
Yeah.
Everybody here has an opportunity. Only one of these players is anything that you would classify as an amateur, and that's Rafael Yarlev, who is our chip leader right now. So I don't know too much about how he plays. I've played with Yevgeny for a long time, but otherwise, I've played a little bit with Matthew Wantman, aka Bucky, and I've probably run into Joe on the tables before, but I didn't know exactly what type of moves he was making or anything. I'm sure winning the World Series main brought a lot more attention to his play. But, leading up to this final table, I'm not going to say that I'm really well informed about how these guys play. I think it's going to be a very, skillful and equitable final table, and that we'll have a lot to talk about here, Aaron.
Yeah, I think so. I've played the most with Joe, being that he's local and he plays a ton of the Borgata and Parks events that I've played in. Me and Matthew have played a bit together as well, and he's kind of newer on the scene. And Chris has been around for a while, so I played a bit with him. Haven't had the opportunity to play with Yevgeny, and I don't know anything about the other two. So.
Okay. Well, we're going to start off with Joe open raising pocket 4s here, and Chris finds ace-king suited, so I imagine he's going to, wow, he did not re-raise. And that's a little surprising to me, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, I think, I'm not totally opposed to it. I think it's a nice hand to flat sometimes, and against Joe, who's opening a wide range, I think it's actually okay to be flatting with ace-king suited there.
Flop is ace-jack-10, 2 clubs and a heart. So a good board for Chris, but not the type of board where Joe is likely to lose many chips. He might bet here as a continuation bet to try and fold out, some better pairs over Joe's, but he might just check, give up, try and get to showdown here. And he has checked behind, so we'll see an 8 of diamonds on the turn.
Yeah, I expect Joe to not continue any further in this hand.
I don't expect him to put any more money in this pot unless he finds a 4.
And I think Chris started this hand, 45, 50 big blinds deep?
Right around 45, yeah, maybe slightly less.
So, if you're going to 3-bet ace-king in this spot, it's good to have a plan. And, I don't know if he wants to just stick in 50 bigs, close to 50 bigs pre with ace-king in this spot against, in the first hand of the tournament. So I think that also kind of probably came through his mind when he flatted ace-king there.
Yeah, you think that it being the first hand of this final table made him a little more gun-shy, and I don't know what the dynamic was like leading up to this final table. If Chris and Joe had been active players at the table, then I would think it becomes kind of a mandatory 3-bet. Yep. But if there was almost no dynamic developed between them, or if they had been 2 guys who were sort of above the fray for the most part, then I could see flatting. But I kind of feel like at that stack size, because you're going to want some light 3-bets in your small betting range, in your small blind 3-betting range, that you still want to include ace-king suited for value. Let's see. Joe here is our first to act. We are playing 50, 100,000 with a 15K ante. Liam is out. Matt not going to play. And guys, because we are on a 30-minute delay here, if you want to tweet at us or chat with us in the Twitch chat box, we can respond to your questions and comments. So we'll keep an eye on what's going on in the Twitch chat room. We'll keep an eye on Twitter. Aaron, what exactly is your Twitter handle for everyone out there?
It is Aaron Mermel.
Okay, at Aaron Mermel, and I think I just followed you. So yeah, Is it at Aaron Mermel Poker or is it just
Aaron Mermel Poker.
Okay,
Sorry.
cool. That's you.
Yep. Had to check again.
And after losing my old Twitter account, I'm currently at Tony Dunst WPT. So if you guys want to interact with us during the course of the stream, you know where to find us.
Why did you lose your Twitter account?
So I had forgotten the password to it years ago, which is pretty normal with our random saved password accounts.
Yeah.
But the email that it was linked to was hacked around the time of Black Friday in 2011, and I had never bothered changing them over. I just left the account logged in. And at one point, the WPT asked me to log into one of their corporate accounts and tweet from it. And when I did that, I realized I couldn't get back into my original. And I actually pursued getting that account back very thoroughly. Like, I made so many attempts to reach people at Twitter, and actually had a member of Twitter support and explained the situation to them. You know, I've had some friends who worked for other companies that had contacts at Twitter and reached out to them. And they basically just stonewalled me. They just said, oh, you don't know your password and you don't have that email? You're shit out of luck. And I was just like, man, you got to be kidding me. Like, this is one of the most, you know, ordinary problems that happens for people online. I forgot my password. I don't have that email for reason XYZ. And they were just kind of like, too bad. So, at Tony Dunst WPT, I still have not given up on the dream of gaining my Twitter account back. I had that thing for 5 years, and I've been locked out for like 7 months now, so I miss it. I miss the Twitter sphere. But meanwhile, Liam has raised Queen 9 suited.
Interesting. Liam's choosing a bigger sizing than most players here with almost 3x.
Makes the call here. Yevgeny out with King 10. Guessing he was thinking about maybe squeezing in some capacity. Not really a hand he's going to flat too much there, but everybody else is out, so heads up to the flop. And it is Jack 5-5, 2 clubs and a spade. So a little something for everyone here. Not a bad board for Chris's deuces, but Liam here actually with the best hand.
Good bet.
300,000 from Liam. Wow, and a quick fold from Chris. I feel like if you're going to be flatting twos there, which is questionable to begin with, but not absurd or anything like that, I don't think you can fold a Jack 5-5 flop here. How about yourself? What do you think?
I think it's a pretty good flop for 2 deuces.
Yeah.
I'd be calling one for sure. But we'll see. I mean, I want to see how Chris plays this. It seems like maybe he might be a little gun shy in the first couple of hands. I think that happens in the first couple of hands of a WPT final table. I mean, Chris, has a lot of success locally, but this is a big step for him.
Yeah.
And we'll see, who's going to be aggressive, who's going to be gun shy. It's always interesting to see, how the beginning stages kind of play out.
Yeah, I agree that you can be a little more risk adverse at the early goings of a final table or something. And I know for sure that the worst hand I've ever played in televised final table, or actually it was one of those like promotional, we're just going to take 6 players, stick them at the table. But a few hands in, I played a hand really passive and just atrocious. And I remember just thinking like, oh, it's early, I'm just going to check this back and not bluff here. And it's like I let someone get to the river with 9 high when I had 7 high and they won. And it's like, what am I doing? But in those first few hands, you really are kind of like, oh, I'm just going to sit back. Meanwhile, Yevgeny, opening king-queen here, has just run into the pocket kings of Raphael, who is just behind him on the button. So assuming Rafa 3-bets here, Yevgeny will have an interesting decision about what he wants to do pre-flop.
I think Raphael looks like he has a big hand right now. He's breathing super heavily. He looks super strong in this spot. I'm really curious to see what Yevgeny does here in this spot. He made it super small.
He made it very small. I think Yevgeny's probably going to peel on him. They're both rather deep.
I would be peeling this. But there's something to be said about interesting to note about if Raphael has a 3-bet bluff frequency or not. I mean, not that this should change whether he should call or not, but it should change whether you should be considering the 4-bet or not. And I think a lot of times with amateurs, you find that they don't have a 3-bet bluff range on the button, so there's no point in
4-betting light.
4-betting light, exactly.
At that point, it's like maybe he 3-bet 10s and he'll fold if I 4-bet. and not like maybe he 3-bet ace-x and he'll fold because his hand is crap.
Right.
Well, this deuce-deuce-3 flop, not likely to entice Yevgeny to put any more chips in the pot.
Look at that percentage.
Yeah, there you go.
Tough for him to win.
Looks like Raphael going to follow through with a small bet here. I like the small sizing on this texture.
Yes.
He's gone very small, but still.
Yeah, really small.
I like where his head's at.
Yeah. But I mean, it's always interesting to watch these from the booth, and it's much harder, I think, to pick up on the table. But you know, you can almost just feel that Raphael looks super strong here. Not that it should matter in the spot, anyways.
And Yevgeny is going to fold. So I'll field a real quick question from Twitch. Someone was asking, they said, is there anything you regret or would have done differently in the last hand against Ari Engel when I called it off on the river? I'm not sure if you caught the hand.
I didn't.
So the way it played out is that Ari and I had been battling back and forth in the heads-up match for hours. And in our final hand, I raised ace-4 suited. He 3-bet, I called. And we were fairly even in chips, but he covered.
Yeah.
Flop came 10-4 deuce rainbow. He bet, I called. Turn was a jack. He bet, I called. And the river was a 9, and he shoved. And I called it off and lost to jack 7. I've been asked about that hand quite a bit, of course, because, you know, basically I called off a tournament and 600K heads-up match with 4th pair.
Right.
And my thinking was I was actually going to fold the turn unless I saw a jack or a queen, because I thought that would entice him to double barrel a lot of his ace-jacks, ace-kings, ace-queens type things. And then once we got to the river, I was like, well, the board is, you know, 10-4 deuce jack 9. At that point, a lot of his 3-bets had been value hands, some ace rag hands, or just like pure junk hands. And I was like, I don't really think he's 3-betting a lot of the best hands here. Like, I don't think he's 3-betting jack 10 or 10-9 or jack 9. I thought I could be losing to jacks, 10s, over pairs, things like that. But I also thought that he could show up with ace king, ace queen, ace 3, ace 5, some of those hands. And I actually, and I will give Ari a lot of credit for this, I didn't think that in the event he had kind of a weird jack or something, he would necessarily shove it for value. So I think he deserves a lot of credit for making a thin, but a good thin river value shove there. And basically I just thought there were about as many bluffs in his range as there were big hands. And in this instance, I was just wrong. I was wrong about what his 3-betting range was. I didn't think it included hands like jack 7. Yeah, props to Ari.
Yeah, so in other words, you assume that he was 3-betting the top of his range and the bottom of his range and then flatting the middle.
And then he turned up with a middling type hand. And, you know, we had been able to see each other's hole cards for that entire match, and he hadn't really been 3-betting those type of hands, so it's possible that he came back to the table and thought he would mix it up to be a little more unpredictable against me. And, you know, whatever it was, it ended up working in that hand, and I called it off bad. Happens sometimes.
Yeah, I think it's... I would love to watch that.
Yeah.
I'd love to watch the heads up between you guys. I'm sure it was good. And congratulations
on
a very good finish.
Yeah, thanks, man. We got a little bit of a hand developing here between Liam and Matthew. Matthew with 5th pair here. Not going to call it off on the river. Knows to make those type of folds. Liam with 2 pair is going to take down that pot. Aaron, excuse me for 1 second. I'm going to grab some coffee. Do you want anything while I'm up?
I'll take a coffee, too.
Okay.
Thanks. No, just straight.
43 minutes remain in this game.
Thank you, sir.
He will raise it out to 225.
Timoshenko with the min plus, the ace and the jack.
Joe is down. Liam is out.
We're definitely gonna see some sort of hand here.
Got back just in time. Matt gonna re-raise here with his pocket 10s.
interesting.
I could be wrong here, Aaron, but I think Yevgeny might just fold this hand.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't. Who knows what you know? It's you never know what the dynamic is before.
Correct.
I feel like he made the sizings pretty big.
And
so
about 3x. You know.
Yeah.
What you'd anticipate him to do here. If they were much deeper, I would think Yevgeny would call. If they were more shallow, there might be circumstances where he would rip. But yeah, I think he's just gonna lay it down, and there you go.
Yeah, my tendency here would be with ace jack suited to call and ace jack off to 4-bet. That'd be my standard if I thought that my opponent was 3-betting light enough.
I think that's a pretty good hand to use for a 4-bet there. Like if you just wanted to pump it to 1.3, 1.4 or something and make his life really hard on those stack sizes. And of course folding is a perfectly fine option too. But if you decided to use like that hand for your light 4-bets, seems like a very good one to use. Well, there you see Joe McKeon's best live cash, just 7.6 million. That's all. That's
He's had a decent couple years. I keep forgetting how young he is too. It's
24.
Yeah, only 24.
24.
And it seems like he's been around forever because when I started playing, he was already felt like he was winning everything. So he's had a ton of success here at the Borgata. And obviously had a pretty good year at the WSOP main. So, I gotta give him all the due credit that he deserves because it seems like he's really worked on his game a ton.
Well, this time it's Matt with the ace-jack. He's going to open the action. 225 on the button. Chris in the small blind. So I mentioned before that if you were going to have some light 3-betting hands in the small blind, then you want to keep ace-king suited in your value range for 3-betting. And I kind of think this clarifies my argument, which is, okay, so we know he's going to be 3-betting some hands like, king-9 off, and I would assume there's going to be plenty of other stuff in those types of situations. So I would think you want to have ace-king suited for those spots too, because people are going to fight back and Matt very well might fight back this hand, whether it's via a call or a 4-bet. He's just not going to get him to fold ace-jack button the small blind here. And there's the call from Matt.
Yeah.
And a 5-5 deuce flop will probably get at least one more call from Matt.
Oh, looks like Chris is giving up.
I'm not sure what I think of giving up here. I think there are enough hands in Matt's range that will fold to a c-bet, but maybe I'm just wrong. But aren't there things like Jack-10 suited, Queen-Jack suited? And I know that King-9 is technically beating those hands, but you're not really going to win this pot when you check the flop. I think if you 3-bet a fairly raggedy hand out of the small blind, and then you get a board that weak, you should probably continue. But what do you think, Aaron?
Yeah, I think I like the continuation. Yeah. But he looks like he's going to go with the delayed c-bet.
Delayed c-bet might be more convincing though, because by checking the flop, it looks like he has showdown value.
Yeah. It's a better play against a pro like Matt.
I agree.
Against an amateur, this is not what I would choose to do, but against someone like Matt, I think it works more often.
And there you go. Delayed c-bet, making it happen.
Yeah. Yeah, it was nice hand by Chris. And they've played a ton together too, so that's the other thing to keep in mind. They're both local. I think they're friends, so Chris might have a read on what he thinks works better against Matt's tendencies in that spot.
What's interesting about that hand is the 7 doesn't change very much about the texture.
No.
And I think that Matt would have considered the flop like an auto call.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that he folded that quickly on the turn.
Yeah.
It does display the credibility that checking the flop gives Chris's hand, but also makes me think that maybe Matt should call turn anyway, but easy for me to say when I'm looking at king high.
Yeah. I spent this past year working a lot with a lot of math guys, and I'm fairly certain that most of them would not be folding there.
Yeah.
Given that he only bet like a fourth pot.
Right.
Ace Jack could be good there a ton, but I can't blame Matt for folding ace high there.
Like we said, people are a little more risk averse in the early going, and he's just like, okay, I don't have very much here. This guy is taking a line that seems to represent some degree of showdown value. I'm just going to fold.
Yeah.
Now, this is something that interests me. I'm curious how someone like Yevgeny wants to play a king-jack suited out of the small here, because people will mix it up between raising for value and calling. And there are arguments for both plays. Which do you prefer?
I think it depends on the opponent. If someone's really getting out of line, I think you can 3-bet for value.
Yep.
But I think calling's cool too.
I think calling is probably the standard for most people.
Yeah.
And against players who open a lot but also don't like folding to 3-bet, so you can just 3-bet it for value and have a really sweet hand going forward.
The other thing to keep in mind here is that you have Raphael, the amateur, and
you want to keep him in.
Yeah, when you complete, you keep Raphael in with a pretty nice hand.
Yeah.
So that's something else to keep in consideration here.
So Rafa will come along, and we'll get an ace-10-8 flop, which doesn't hit anybody, really.
The fact that Matthew's opening the 5-3 here suggests that I think he's going to attack Raphael's big blind.
I agree. Raphael will check.
Yeah.
Matt will
Just
check
about
behind,
no
just
equity.
nothing, and Yevgeny will turn the nuts. Which gives Raphael second pair. I don't know enough about Raphael's playing style to know whether he'll call a bet here. He does have a gut shot to go along with it. Ooh, Yev, so tricky.
Yeah. I love his demeanor at the table. He has one of the most stoic just expressions.
Yeah.
He's just great.
Yev is truly one of the old school legends for online poker. I've been having to play against him for he put in his bio that he's been playing for 12 years, and I can just remember playing against him all the way back, 10, 12 years ago.
He's done it
10
all.
years ago, certainly.
He's won the WPT. He's won so much live. He won the W Coupe Championship.
Yeah.
Jovial Jet, or I think was his name, and he's just a legend.
Yeah. So after 2 checks, Matthew decides to bet this time.
I'm not a fan of this bet, personally, but
this board just drills Yevgeny's range. You can't put him on King Jack, of course, but he can have a lot of stuff like King Queen, Queen Jack, Jack 10.
Yeah, there's definitely,
Ace X suited.
I try not to have too many no equity bluffs, but there's a time and place for it. But I think it's gonna be tough for this bet to really ever get through. And Yevgeny's definitely one of the more deliberate players, right?
Very much so.
He takes his time a lot, yeah.
I don't think he's one of the guys that's excessive about it, but he's methodical.
Yeah. So this is gonna be a raise, and should take it down.
Looks like
Raphael may have gotten a little break here because he might have lost a little bit, but said Matthew's going to be the one who's going to lose a little bit of chips.
Yevgeny always very well dressed at the final tables. I love it.
I was thinking about that too.
I love it.
Usually I'm one of the better dressed poker players, but I got outshined in this booth today by you. And I was thinking at the table, Yevgeny and Chris, they got to be the ones that stepped up the dress game tonight.
I remember when he made the WPT championship final table, he had let's see, black pinstripe Dolce & Gabbana suit on, man, and that thing just clung to him. It was so nice. What is Raphael doing here? Meanwhile, this hand's supposed to be over already, Aaron. I thought we were just going to hang out and chat while everybody mucked their cards. What's going on?
He's really breathing heavily again too. I was reading that as as strength before, but maybe that's just how he does it when he's thinking deeply. But I don't know what he could possibly be thinking about here. I mean, he has second pair and
the weekend of the gut shot.
Weekend of the gut shot.
The super weekend.
He is. I mean, he is the chip leader, so he probably thinks that he can put a lot of pressure on his opponent. But I don't think this is the spot where he should be doing this.
What's he doing?
And it's really weird because it just looks like he has a monster. Like he's like, this would scare me if I had like ace-8 right now. If I'm watching what he's doing right now, I'm like, wow, this looks so scary. He looks like he has it. You know, it's just, I don't know. Okay.
There we go.
Wow.
Matthew will snap fold, I assume. Give us 5 seconds of posturing and then fold. You know, that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
One thing that's a little odd about these final tables, though, is these guys are going to be able to get the hands after 30 minutes. And I was dealing with the same thing in Australia. So, you know, you're constantly checking your phone, whether you have somebody watching at home, or it looks like they're not allowing them their phones at the table. But, you know, you probably have somebody watching at home for you and then giving you all the important hands when you take a little bit of a break or something. And that might change the dynamic of how guys would usually play as opposed to when everyone can kind of super use each other 30 minutes after the fact.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a different dynamic. I remember last year when I was at the final table, I had you know, I had some people reporting to me what was happening, and unfortunately, the main guy that I had doing the research was drinking too much and wasn't able to give me the information that I needed on time, and I wasn't able to really determine that Randy's 3-betting me, you know, with like 10-4 off and stuff. So I just, you know, luckily I was able to kind of figure that out on my own, but definitely changes the game, you know, when you're able to see what's happening. And you know, when you can see Rafael thinking that long with the second pair and what Matt's opening in that spot, I mean, all these things are going to kind of help you change how you play.
225 from Liam, king-queen offsuit. Joe, suited hand in the big blind, facing just over a min-raise, not going to fold.
So now we see that, you know, Joe is going to be calling at least 95% of his range out of the big line to a min plus.
Joe will check. Liam checks behind. 10 of clubs on the turn.
The one thing I have to say about Joe is that he really pays attention at the table more than almost anyone. He's so super laser focused all the time, and there's something to be said about that. I mean, there's so many players now that, I mean, I have a problem with it too. Just constantly look at the phone and
so tempting,
you know, and like don't want to focus. But Joe, he's just always in there. He's always focused, and it doesn't really seem to matter what the buy-in of the tournament is.
Well, 9 of hearts on the river, so we've got 8 high versus king high. A little surprising that Liam didn't bet this flop, because Joe can have, you know, second and third pair on that flop, and you're going to get so many turn rivers that are good for you to barrel with the king queen and 1 club that you'll have the possibility to get him off of those. So I'm not crazy about checking behind with the king queen here. He does have a club, which makes it a little more realistic, but I still think that he should be barreling, and somebody mentioned that in the Twitch chat. Yeah, and people are saying, well, in Australia, my eyes never left my phone. Joe here, meanwhile, makes the bet and gets away with it.
Well, that was different because you had the
stream going on. Yeah, if you're allowed your phone and you can get the stream and you can see everybody's hole cards, it's hard not to just be staring into your phone and collecting all the info that you can. Plus, you know, if you have other people watching the stream and helping you with it, like I was not only watching everyone else's cards, but I was basically being coached at the table, which is perfectly legal, which is very strange about modern poker, that you can just be coached during your final table, and everyone has full information on a 30-minute delay.
You can't do it in WPTs, though.
No, I don't believe so.
Yeah.
I don't see anybody touching their phone here, so I'm inclined to think that they they said no.
But yeah, you're right. It definitely changes the dynamic. But if you're not at the final table, are you the type that's focused on the players or your phone or?
It depends where we are in the tournament. Day one, I'm probably watching the game or chatting on my phone or whatever it is. If we make day 3, then I'm probably paying pretty good attention.
And that's what I'm saying. I'm saying with Joe, and I'm the same way. I'm the exact same way. Like I've seen Joe, you know, after he won the Millie Maker in like a $300 Parks event.
Yeah.
Super laser focused, like level 1. You know, it's like.
Wow, that's impressive.
I don't think many people love the game as much as Joe does. So it's I respect him for that.
All right, well, we've got pocket 5s of Yevgeny versus the king-queen suited of Liam, who has just flopped the whole world here. Top pair, flush draw, backdoor straight draws, gin, all of it. He has it all.
That's a pretty good flop. Is it on him yet? Oh, no, he checked. Okay, gotcha.
I think Yev will check back, and he does indeed, especially when he's got one of the hearts. But I think this texture in general, people just check back their underpairs to the board.
Yeah. I would be checking 5s there, yeah.
Try and show down against ace high and whatnot. Yeah, Liam's going to bet here. Yevgeny's going to fold, and this is going to be a nice quick hand.
Yeah, this hand would be more interesting if Raphael had the 5s. I'd like to see what would happen there.
Yevgeny folds, and Liam will take the pot. We'll do a quick dealer push, players. 26 minutes remaining in this level.
So what are your thoughts on live reads then? What do you think about that? Do you believe in live reads?
I definitely believe in live reads, and I think the deeper you go into a tournament, the more reliable they are, because if someone's not a professional and you get deep in a tournament and there's this huge amount of money at stake for their decision making, it's so hard to play robot when you haven't got the practice for it. I know for sure on day 3 of the Aussie Millions, there was a hand that I would have folded if I didn't have a live read.
Yeah.
And I want to say it went button opened. I 3-bet 6s out of the small blind. He called, and the flop came something like Jack 5 deuce or Jack 5 3. I bet he called. Turn was something else really low. I want to say maybe it was like Jack 5 deuce 3 on the turn. I checked, and he tanked forever and seemed very genuinely uncertain. And then he bet, and I was like, well, I guess I'm going to call this. Or maybe it even went check on the turn. I think that's what it was. It was check on the turn, and the river was some kind of like brick-ish, maybe paired the bottom card on the board, like basically call it Jack 5 deuce 3 deuce or something.
Yeah.
I checked again, and he tanked for a long time and bet, and I was like, well, I just think that if you had a jack, you already would have known what to do.
Yeah.
I don't think you're probably making some sick thin value bet with 8s, but maybe.
Yeah.
He had too much genuine uncertainty to his move, and 6s is not a great hand there, and I called it off. And it was really weird what he had. He had 5-4 suited, so like he had a sweet hand to go to showdown with. But because he was not a professional player and he was uncertain about what he was supposed to do, he made a bet that displayed his uncertainty. So there are moments like that where I'll really try and incorporate live reads, whereas against somebody like, say, Yevgeny,
right, you're not going to get much out of you.
Yeah, like I might not even look at the guy like the whole time because I just don't expect to see anything all that relevant.
Right.
What about you? Are live reads a really important part of your game? Are they something you occasionally incorporate, or are you mostly like a technical player? Or what do you feel?
Well, we have an interesting hand coming out right here.
We do. So let's talk about this first.
It looks like Liam decides to 3-bet the world champ with 5 deuce off, out of position, which is
this is so ambitious.
Like
so ambitious.
I mean, like man.
Oh, and he might just get the flop that he wins this on. I mean, it's not really a great flop for him because it also hits Joe's flatting range.
Yeah.
But sometimes Joe has precisely this hand. Oh, yeah, dude, you've got 5 high and a gut shot. Like, this is actually a pretty good flop for your hand specifically.
Maybe he's going to check raise.
That would be sick.
Man. He's really coming at the world champ. 5 deuce. Oh. Oh, he just bucks it. Wow.
Yikes. Yikes. Yeah.
I guess he just thought that Joe was just going to fold, but
yeah.
Man, I could pick better spots. So, okay, sorry. What do I think about live reads? I definitely believe in live reads. I think the best place to incorporate live reads in your game is at the WSOP, where there's so many amateurs and so many people that are just kind of like, you know, maybe play a couple tournaments a year. They're not used to being in that spot. And I think when I'm really focused and playing at the top of my game, I think I'm playing best when I'm focusing on stuff like that and incorporating live reads. But I definitely think there's value to it, and I think there's something to be said about people like Joe who's crushing it. You look at someone like, you know, Timex who's got the desk there.
Yeah.
And you got Fedor Holtz.
Yep.
Who's like constantly just staring at people. Like, there's a reason why they're doing it. It's not because they just want to, you know. So every time I catch myself staring at my phone, I'm like, man, I gotta try to be more focused, but it's hard.
Staring at your phone after day one.
After day one.
Day one, you just give yourself a total pass. You're
Yeah.
just there trying to get through.
Right.
So Rafa here, I believe under the gun, opened the action to 250. Chris made the call out of the small blind. Did I see that right? And Yevgeny folded the big, or maybe I'm just getting my positions wrong. Maybe Chris called the big blind here. And Rafa opened under the gun 1. Either way, queen 6-6, not likely to lead to too much action. And I think of all the players at this table, Rafa is going to be the most likely to give away a live tell because he's not a professional and he's playing for... The guy has 8,000 in cash-ins, so he's playing for 100 times his lifetime cashes. So it's going to be hard for him to remain perfectly stoic today with this much on the line.
That's awesome. I mean, what a huge accomplishment. No matter what happens for Rafael at this point. I mean, chip leader of the WPT main. He's got 8K in earnings, and you know, he has a chance at 800,000. You know, that's awesome. And he goes for the delayed c-bet here, and it works. So I actually, like, he's got some tricks in his bag. You know, he's definitely. I'm sure that he's played like online or you know, it's not like he's brand new or anything like that. You know, he seems to know at least what he's doing.
So there is our current chip counts. As we mentioned at the start of the final table, besides Rafa being out in front, the next 5 were really bunched together and nobody was short. And that's exactly what you see. You know, Yevgeny's won like 1 pot and gone up to 2nd place. And, you know, Matt's lost a pot and gone down to 6th. Or maybe he even started at 6th.
So Liam just limps the 8A. Oh, no, okay,
no, he raised.
Okay. I just thought it's a call. 2.5.
Matt, not going to be tempted to 3-bet the King 9-0 there. Chris is out. And Yevgeny is going to call King 6 suited here.
Top 5 hair in poker, too.
Yeah, I mean, Yevgeny's dreaming. What do you want?
There it is. Completion.
So we get the call from Yevgeny. And actually not a bad flop for his hand. 7-5-3 rainbow with a club.
Yeah, this will be bet called.
And could even be check raised.
Could.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Whoa.
Check. Wow.
That seems absurd to me.
Yeah, I'm shocked, actually.
Now Yevgeny must think that Liam has a hand like ace high, and he's wondering, what's the best route for me to get Liam to fold ace high here? Do I bet twice? Do I like check raise him here? Do I just check and see if he'll check through and give me a free card?
I mean, this is a spot where if he checks and Liam bets, he should call. So I think it's better to bet and potentially get Liam to fold.
I think his plan is going to be to bet twice, and I think that's the one I just always opt for here. Because it's a board that you can hit pretty well out at the big blind. And if you bet it twice, your opponent probably should fold ace high.
Right. Yeah, it's better to... Liam. Cagey. Checking his cards again. Do I have the ace-ace? But see, now, like, here's the problem with the way that Liam played this. Now... Is he just gonna flat? Okay, he just flats. Like if he were to raise, he's almost overplaying his hand.
Correct.
Yeah, it's like so.
Backdoor flush draw gets there.
He's actually gonna win the maximum here, though. I think. I mean, if Yevgeny's gonna.
I think Yevgeny will probably bet, but I'm not sure.
Yevgeny has no diamonds in his hand, and he probably thinks that a decent amount of time Liam could have diamonds here. I mean, he has to bet to win.
This is a close one on the river for Yevgeny.
Yeah, I think he's going to bet. We'll see.
Yevgeny checks. Pretty quick action from Liam there, too. Like, it was never in doubt whether he was going to bet or not. I think he should take just a moment to be considering his options. It was just like, cool, sweet, yeah, $500,000, no problem. I think that was a very minor live tell from Liam.
Yeah.
And I don't think this is posturing from Yevgeny. I think he is going to fold, but he was at least thinking, like, can my opponent have, you know, 9-10 or Jack-10 or something like that. I don't think he's going to call ever with king high there, but he's the type of guy who will at least pause to consider, is my hand, despite not being very good here, ever good against this opponent and the type of line that he's taken. But there you see, Yevgeny manages to get away, only loses one bet, and gets an opportunity to drill on aces.
Yeah.
And then doesn't bluff when he would have got snapped off, so the guy still got it.
Occupation juggler.
Occupation juggler.
Is he trolling us?
I don't know.
Wow.
Let's take a look at his bio sheet.
Really? That's pretty cool.
There you see his tournament earnings, 53,000. Action with Joe here. He's got Jack-3.
How many main event champions have won a WPT? Not many. I know Carlos Mortensen.
Damn you, Carlos. Yes, he's done it. Let's see. There's quite a few. Well, not a ton, but a few. Let's see. Did Scotty ever win a WPT? I feel like he did, right? He won one of the early ones.
I don't know.
Did he?
Don't know. That might be a... He did.
He did.
Okay.
Cameraman says, yeah. It says.
Confirmation.
Scotty Wynn has done it. Who else do we have? Dan Harrington. Wait.
Did he win the main?
Did he win the main? He just final tabled it in back-to-back years. Did he ever win it, though?
I don't think
or did he win it in, like, the 90s or something?
Is there?
Yeah. I think he might have won it in the 90s.
Okay. All right.
What a legend. There's our Royal Flush Girls for the day, Riza and Jennifer. Let's see. Who else has won on the WPT that's won the World Series main? Okay, so Twitch chat says, yep, Harrington won in the 90s. Hashem, there's a good one. Hashem did it. Hashem won the main, and then he won one of like the biggest WPTs ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just won tons of money. Like his lifetime tournament earnings went from like, you know, a little above 0 to 10 million lightning fast,
Yeah.
you know.
That's when you're on the heater. Either way, Joe can join a pretty exclusive club if he can close this out.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
And yeah. He looks focused, so we'll see. Should be interesting.
So Rafa going to 225 out of the small. And I think we can see a little of his inexperience here. Sizing it that small out of the small blind is rarely a good idea, particularly as the stacks are deeper.
Particularly against Joe.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to give too much credit. I don't want to say, you know, Joe's the best player ever played, but, like, you know,
He's just not the guy you're trying to go to a lot of flops
I'm not
with.
trying to go to war with him with 5
Yeah.
deuce off, and I'm not trying to min-raise as big with 10-7-0, really.
Out of position.
Out of position,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, like, it's just not – there's just better things I think you can do. But
And here we see Joe taking a little bit of the low variance approach pre-flop. He doesn't think that Rafa is the kind of guy who's just going to blast off or something, so he just calls pocket eights.
Yeah.
And this is going to turn out well for him. Check, check on the flop. Joe the only one with a diamond. 3 of spades on the turn. And also, if you're in Rafa's position, like, that's a great board for you to bet. Your hand is garbage. You can't really improve on the turn. If your opponent doesn't have a diamond or some kind of pair, he's probably just going to give up here. So a little bit of inexperience showing right now from Rafa. Surprising to see Joe check this turn after checking back the flop. I think he's got a pretty good hand and should try and get at least a little bit of value against something like an ace high or...
maybe he's inducing a bit here on this river. I think I mean, obviously, he knows he's good. And maybe he thinks that Rafael's capable of just throwing out a bad bet here on this river.
Again, I don't know anything about the way Rafa plays, and Joe does after the last couple of days. So maybe there's something I'm missing here. But either flop or turn, I'm putting a bet out there in Joe's shoes.
Yeah, but, you know, he is going to get
he's going to get it.
He's going to get the free 225.
Yep. Rafa going to table 10 high. Joe gets the 8. So he does get the maximum there.
Yeah, I mean,
knows his man. Oh, somebody threw out another name here that we should have got. Doyle Brunson. Doyle Brunson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Legend, another legend, yeah. So still, I mean, we're that's an awesome group that he can join. If he can somehow put this together.
Are you going to spend a long summer at the World Series this year, or what's your plan?
I've changed my mind on that.
Okay.
I did it for the first time this year. Did the whole summer. I had a house, it was much like a frat house.
Yes.
Loved all the guys that I stay with. You know, awesome people. But it was just a lot. You know, I think I actually just got back from Asia. I traveled a bit, had an awesome time, and then, you know, just having some time off from tournaments was really great for me. I'm not Anthony Zeno. I can't just play tournament after tournament and you know,
win and be happy.
Win and be perfectly. I just can't do it. I play bad if I play multiple tournaments in a row and don't take a break. So, you know, I came back from Asia so fresh and you know, just strung together a bunch of caches and deep runs. So I found that I need that time off. So I think I'm not going to do that whole summer grind. I think I'll play the main and I'm going to play the big events like the Colossus or whatever it is. But I don't think I'm going to be there the whole summer. What about you?
Same thing. I'm actually, I have done the full 6 weeks every year since I was 21, and this is the first year I take off. I'm just going to come in and play the Aria 500, 1 or 2 prelim events at the World Series, and then the main, and otherwise I'm just going to hang out in Europe and enjoy the summer.
Well, I mean, you know, it seems like you're not playing a full schedule it is, and you just final table everything anyways, you know?
Yeah, you know, if you can do it that way, barely spend money on buy-ins and still make final tables, then yeah, that's a good system.
That's the Tony Dunn system.
That's right. It's not quite the Joe McKeon system, but it's a work in progress. You know, meanwhile, if you are going to come to a poker event, the Borgata is one of the best places to be. I mean, the numbers they get here are amazing. They do really good hotel rooms. Even the like $2 million, $560 buy-in opening event got 5,100 participants for a nearly $2.5 million prize pool. This event had about 1,170 entrants. So, you know, every single time the Borgata does an amazing job of drawing entrants into these fields. Producing big, fun, soft tournaments. So if you want to come and play a tournament during the year, this is one of the top places you can be.
Yeah. 2 of my top 5 favorite tournaments of the year are here at the Borgata, one being this main, which is incredible. I mean, the turnout they get, the amount of entries, the structure, the longest levels in all of the circuit. I'm sorry, in all of the WPT circuit. So amazing tournament. And then, you know, I personally love their heads-up tournament that they run here. So, yeah, I'm a big fan of the Borgata series. And I'm biased because I'm local, and I won the event here last year.
It's been good to both of us here.
Yeah.
Borgata's been friendly to us, but, you know, also we keep coming back to play here because it's such a good environment for poker. They really communicate with their players well and want people to come here specifically for poker. You do run into casinos where they're like, well, really, we're interested in getting people to play table games and poker as an afterthought, and Borgata does a great job of prioritizing poker and making it a hospitable environment for living here for a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever it is during their big tournament series. So there's our updated chip counts. Not too much changing. No, Joe McKeon sliding up their leaderboard, but for the most part, things pretty evenly distributed besides Raphael up top.
Yeah, there's still a lot. There's still a lot of play to be had, and Tony, I'm gonna say this is gonna be a long day.
It is gonna be a long day.
This is gonna be a long day.
It's gonna be a long day.
There's a lot of
poker to be had. I feel remarkably good for having got off the plane from Australia yesterday. I slept a lot on those plane rides, and then I even got like a good 7 hours last night. Woke up today feeling pretty fresh, and for the most part, you know, when I make jumps that big, I do need a few days to get acclimated. But right now, I'm just going to jam myself full of caffeine and plan on not crashing until later today.
The plane ride's always a lot better when you get second place in the Aussie Millions, though. So
yeah, it is better. and when you get Timex to pay for the flight.
There you go. You know, it's always easier to sleep on those plane rides. What did you fly?
Qantas on the way back, which is a very nice airline. You get plenty of space, and I was real comfy. Joe here, I believe, opened King 5 of diamonds, and Chris defended 10-6, and everybody gets a pair on Queen 6-5 rainbow. Someone in Twitch said, how'd you get Timex to pay for your flight? I made him a bunch of money, that's how. I gave him a whole bunch of the money.
Yeah. The bank of Timex got bigger.
Bank of Timex did get bigger. So we have a bet from Chris. Excuse me, a bet from Joe on third pair, a call from Chris on second pair, and we see a deuce of clubs in the turn, which I imagine will go check-check.
Yep.
River 3, so forward to the straight on the board. Check, check. 10-6 gonna win. So, you likely heard that I didn't have a very big piece of myself in Aussie Millions.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, tell me about this.
So basically, I went down there mostly planning to see old friends from the time I lived there, play like 3 tournaments, and I was going to sell half my action when I played the Timex. And that was what I was set to do. And on day 1C, I was standing in line to register the event, and I had 2 5K chips in my pocket. And I guess I took out my phone to write an email or something, but I checked my pocket a minute later and I had one 5K chip. And I was like, what have I just done? And so, I scrambled all over the place looking for the chip on the ground. I asked security to check the cameras. They couldn't find anything. I was really upset, just kind of like at myself. I hadn't cashed a poker tournament in months or in, like 8 months or something. And I was like, you know what? F it, like I don't know how cool we are with swearing here, but F it. I was like, I'm out. Like I didn't come down here to play poker.
Yeah.
I don't even really want to play that bad. I'm sick of this. Like I'm just gonna leave. I'm not in a mind state to play good poker right now. I'll just dump my chips. And so I just left the building. And Timex messaged me and he was like, hey man, like this is one of the best events of the year. You should really play. I want you in the event. And I was like, I don't care. I'm gonna go drink or something. And he was like, well look, if you decide to come back later, like I'll just free roll you in it. You just if you don't feel like gambling any more money, you can just take 17% of yourself and it's on me. And I was like, all right, you should know I'm probably gonna waste your money. He's like, yeah, whatever, it's a good event.
Yeah.
So I came back to the casino at like 9 p.m. and I was like, all right, let's light some Timex money on fire here. And instead I ran up a stack. And then, once you actually have chips by like day 2, you're back to playing good poker. You're like, oh, something could happen here. But I remember during day 2, after I won a big pot, I was just like, oh no, like this is the event I have the big cash in. Like then when I realized I have 83% Timex money riding here, this is the event I get the big cash in. And that's the way it turned out too. But you do feel at ease having a fairly small piece of yourself in a tournament. You're like, whatever, I'll just fling it in there. Like anytime it's close, you're like, yeah, let's just fling it in, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a different type of tournament. I mean, I certainly, when I won this last year, I had a much smaller percentage of myself than I did playing this year, and the pressures were a whole lot different.
Very different, yeah.
Last year was much smaller, and this year I'm like own diming, and I'm like,
yeah,
it's like the differences between the two are just it's huge. Like it takes a bunch of the stress away. I think you don't mind gambling as much and taking spots, and but either way, it's always nice to win, and nice little payday.
Yeah.
Everything's different if you look at it that, you know what I mean? Like if you put in your own money, you bought in a different time, you play a different way, so.
Butterfly effect.
Butterfly effect, exactly. So
Chris is going to open here. Rafa's going to fold. Quick hand. Yep.
But it's cool. It's cool that you've shared that story, and
it's kind of funny to me. Like I always play tournaments with somewhere between like 30 and 70% of myself. You know, and I've never played a tournament for like 17% before, and that sequence of events happens, and that the person who ends up with the huge piece is the richest person I know, who just always has this incredible Midas touch in gambling and incredible luck. And also, I think that selling and backing is so commonplace in poker, and yet it's something we don't really address publicly.
Yeah, I agree.
And so I don't really see what all the stigma is about. A lot of times I know that people just want to keep their financial transactions private, and I understand that perfectly well. But, being part of the poker media, I think I have an opportunity to talk about this experience as a professional gambler in a transparent way, and it's actually helpful to me because I'm supposed to be, broadcasting what the experience of a gambler is, or what it's like on the poker tour, or whatever it is. So I don't know. To me, it's all kind of funny in the end, and it was still a profitable trip. And what can I say? I would have loved to have a larger piece that time, but it's still a good result. Meanwhile, Yevgeny up to 225 here. Joe is probably going to call on the big blind.
Is your standard to call here with the king queen?
Yeah, against somebody like Yevgeny, it certainly is. If I thought my opponent was really loose and bad, I might 3-bet for value.
Yeah.
But against Yevgeny, I'm just always calling. And a pretty interesting board here of 10-8, 6-2 diamonds. Joe with the king of diamonds. Yevgeny with the jack of diamonds. Really has the better hand here.
Better? Expect Yevgeny to bet here, right?
I expect that, yeah. He can get high cards to fold. And it also allows him to win a big pot if Joe has something and Yevgeny gets there. And Joe has exactly one of those hands where his flop decision is just kind of weird. You know, it's like, I mean, you could make an argument for all 3 options. I think he'll just fold, and there you go. He quickly folds. But, like, some people peel that flop, which is pretty ambitious. But when you have the king of diamonds, that's not totally absurd. Some people are like, okay, I don't have very much here, but I have some backdoors, so I'll just check raise this flop.
Yeah.
Which, again, kind of ambitious because your opponent's going to have a pair and a straight draw fairly often. But I actually think folding is best, and no surprise that that's the conclusion that Joe immediately came to.
Yeah, I would be folding there, but I wouldn't be surprised if people are you know, I wouldn't be surprised if people are calling. Like, wouldn't be surprised if someone. I would be interested to see what Kane says about that. I wouldn't be surprised if someone like Kane would call there. You know, due to the sizing and you know the fact that he's probably ahead of a lot of his range there. But I think it becomes, at least for me, very difficult to play. You know, turns and rivers in that spot with a hand like that.
Well, our blinds are up. We're playing 61-20 with a 20K ante. Just in time for Matthew to make it, I believe, 240. There you are. With an ace-queen. The entire Twitch chat is speculating whether Timex dropped $1 million on Reddit, the roulette table. No, I was there for that Instagram picture. There wasn't even a dealer on the table. But it certainly made for, like, when we got the $1 million in plaques, you know, we just, like, we played with it as if it were like a fire truck and we were kids. We were just like, $1 million, come on, what are we going to do with this? Like, we're taking pictures and acting like idiots. You know, people are staring at us like, what are you guys doing? And I don't know, it was really hard not to just enjoy that like a little kid. I mean, you just don't get to toss around $1 million in your hand very often.
Those are the coolest, the plaques. I mean,
the plaques.
That's always, like, ever since I watched, like, the Bond flick. You know,
Yeah.
it's like, you want those plaques. They're so cool. One day I'll hopefully accumulate that.
They're kind of a European thing. You see them in Europe, the guys that get deep in tournaments, they cross over a plaque. I want to say Bay 101 might sneak in some plaques at the end there.
Well, hopefully I'll get some plaques in Bay 101. And you're going to be going to that stop in Austria, right?
In Austria, yeah. So maybe we'll get the plaques out there.
Get some plaques there.
Yeah.
I might have to check that one out too.
Yeah, come on by, man. I'm gonna rent an apartment and discover the city a little bit. A lot of very serious online and live poker players from across Europe have made Vienna their transplant home. So there's some good people over there, including Fedor Holtz, who I got to know during my most recent poker trip. And he's a super nice guy, and I can be very happy for his recent success. I actually got to do the stream for the $250,000 or $200,000 buy-in event we had in Manila that he won. And he played great during that event, so congrats to him. Rafa here going to open up pocket nines.
We're going to see a hand here. Joe found the king and the king. This is where people are yelling at the screen, Joe runs so good.
Yeah.
How does he get the kings here?
Against the chip leader. In position.
Let's see what he does.
I think he's going to make it like 6, 550, something like that.
Well, by the way that I saw Raphael not wanting to fold the queen on that board with ace, queen 10, I don't see Raphael folding here.
I think Matt will fold, but sometimes people cold 4-bet rip this spot. If they think Joe is screwing around very often, it's not a terrible play to make.
Yeah.
The standard is to fold, and Matt does, but now Raphael.
It's scary to rip the 5s there. But yeah, it definitely could be done. Because Joe's button, too. And
he's going after the chip leader, who's the only amateur on the table.
Yeah.
Like, you could really make an argument for ripping the 5s there. Again, it's not something I do as a standard.
Yeah, but with 6, with the way that these pay jumps are and all that stuff, I'd be. It's definitely in a vacuum a good play. It's just scary at this point in the tournament.
So it was 650 from Joe. We get a call from Rafa, and an ace-8 deuce flop is going to keep him from losing a bunch of chips here.
Yeah. I still think Joe might be able to get Raphael to call 1-bet here.
I think he will probably call 1-bet, but that will be the limit to his losses here. Both players check the flop. 6 of diamonds on the turn adds a second flush draw.
Maybe Raphael can blast Joe off the kings. We're going to see a bet, maybe a blocker bet. Let's see what kind of bet he does here.
You are absolutely right. 550.
Yeah.
Joe is going to call eventually, and then the river will likely go check-check. Not really sure what I think of this bet from Rafa. I don't think I particularly like it very much, because if Joe doesn't have showdown value, he just bets this flop every time.
Yeah.
You're not going to get him to fold 10s or better with just one bet. And, you know, if for some reason he checked back a hand that doesn't have showdown value, which is super rare here, you do want to give him an opportunity to bluff. So even though seeing a river isn't necessarily great for your 9s, I don't particularly like the turn bet. I don't think it accomplishes very much of what we want in Rafa's position.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of blocker bets per se.
I guess maybe Joe can have like 8-7 suited, which he 3-bet against you or something, and you're going to get value, but either way, Rafa didn't really lose very much there, and he still got the showdown with his 9s. You know, Joe, of course, once the ace came out there, lost the opportunity to really put a dent in Rafa, but pretty straightforward hand once the flop comes out that way.
Yeah. Yeah, that was pretty much straightforward. Do you think Joe could have considered value betting that river, or snap check behind?
One of the flushes got there too, right?
Yeah.
I think that's pretty optimistic.
Yeah. It just...
You could bet really small if you think he will never try and take advantage of that, and that he would bet twice with an ace. If you think he'd bet twice with an ace and bet again with his flush, then I guess you could bet super small there, but I don't know. It's just hard to get called by worse.
It'd have to be a silly one, like a
bet
like
like
a 4 big
$400K or something, you know.
I don't think like, I mean, he'd show up with some really weak aces, I guess, in that spot too. But the way that Raphael just snap checked the river like that, Joe was ahead so often, but it was probably not worth betting, I guess.
Oh, looks like Rafa's going to raise up Jack-10 here on the hijack.
I like the fact that Raphael is using his stack to his, you know, to open up his game.
There might be a little bit of a tight fold out of Chris with Queen 6 in the big ante. He's facing Rafa's min raise. Obviously, it's not like, oh my God, what are you thinking, folding Queen 6? But you know, when people are min raising, you can defend super wide.
Yeah, I think my thought on this, and I think my thought on this is that if you're comfortable, I mean, you should be defending that, but there's just, you know, there's some people that just have really difficulties defending properly out of the big, and if you can't defend profitably, then maybe that's the best play if you're going to be not playing correctly out of your big, and maybe he just doesn't feel comfortable playing that way. I don't know.
All right, Rafa going to open again. He's got ace-10 suited. Wow. Nice live, Joe. He's just going to call here. Interesting.
Yeah, I like it.
Having just 3-bet him, I'd be tempted to just 3-bet him again.
Well, I mean, the problem becomes, again, if, you know, he doesn't want to get in 60 bigs with queens here if Raphael is going to 4-bet.
I mean, maybe we do. I just don't know enough about the way Rafa plays. But him being in second place behind Rafa makes flatting more enticing.
Yeah.
But man, you just 3-bet him, and Rafa's the amateur on the table and could make a big mistake here. I'd be pretty tempted to just 3-bet again. Obviously, flatting is fine, but
it's a pretty good flop for queen there. Yeah, I just I can understand his logic behind flatting too, because like, you know, you don't want to have to get in some sort of leveling war. If Raphael does 4-bet, I'm not going to want to fold queens in the spot.
Right.
And then you're looking at getting in 60. You know,
you have to know
it's a
what you're
disaster.
doing to that 4-bet.
Yeah, exactly.
What
It's
do
going to
you
be a
want?
disaster if
Yeah.
you get in against, you know, against Raphael all in bad here. And Joe knows that he doesn't need to take like high variance spots against this field right now, or against Raphael for sure.
I'm a little surprised that Raphael didn't follow through with a bet here. It's actually not that bad a flop for his hand against, you know, 1 flat in the big blind.
Yeah.
And he's still got the backdoor flush and overs, so I think it's a little bit of a weak check fold there on ace-10 suited. It's not absurd or anything. He still doesn't, you know, actually have anything. But, you know, if Joe is flatting hands like Jack-10 suited, Jack-9 suited, Queen-Jack suited, all that kind of type of stuff, and some pairs and everything, even if he's flatting pairs like, say, you know, 6s through queens, I guess, you're going to get some runouts where you can just bluff him off.
Yeah, I would definitely be continuation betting there. And we actually saw earlier Chris Long folded deuces on a similar board. So
that's right.
You know, when you see stuff like that, then even more so, you know, keep firing away.
Keep firing.
You know, if you're getting pairs to fold there. So we're seeing a lot of big pairs now.
Yeah, we really are. Yev in the small. He is out. Rafa in the big. Queen 4 going to fold, and these guys are going to be on a 15-minute break, so we will be showing you a little bit of a highlight reel of the last hour or so of play during the break. Myself and Aaron here are also going to enjoy our 15-minute break, and we'll see you guys back soon. Him on the button. So assuming Rafa 3-bets here, Yevgeny will have an interesting decision about what he wants to do pre-flop.
I think Raphael looks like he has a big hand right now. He's breathing super heavily. He looks super strong in this spot. I'm really curious to see what Yevgeny does here in this spot. He made it super small.
He made it very small. I think Yevgeny's probably going to peel on him. They're both rather deep.
I would be peeling this. But, you know, there's something to be said about interesting to note about if Raphael has a 3-bet bluff frequency or not. I mean, not that this should change whether he should call or not, but it should change whether, you know, you should be considering the 4-bet or not. And I think a lot of times with amateurs, you find that they don't have a 3-bet bluff range on the button, so there's no point in
4-betting light.
4-betting light,
yeah.
Exactly.
At that point, it's like maybe he 3-bet 10s and he'll fold if I 4-bet. And not like maybe he 3-bet ace-x and he'll fold because his hand is crap.
Right.
Well, this deuce-deuce-3 flop, not likely to entice Yevgeny to put any more chips in the pot.
Look at that percentage.
Yeah, there you go.
Tough for him to win.
Looks like Raphael going to follow through with a small bet here. I like the small sizing on this texture.
Yes.
He's gone very small, but still.
Yeah, really small.
I like where his head's at.
Yeah. But I mean, it's always interesting to watch these from the booth, and it's much harder, I think, to pick up on the table. But you know, you can almost just feel that Raphael looks super strong here. Not that it should matter in the spot, anyways.
And Yevgeny is going to fold. So I'll field a real quick question from Twitch. Someone was asking, they said, is there anything you regret or would have done differently in the last hand against Ari Engel when I called it off on the river? I'm not sure if you caught the hand.
I didn't.
So the way it played out is that Ari and I had been battling back and forth in the heads-up match for hours. And in our fight, your value range for 3-betting. And I kind of think this is this clarifies my argument, which is, okay, so we know he's going to be 3-betting some hands like, King 9 off, and I would assume there's going to be plenty of other stuff in those types of situations. So I would think you want to have Ace King suited for those spots too, because people are going to fight back, and Matt very well might fight back this hand, whether it's via a call or a 4-bet. Like, he's just not going to get him to fold Ace Jack button the small blind here. And there's the call from Matt.
Yeah.
And a 5-5 deuce flop will probably get at least one more call from Matt.
Oh, looks like Chris is giving up.
I'm not sure what I think of giving up here. I think there are enough hands in Matt's range that will fold to a c-bet, but maybe I'm just wrong. But aren't there things like Jack 10 suited, Queen Jack suited? And I know that King 9 is technically beating those hands, but you're not really going to win this pot when you check the flop. I think if you 3-bet a fairly raggedy hand out of the small blind, and then you get a board that weak, you should probably continue. But what do you think, Aaron?
Yeah, I think I like the continuation.
Yeah.
But he looks like he's going to go with the delayed c-bet.
Delayed c-bet might be more convincing though, because by checking the flop, it looks like he has showdown value.
Yeah. It's a better play against a pro like Matt.
I agree.
Against an amateur, this is not what I would choose to do, but against someone like Matt, I think it works more often.
And there you go. Delayed c-bet, making it happen.
Yeah. Yeah, it was nice hand by Chris. And they've played a ton together too, so that's the other thing to keep in mind. They're both local. I think they're friends, so Chris might have a read on what he thinks works better against Matt's tendencies in that spot.
What's interesting about that hand is the
and I think you can 3-bet for value.
Yep.
But I think calling's cool too.
I think calling's probably the standard for most people.
Yeah.
And against players who open a lot but also don't like folding to 3-bet, so you can just 3-bet it for value and have a really sweet hand going forward.
The other thing to keep in mind here is that you have Raphael, the amateur, and
you want to keep him in.
Yeah, when you complete, you keep Raphael in with a pretty nice hand.
Yeah.
So that's something else to keep in consideration here.
So Rafa will come along, and we'll get an Ace 10-8 flop, which doesn't hit anybody, really.
The fact that Matthew's opening the 5-3 here suggests that I think he's going to attack Raphael's big blind.
I agree. Raphael will check.
Yeah.
Matt will
Just
check
about
behind,
no
which is
equity.
nothing, and Yevgeny will turn the nuts. Which gives Raphael second pair. I don't know enough about Raphael's playing style to know whether he'll call a bet here. He does have a gut shot to go along with it. Ooh, Yev, so tricky.
Yeah. I love his demeanor at the table. He has one of the most stoic expressions.
Yeah.
He's just great.
Yev is truly one of the old school legends of online poker. I've been having to play against him for he put in his bio that he's been playing for 12 years, and I can just remember playing against him all the way back, 10, 12 years ago.
He's done it
10
all.
years ago, certainly.
He's won a WPT. He's won so much live. He won the WCOOP championship.
Yeah.
Jovial Gent, I think was his name, and he's just a legend.
Yeah. So after 2 checks, Matthew decides to bet this time.
I'm not a fan of this bet, personally, but
this board just drills Yevgeny's range. You can't put him on King Jack, of course, but he can have a lot of stuff like King Queen, Queen Jack, Jack 10.
Yeah, there's definitely,
Ace X suited.
I try not to have too many no equity bluffs, but there's a time and place for it. But I think it's going to be tough for this bet to really ever get through. And Yevgeny's definitely one of the more deliberate players, right?
Very much so.
He takes his time a lot, yeah.
I don't think he's one of the guys that's excessive about it, but he's methodical.
Yeah. So this is going to be a raise, and should take it down.
Looks like he's
Raphael may have gotten a little break here because he might have lost a little bit, but instead Matthew's going to be the one who's going to lose a little bit of chips.
Evgeny always very well dressed at the final tables. You know,
yeah,
I love it.
I was thinking about that too.
You know, I love it.
Usually I'm one of the better dressed poker players, but I got outshined in this booth today by you. And I was thinking at the table, Evgeny and Chris, they got to be the ones that stepped up the dress game tonight.
I remember when he made the WPT championship final table, he had let's see, black pinstripe Dolce & Gabbana suit on, man, and that thing just clung to him. It was so nice. What is Raphael doing here? Meanwhile, this hand's supposed to be over already, Aaron. I thought we were just going to hang out and chat while everybody mucked their cards. What's going on?
He's really breathing heavily again, too. Like, I was reading that as strength before, but maybe that's just how he does it when he's thinking deeply. But I don't know what he could possibly be thinking about here. I mean, he has second pair and
the weekend of the gut shot.
Weekend of the gut shot.
The super weekend.
He is. I mean, he is the chip leader, so he probably thinks that he can put a lot of pressure on his opponent. But I don't think this is the spot where he should be doing this.
What's he doing?
And it's really weird because it just looks like he has a monster. Like he's like, this would scare me if I had like ace-8 right now. If I'm watching what he's doing right now, I'm like, wow, this looks so scary. He looks like he has it, you know? It's just, I don't know. Okay.
There we go.
Wow.
Matthew will snap fold, I assume. Give us 5 seconds of posturing and then fold, you know. that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
One thing that's a little odd about these final tables, though, is these guys are going to be able to
There it is. Completion.
So we get the call from Evgeny. And actually not a bad flop for his hand. 7-5-3 rainbow with a club.
Yeah, this will be bet called.
This will, and could even be check raised.
Could.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Whoa.
Check. Wow.
That seems absurd to me.
Yeah, I'm shocked, actually.
Now Evgeny must think that Liam has a hand like ace high, and he's wondering, what's the best route for me to get Liam to fold ace high here? Do I bet twice? Do I like check raise him here? Do I just check and see if he'll check through and give me a free card?
I mean, this is a spot where if he checks and Liam bets, he should call. So I think it's better to bet and potentially get Liam to fold.
I think his plan is going to be to bet twice, and I think that's the one I just always opt for here, because it's a board that you can hit pretty well out at the big blind. And if you bet it twice, your opponent probably should fold ace high.
Right. Yeah, it's better to Liam cagey. Checking his cards again. Do I have the ace-ace? But see now, like here's the problem with the way that Liam played this. Now, is he just gonna flat? Okay, he just flats. Like if he were to raise, he's almost overplaying his hand.
Correct.
Yeah, it's like so.
Backdoor flush draw gets there.
He's actually gonna win the maximum here, though. I think. I mean, if Evgeny's gonna.
I think Evgeny will probably bet, but I'm not sure.
Evgeny has no diamonds in his hand, and he probably thinks that a decent amount of time Liam could have diamonds here. I mean, he has to bet to win.
This is a close one on the river for Yevgeny.
Yeah, I think he's going to bet. We'll see.
Yevgeny checks. Pretty quick action from Liam there, too. Like, it was never in doubt whether he was going to bet or not. I think he should take just a moment to be considering his options. It was just like, cool, sweet, yeah, $500,000, no problem. I think that was a very minor live tell from Liam.
Yeah.
And I don't think this is posturing from Yevgeny. I think he is going to fold, but he was at least thinking, like, can my opponent have, 9-10 or Jack-10 or something like that. I don't think he's going to call ever with king high there, but he's the type of guy who will at least pause to consider, is my hand, despite not being very good here, ever good against this opponent and the type of line that he's taken.
All right, players, let's get seated, please. Let's get seated.
All right, we are back at the Borgata for the Winter Poker Open final table. Still six-handed. We saw a little bit of a skirmish between Yevgeny there and who was it that had the aces? It was Liam, I believe. Liam had the aces, check back on the flop.
Yep.
And Yevgeny managed to lose the minimum there on his missed draw. Otherwise, no major pots so far. We've seen Rafa slip a little bit. We've seen Joe slide up the leaderboard. And otherwise, everybody else kind of hanging tight.
Yeah, it seems the pros have played. I mean, Yevgeny and McKeon, being the most recognizable names in this field, haven't made any mistakes from what I've seen. And, I think we've seen some interesting pre-flop play with the 5-2-0, 3-bet, and maybe some passive play just because it's in the early stages of a WPT final table, which is to be expected. But I expect more action in this level for sure as we move on.
For those of you just joining us, we are at a 20K ante, 60 and 120 out of lines. Looks like Yevgeny's our button. Small blind Raphael, big blinds Joe. It's full to the right to Yevgeny.
All right, joining us in the booth now, we have Jamie Kersetter. Jamie, thank you for coming in again.
Hey, thanks for having me. How you guys doing?
Always a pleasure. We're doing good. We were saying that not too much has happened at this final table so far. The pros are playing well, but also not trying to blow up the pots unnecessarily. Rafa has slipped a little bit, but, for the most part, has been pretty composed. And everyone is kind of in the middle of the pack besides Rafa and Joe having a couple million more than them.
Nice.
So here we have Yevgeny, I believe, opening to 270 out of the the button. And Rafa in the small blind with 7-6. Looks like he wants to play for more. Yes, I believe. He's made a small-ish 3-bet. 550. Which, with this sizing, might not get Yevgeny to fold, even though Jack-9's not a great hand. When you're getting these type of odds in position against the amateur on the table, I think it's fairly likely that Yevgeny will peel, but I can't be sure. What do you guys think?
I think that I expect that Yevgeny is going to peel here, but the biggest thing that I'm surprised about is both of the amateurs have decided to go against both of the world-class poker players, which to me is the most surprising thing that I've seen so far. I mean, Yevgeny is one of the best players in the world, and Joe McKeon just won the WSOP main and is one of the bigger crushers in the East Coast. So I think it's surprising to keep saying them try to play them out of position too.
Well, it's a 10-10-6 flop, so Rafa flops 2 pair. Yevgeny doesn't have much here. I expect he'll fold if Rafa follows through. Unless he bets really small or something.
His sizing has been really small.
Yeah. Small-ish, but I don't think it's so small that Yevgeny will peel. And he will let it go. So a quick pot there. Jamie, what's going on in your world? We haven't seen you in a while.
Just chilling and play the whole Borgata series.
Okay.
And I'll probably, I don't know, hit a WPT soon, probably down to Florida or whatever. But you have more exciting news than I did.
Yes.
You guys covered already?
We talked about that a little bit.
Magic.
What'd you sleep, like take a nap and then just like fly here for 2 days?
I flew, I slept that night, the night before the flight. I woke up. I had a 15-hour flight to the States. I spent 10 of that asleep, and the rest watching movies. And then I had like a 5.5-hour flight to New York City, and I spent like 5 of those asleep. Then like a 2-hour car ride down here, spent that asleep, and then I managed to still get some rest. I feel remarkably good for how much travel yesterday involved. And I guess because I was unconscious for all of it. And I didn't even load myself up on drugs or anything. It's not like, I took a Xanax and then I was out. It was just all natural. I have a real talent for sleeping on planes.
You're a pro's pro when you can sleep that much
on the plane.
On travel.
Yeah.
Still not accustomed to that.
Matt here, 260 to go with ace-jack suited. Rafa on the button with king-queen. I anticipate that he'll just call here, but I can't be sure. Jamie, have you played with many of the people at this final table? Do you have a lot of experience with these guys?
I haven't played with Rafa. I played with Joe a bunch of times. Like when he was coming up in the circuit, I used to play with him all the time.
Sure.
Chris Leung, friends with, and played with a bunch. And actually, and Matt Watman, Yevgeny I played with on day 1 for the whole day. Where he was slightly more concerned with betting money on making water bottle shots.
Yevgeny was?
Yes.
That's amazing.
He actually called the blogger over and said, can you put in the blog that I'm looking for action?
Well, it's another small 3-bet from Rafa here. I think flatting or 3-betting is pretty reasonable, but in this instance, he's decided to 3-bet. Matthew is going to peel out of position with ace-jack suited, and Rafa is going to outflop him on queen 7-3. And we see his sunglasses for the first time.
I think his confidence is higher now that he took the 6-7 and 3-betted and then won that pot, and he's feeling good. Rafael has definitely shown that he's okay with up in the action. He's going to drive the action in this final table.
And as he should be. He should be playing larger, high-variance pots against this fairly pro-heavy final table.
Yeah, I like it.
So Matt will give up there, as he should on the flop. Rafa takes that one down. And he's back over 10 million.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, so Rafa's biggest tournament cash is 5,700.
Yeah, he has 8K in
I don't
winnings.
recognize him.
Yeah.
I don't think I've played with him before. But wow, so he's playing pretty well and pretty aggro for someone who's
playing pretty aggressive, and
the money means a lot.
I would say, the real mistakes we've seen out of Rafa so far are in his sizing. He raised out of the small blind, but he raised really small into Joe. He made that really tiny 3-bet against Yevgeny in a spot that basically allows Yevgeny to peel with his entire range.
He's been fortunate not to have any of these people flop anything.
Yeah, I think he's played pretty solid so far. I mean, just like I said, the biggest thing that I would be trying to avoid right now is not trying to pick spots against Joe and Yevgeny as much as possible. All due respect to all the other people at the table, but I wouldn't be trying to attack them as much. But
do you guys have the headphones where you could hear table talk?
Yes,
Damn.
You're left out. But these guys aren't chatting too much,
Yeah,
so you're not missing out a lot.
He actually added
Joe's
that
very
in the final table of the WSOP main. He was like the only one chatting people up, and I think he's trying to add that to his game, trying to get some reads on people. And it's only recently. He used to not talk so much at the tables.
yeah, the problem is that no one else at this final table was really a talker. I mean, you're not going to get much out of Yevgeny at the table.
Right.
He's
Whoa, did Liam just fold ace-jack out of the small?
He did.
What the? What?
His spidey senses were going off.
That's sick.
I mean, everybody has it here, but
Yep.
Liam, come on, man. I wonder if it was something in the timing and the sizing of Rafa's raise, but you still can't fold. Like, you can't. Sorry, guys. You just don't get to do that.
Sick read.
I don't know. Maybe he saw his cards. Like, I don't understand at all.
Do you think maybe Matt looked at his cards early and he saw that he was, oh, wow.
Yeah, something.
Wow, okay.
Oh, wow, we're in there.
Meanwhile, Liam's sitting there like, I'm a genius.
Yeah.
This is a big spot for Bucky. He's deep a lot, but I think this is his biggest moment so far.
Well, he's at risk here. He uses queens to hold up against the ace-king suited of Rafa.
Yeah, we saw one ace out of the deck, so.
Oh, ace 7-8. Matt suddenly down to 2 outs for his tournament life.
Our turn is
6 on the turn gives him a spade flush draw, so he will. No, wait. Excuse me. I'm looking at the outs and not his hand. I lied. He only has 2, and it's an 8 of diamonds on the river. Rafael going to win that pot and eliminate Matt Wantman.
It's unfortunate. Matt's a super nice guy.
Yeah.
And a local here. I'm sure you had a lot of people rooting for him.
Yeah, I played with him. I played with him a bit on day 4. He played really well, and you know, he still gets a nice payday of 166K. I'm sure coming into today, he had higher aspirations, but still a really nice payday for him.
Played a good final table and just lost the hands that he did play, which is always frustrating. You know, you come in, you have enough chips to actually play some poker, and then it's just like you enter 4 pots, lose all 4, and then lose a flip.
Yeah. And hand kind of played itself.
Our updated chip counts. 5-handed, including Psychic Liam He, who just snap folded ace jack to a single raise, and as it turns out, saved a bunch of money.
I don't know. He's the only other guy at the final table that I don't really.
He's a juggler.
He's a juggler.
Apparently.
No, he is.
Full time?
He's a circus psychic. He is not a juggler.
Juggler since 6. 2 years playing poker. Okay. I mean, that was a pretty crazy fold, but.
No,
what
I was saying is maybe, I mean, it's possible. I don't expect that, because you know Matt's a pro and he's been around for a while, but it's possible that maybe he caught Matt looking at his cards before, looking like he was going to re-raise. If he caught that, then that's pretty cool. But if not, then that's pretty surprising.
You have here with an ace 9, going to open our action.
Especially because we saw him 3-bet the 5 deuce.
Yeah. What the hell?
Out of the small.
Yeah.
So maybe he's just playing so unpredictable, so no one can predict what he has. You know, that's pretty cool too.
Those 2 hands makes me think Liam's a bit of a field player. You know, both 3-betting the 5 deuce and then just snap folding the ace jack. That's field player stuff. Here he's going to call the king 10 suited, which I like. And Chris, I imagine, is going to come along in the big blind with 10-6 suited. He is indeed. So we'll have a 3-way flop.
Chris will make the call as well. We'll see 3 players to this flop. The flop is.
And it's ace 4-8. Yevgeny, the only one that's really connected here.
Chris checks.
Yevgeny will check. And Liam checks as well. Queen of hearts on the turn. Not a bad card for Chris, who picks up a flush draw. Liam picks up the gut shot.
Good check. I think some people would lead there with Chris's hand, but I think when Yevgeny opens and checks the ace 8-4 rainbow,
He's got showdown value.
Yeah.
He does. He has to.
It's like, yeah.
If the flop was less of a dry flop, I think there would be. When Yev checks, it doesn't. He probably doesn't have an ace, but on a board this dry, when he checks, an ace is very much in his range still. He's nothing to worry about.
Yeah. So I think that was a good check by Chris. Chris has played well so far.
He has.
Are we rooting for the Jack of Hearts? We want the most blood, or do you think it's just going to go fold?
I
think he'll have to. I think Chris is going to peel, right?
Get about 3 to 1 on that call.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty close. It's unfortunate for him that he's out of position, which
Mhm.
makes getting paid on the river harder.
Yeah. The problem is, this is when you, for me personally, I'm thinking about the opponent too. Like if it's against Raphael, I'm more likely to want to call there because I feel like there's some implied odds. Like against Evgeny, like
you're
probably
just
not. I agree with that.
I'm not even gonna get paid. I don't think if I hit it.
Chris didn't even take a beat. He was just like, nope.
Yeah.
So good fold.
Mm-hmm.
Focused.
Are either of you guys going to our upcoming WPT event in Fallsview, Canada?
I wasn't planning on it. I don't
Okay.
think so.
Don't think so. Aaron, how about yourself?
I will be there. I have the bug now. I made a deep run in this, and I just, I really want to get another chance at it. And,
It makes you believe, doesn't it?
It does. I
Yeah.
have the hope.
Is it the same structure as this one? Do we know? No.
No, this is I think this is the only one with hour and a half holes.
Yeah, this is the best structure.
Yeah.
This one and the one in the fall at Borgata are my 2 favorite tournaments of the year.
Yeah, this will always be my favorite tournament.
Well, obviously. Why is that, Aaron?
but besides that, like the amount of entries they get and
it's
the
incredible.
levels, I mean, and they really just do run great tournaments. So.
Unfortunately for me, my run good spot was the Taj.
The Taj.
The Taj.
Yeah, I could do no wrong at the Taj, and they were like, "Wait, this girl's winning here. We need to shut this place down."
Yeah, the Borgata kind of took over all the poker rooms. I mean, there used to be competition, but I think they just kind of destroyed all the rest.
Just outplayed them.
Yeah,
Yep.
pretty much. Just couldn't compete.
All right, so I believe Evgeny called here out of the small blind. After Liam opened the button with King 3 off, and we get a King 7-4 2-heart flop.
Let's see if Liam bets. He's shown a lack of willing to put money in the pot. So, I mean, all right, so it does see better. Because you remember the ace hand where
Yeah.
it's just checking and checking.
So quick fold from Evgeny. Liam will take down that hand. Well, guys, we want to remind you that on BorgataPoker.com, the largest online poker series in New Jersey returns February 28th to March 13th. Garden State Super Series 4 with buy-ins from $20 all the way up to $1,060.
It's pretty sweet. It's been a really successful series the last 2 they've run.
Yeah.
Very worth playing. I think we actually scoop up a bunch of new players during that series. People
Yeah.
who maybe aren't that interested in like a 10K prize pool night will start putting money online to play these that have like 30K for first.
That's
20K
right.
For first, whatever.
Yeah.
So that's available on BorgataPoker.com as well as PartyPoker.nj if you want to get into the Garden State Super Series.
Yeah, I'm gonna want to play some of those. I heard the 1K was a really good one, and shout out to my buddy Ken Samarin, Kenny05, who won that. One of my good friends in poker. Hopefully I'll get to play that this time around.
Chris, you're going to open up King Jack. Rafa in the big blind, likely to defend.
Well, he 3-bet the 6-7 last time.
Well, 6-7 off out of the small. What does he do? A 7-6 suited.
Was he out of the small or the big?
Small.
Oh, he was out of the small.
He
Okay.
was against the Evgeny button raise.
Oh, okay, that's
This
right.
should be a very easy defend. This
Yeah.
is the kind of hand that you want to defend in the big blind. It's got great potential. And he's
See, he
scaling.
does raise.
He raised.
Yeah.
He's playing badly in poker. I mean, he's out to get them.
Not a huge fan of this raise, though.
No, I'm not either, and he's gone really small again, which will allow Chris to flat just about everything. But right now, this strategy has worked for Rafa, so he's sticking with it, but it can get him in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, as a default, I don't want to try to play against very good players out of position.
Another nice flop for him, though. 9-7 deuce rainbow with one to a
diamond.
suit.
And I just don't like to have to throw away hands that have really good potential.
Yeah,
you get 4-bet, you hate it. You're like, oh, God, I should have peeled. This can do so much damage versus a real hand. But in this spot, it worked out for him again. So he's 3 for 3 on like possibly questionable spots, but they've been working out really well.
Then he
Ooh,
checks.
and he checks.
It's interesting.
Huh.
Chris checks as well. Our turn is.
Good check.
Both players check, leading to a 3 of spades on the turn. And now Rafa's going to bet here. And that should end this hand.
Bet 450,000.
Chris will fold. Rafa wins again.
Yeah, I mean, he's being really aggressive. It's a good way to win tournaments. You know, if you run good enough and you're aggressive, you can win.
I also just like, as a man who's currently working, that he's upping the variance of this final table. Just increases the likelihood we have a quick day.
If there were more Rafas at our final tables, there would not be 14-hour-long final tables where by the end we're like taking short naps. And
yeah. It seemed like when he put the sunglasses on, the aggression increased even more.
I feel like that sometimes. I probably have only worn sunglasses like 2 or 3 times my whole poker career, but I do feel kind of like invincible. I'm like, they can't see through my soul. I'm going to make this 4-bet here.
How much do you guys take in consideration who's defending the big blind, deciding how big you guys are raising?
Recently, I think that's an adjustment I made this year. So you should take it as a compliment. If I'm like just 2xing everyone and then I'm like 2.7xing you, it means I probably think you're pretty decent post flop.
Yeah.
Not encouraging you to defend. I don't think you'll make many mistakes post flop. And I think versus amateurs or versus people that I think maybe just have a small advantage over post flop, I don't mind min raising. I like when they defend. So yeah, I think a lot about it now. Like, I would hate to min raise Joe McKeon. I would not.
Right.
Do it.
Yeah, exactly. That's I would agree with that. Against people who are, chronic defenders, I think you're like if I'm raising raising Joe's big blind, or a Barry Hutter or something like that, then it's not going to be a 2x.
On this 3-way pot, we get a 10-7-4 flop. That looks pretty good for the pocket queens of Liam.
What are your thoughts on that, Tony?
On raise sizing?
Yeah.
It often has to do with the frequency that someone defends their big blind.
Yeah.
You know some guys, kind of like you mentioned, that are so apt to defend that you should just go ahead and size it up, even if it's a little bit exploitive against them. And then also stack depth, of course. Like I'm just going to size it bigger when people are 100 blinds effective than 25 blinds effective. Liam here follows through with his bet and takes it down.
Yeah, and someone who's a good player who's like just capable of so much post flop that they're capable of floating and just being a little more creative. I want to make the size a little bit bigger so that kind of defines the range a little bit more, and I have an idea of where I'm at post flop.
Yep.
It's so awkward. They're like, hello.
Kelly's like, you're in the camera now?
Yeah.
Yep. I love Kelly. She's great.
Yeah. She is great.
She really runs the tournament well.
I said she's like, I call her rule book.
Yeah.
Because if you have any question about anything, like she will like basically spout word for word what the rule is in the TDA rules if a player asks something. And I just think that that's a huge thing for floor people to just be like very assertive, because then it just like squashes the problem right there.
I agree. They're getting out with the Jack-6 suited on the cutoff. Now with Rafa on the button, holding King-7.
This will be raised.
I'm trying to figure out how Joe doesn't have a Wawa sponsorship by now. Do you see this kid tweets like about Wawa like once a week? I'm like, dude,
he's working on it.
Well, I think Wawa just knows he's so thirsty. There's like, they're like, we don't really have to do much. He's already advertising.
Oh, man. Liam's got his favorite hand, the 5 deuce.
No 3-bet this time, but he does have a pair.
Interesting.
Definitely kind of an odd raise here. Not completely crazy, because you do kind of block your opponent from just peeling over cards on you by raising. Joe's like, I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I have the king of clubs. I'm going to get you.
Well, this was a limp pot. Is that correct or no?
I believe.
Great question.
Yeah. So I mean, I think Joe kind of knows that re-raise is not really indicative of a real hand. Like I don't think he thinks he has an ace in the spot, or else he would have raised pre. And he's really just repping such a narrow range that really shouldn't mean much. And he's got the nut blocker, so.
I think this call is a result of Joe thinking, A, if he hits a club, he can win some money, and which he does, and B, that his king high might actually be good on that turn.
Yeah, I think so too, yeah. I think it is good enough. I really do.
Also, it'd be weird for Liam to check. He check raised, didn't he? The flop? Is that what's happening here? And then barrel a club, like when Joe has the nut flush draw. This is the life of Joe for the last like 6 months, though. I want to feel this one time.
Wonder what his sizing is going to be here. I'm interested to see if he like.
9 and change.
1.351.
And Liam might find a call here with the.
Oh wow,
the
it's
bottom
big
flush.
Sizing. Okay.
Yeah, he does. Oh
wow.
my gosh!
How good is Joe?
Seriously, he just playmastered him here. That was pretty sweet. Wow,
it's a big pot there
that
too.
was a big bet to get paid off. I really thought that might have been a little too greedy, but Joe knows best.
Wow.
And everyone else at the table is like, no.
Yeah. Yeah, that was pretty sweet.
They're very deep, so our short stack is 32 big blinds deep now, and follows the chip leader with 118 big blinds. This could go on for like a week.
It could go on for a week.
Joe plays really good out of the small. I've had a ton of experience battling with him in spots like this, and he plays out of position really well. I think most people default just fold the king 9 on the flop.
Evgeny here with the ace-10 suited. Gonna open our action.
Is it just me, or has Evgeny been eating the entire final table? Like every time I look at him, I'm like, oh, he's snacking again. All right, interesting strategy.
He just always looks so like calm and relaxed, and it's no big deal.
Yeah, all of day one he was definitely pretty chill. He wasn't too concerned about poker happening around him and stuff. Do you remember that bet from like it was probably 2 years ago with Matt Marafiati and Yevgeny? They were gonna have like, obviously it wasn't Yev initiating this bet, where Matt was gonna put money on who was more attractive.
Oh,
like
yeah.
If they asked like 100 people, who would say Yev was more attractive versus Matt? It's like, what? That was when I was like, the poker world is ridiculous.
Yeah. As it turns out, Matt Marafiati is just super ridiculous, and it also happens to exist in the poker world.
Yes.
Yev here going to check behind with his second pair. And turns trips.
Yev's making some big hands, too.
Yeah,
Wow.
Yev is connecting here today.
This is going to be a tough final table if Yev and Joe are not only playing well, but also like hitting all of the hands. Yev keeps turning the nuts every time. So cool, just chewing. No big deal. Trip tens, ace kicker.
Wonder if Yev has any chewing toes.
I was just thinking.
You were wondering about that? You're like watching his face?
Like, he did start chewing more slowly when the 10 hit.
Yeah, don't even think about it. Yev has no tells ever. He's like a robot. Like, there's just nothing there. He's practiced his chewing many times.
I can see him in front of the mirror, just snacking and raising.
You guys think this is a pretty ambitious call from
Yeah.
Chris, right? This is very optimistic.
It's ambitious unless the jack smokes.
Yeah, unless he drills the jack, but still.
Maybe the McKean
Hand inspired him
yeah.
to just peel here and get there.
Yep.
Sorry, Chris, but you're not Joe McKeon. Like, that's not how it works for you.
This is interesting. I'm curious to see what sizing Evgeny chooses to make here, because the hands that I'm expecting Evgeny thinks that Chris might be calling him with are probably I don't think he expects Chris to call another street with ace high or king high. I think he's probably going to bet bigger sizing here, try to get like a queen in the call, or if he somehow has a 10.
And this is a perfectly reasonable line to take with a queen in Chris's situation. So I like Evgeny to size it bigger here, considering how many missed draws are out there. And if you're in Chris's position with a queen, you're probably just shrug calling the river in a lot of cases. You're not like loving it, but you're probably calling. But as we know, there won't be too much of a decision for Chris here.
Unless he had some sort of plan here, that's definitely not going to work.
Yeah.
He's my friend. I want to just fold his hand for him. It's
Just wanna,
painful
like,
to
run
watch.
out
Like,
there.
it's painful to see someone's gears turning when you're like, don't do it.
There we go. Gets away with it. Evgeny will go back to chewing. So right now our two professionals accumulating chips, as well as our amateur who has taken his chip lead and expanded it. There you see, 14 million for Rafa. Joe chasing him at 9. Evgeny now up to 5.5. Liam and Chris rounding it out in the 3.5 million range. Rafa with ace-10 suited.
Raises to 280,000. Joe and Liam both fold. Chris folds from the small blind.
This will be defended.
Yep. Evgeny definitely going to a flop here with queen 10 suited. So we'll go to a flop. And it is king 9-7, 2 diamonds and a spade. Pretty good board for Evgeny's queen 10 of diamonds. Rafa checks back.
Checks as well. Our turn is 6 of clubs.
6 of clubs will give both of these players some extra outs to an 8.
think Evgeny's probably going to stab at this.
Yeah. I don't know what Rafa's going to do facing a bet. He has surprised me thus far, and I can't say for sure how he's going to play when he has weak equity.
I think it's going to go bet fold, but
probably, but not definitely.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I'm going to bet somewhere around 450, 425, I believe.
420.
How much easier was commentating before all the tanking? When people used to act just very quickly, you probably never had to have a thought. You're just like, this is happening right now.
Yeah. You didn't have to analyze, just
No.
describe.
Exactly.
As I said before, I'm never really quite sure what Rafa's going to do, and it looks like this time he wants to make the call. He doesn't look very confident here, which makes me think that Yevgeny, if he bricks the river, is going to go after him. Just from a live tell type thing.
I think, yeah, it's always good to come up with your decision before you start touching your chips.
I agree.
So.
The ace of spades.
Oh, wow.
Buries it.
I think it's possible Yevgeny pulls out of this bluff here because that's not a great card for his range. He can't really rep it. If he had a king, I mean, if he had a king, he might still value bet this river.
Yeah.
But it'd be small.
Yeah.
But I think in talking about ranges, I think that matters when you're playing against someone like Joe.
Right.
But when you're playing against someone like Rafael, who may not be thinking in that sense, you might be able to consider a bet here.
Yeah.
But,
if he just thinks that Rafa has like 9-8 or 9-10 or something and will be concerned with the sort of absolute strength of his hand, then he might just go ahead and bet here.
Yeah. I believe he would not make this bet against Joe.
Mhm.
And I think it's a good bet against Rafael.
We just know it's not going to work because
Rafael
Rafael drilled.
He just has it.
Yeah.
But I think that he thinks that Rafael would be betting his ace eyes
on this flop.
King. Yeah.
Which is a totally fair assumption. Now, if Rafa really wants to surprise me, he could fold.
No chance. I think he might even. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rafael does make the call.
He's going to call. Yevgeny is going to table queen high and lose.
Let's see the
No.
bets.
Now make sure to table it real confident. I always, if I get caught bluffing, table my hand like I have the nuts and then just stare down the guy like I know I got this one. It's never worked. Not once has it worked in my
for me
life.
once, so
Did it
now,
really?
Yeah, it's plus EV forever. Like,
Yeah.
The other thing, I think maybe it has worked and you don't even know because you're anticipating turning over a bluff confidently. You don't have that like, oh, this is so embarrassing feeling.
Right.
Which you can read that on some people sometimes. If they're in the tank for super long and you call their bluff, like toward the end you could see them being like, ugh, I don't want to turn this over.
Yeah.
Like.
I give people the maximum amount of opportunities to make a mistake, and that includes misreading my hand and mucking theirs because, oh man, he got there. Wait, no, and then their hand's already in the
Plus,
muck.
it's a little funny when someone calls you and then you slam it down so hard that they expect to lose. You at least,
Yeah.
like, it
The
was funny.
look
at
on their
least.
face
Yeah.
is great, yeah.
Yeah. It's always good to table your cards. I mean, everyone can remember the Ivy hand that he folded when he had the winner and didn't table in the main, and just you know, you never know. Just table your cards. Good things can happen.
Yeah, that's right. Ivy trying to get a little too sneaky with not giving away information just mucks the winner.
It was a flush, right?
Yeah,
It was
he had a flush.
eight of spades or something.
But I don't know. I never bluff anyways. So I don't know about this.
You're like, So a dent in the stack of Yevgeny Timoshenko heads in the direction of our chip leader Rafa, who so far has just had things go his way at this final table.
Yeah. It just shows you how much better being aggressive is because, you know, passive can stick around a little while, but he was aggressive. Even if he's making some missteps with his bet sizing and stuff, he's giving himself a chance to win pots where he hits nothing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Always love watching these the small blind, big blind dynamic because it's just one of those things where it's like the least figured out in poker. Even still, I love to see how people, you know, if they limp, if they raise, if they whatever their sizing. It's always one of the most interesting things.
I'm not exactly sure how many chips Yevgeny has here, but if it's under 30 bigs, which I think it is, he might just like limp shove on Rafa.
Well, Rafa's shown the tendency to. I mean, if he's gathering the information from the live stream, he's seen that Rafa's been way too active out of the big.
Yeah.
So it's probably a good spot to do that.
I believe Rafa checked though. He's like, yeah, I checked. So we'll go to a flop. Rafa with trash. Oh, but it's trash that flops something here. This is kind of an interesting board for these two hands.
Yeah, if he gets a set. Yevgeny's too good to get stacked even if the set comes, but lose something.
Yevgeny will bet. Like, I have no idea whether Rafa will call or raise here.
That's what's good. I mean, I think sometimes at a table full of pros and amateur has, like, they just have a decent chance because we know how to play against each other. These guys have put in tons of hands against each other probably. And Yevgeny's been around so long, people have watched him play many hands. Where Rafa's kind of the wild card, and sometimes that's very hard to play against.
I feel like when Rafa's had equity in the hand, he's just continued, but
any equity.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, did he call or did raise?
There we go. And he made it very small. His bets and raises have typically been pretty small so far, so I'm guessing that Yevgeny will just call.
And every time he's made a small bet, it's basically been juicing the pot for him to win later.
Yeah, when he drills.
Like, I don't think that's his plan, but it's worked that way every time. He's like, I don't want to just win like 400K. I want to win 800K. I'm going to min-raise
I'm going to min-raise this and then get there.
Yep.
All right, so Yevgeny makes the call. We'll go to a turn. King of hearts.
I mean, it's actually kind of interesting. I mean, he's doing. You have the ability to put people in some really weird spots by doing stuff like that too, because, you know, if people have. Well, I mean, I don't like the fact to check the turn. But
he did it again.
Just buried it.
Oh man.
Yev's gonna have to check this river and make a gross decision when Rafa bets.
No, I think he's probably gonna fold.
I think so, but Rafa might do something weird, like bet 250K, and then you have like, oh man, are you kidding me?
His small raise there bought him 2 free cards.
Yeah.
2 cheap cards, I should say. This should be a pretty easy fold.
Yeah, fairly quick bet from Rafa here.
How much?
If we want to get into the live tells game.
You're blocking all the stuff that he could credibly raise on the flop, right? Like 4, 6, 5, 6 things that are you know good but have potential.
But that's if you think that Raphael's playing logically.
Yeah.
If he's not playing logically, then you can just add in all random hands like 9, 10, Jack 10.
And Yevgeny does call. Gets rivered by Rafa again with an ace. And Rafa with the small flop raise bloats the pot a little bit, gets extra value on the river. Things going his way.
Yev, it said Yev's down to 24 big blinds. He doesn't have quite as much room to maneuver, which is pretty good for everyone else at the final table.
Yeah, I gotta say, what Raphael is doing is not standard, but it's pretty. It's been pretty effective, you know. I mean, it's working so far.
He's running away with this final table right now.
It really is. It really is. He's wearing a Borgata shirt embroidered by Lacoste. I don't think I've ever seen that before. It's interesting.
Liam here with Queen Jack. Gonna open our action.
Liam opens for a raise for 260. Chris folds. 200.
Evgeny with 9-8 suited. Would love to have some of those extra chips that he lost right now, because now his stack size puts him in an awkward position with this hand.
Yeah, this is a spot where if he's 40 plus, easy call, or potentially even a 3-bet, but it's kind of an annoying spot being short.
I think I would actually fold in this spot now. This
That's what Yev does.
Yeah, you have two active players, Rafa, who likes to 3-bet a lot, and Joe, who is very aggressive. Yeah, I think it's a good fold.
Yeah, I would have pitched it too.
I'd like to see Rafa 3-bet again here, particularly with the stack sizes around the table. Liam's very disincentivized from trying to play a big pot with him at the moment, and you don't want to necessarily let Joe in out of the big blind, so I would love to see Rafa pump this up to 750, 800, something like that.
I agree, and it's that feeling of momentum too,
Yeah.
where a player's just winning every single pot. They're harder to mess with.
I mean, I think calling is better than folding. Wow!
Joe.
Man! And also just Rafa being so psychic, but Joe, how many times are you going to find kings today, buddy?
Joe perked up. Maybe we'll see Joe squeeze and Raphael
back raise or something.
Yeah,
just because he does the thing we never expect. So Liam out.
I could see Raphael getting sticky here for sure.
And it's not that big a raise from Joe, so maybe Rafa just peels here. And the way he's running, the board's just going to be like ace deuce deuce, you know?
This is the battle of the people who are both running very well.
Yeah.
Who knows? The
Battle
board
will run
might
good.
explode. I don't know.
Yeah, Asher, Kniff, and McKeon clashed like 2 days ago, and McKeon won the massive pot. It was a huge flip, like right on the bubble.
Yes,
and
that's
I was
right.
like, it has been decided finally who runs better, because
Yeah.
they both run for 1 year. It was like, couldn't lose.
Good fold by Rafa there.
Yeah.
He got away, and I thought he very well might peel.
The 6 cents by Rafa and Liam at the table has been pretty incredible.
Yeah, especially, you know, just flatting ace-8 suited there in a spot where you're really incentivized in a lot of ways to go ahead and 3-bet it.
Yeah.
And then Joe wakes up with kings. You know, it's one of those things where, you know, you make a small mistake but end up looking like you made a great play.
Yeah.
I
mean, flatting there is not terrible. It's just, you know, 3-betting would be 1.
Yeah.
Flatting is 2, and folding's 3.
I agree.
Really?
Do you remember that one final table we commentated where it went like 4 hours longer than any other one we'd ever done, and we were all like laying on the floor, and they panned to us?
Was that maybe Aaron's?
That was probably mine.
It was
right?
yours.
Because we were talking about it at the start. He was
Yeah.
like, yeah, you guys were kind of negative during that one. I was like,
Dude, we
yeah,
were so
we were all
grumpy.
very
It was
angry
like
and grumpy.
4 extra hours. Like the food, we were like ordered dinner. It was outside cold because we were still talking in here.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I tried to end it as quickly as possible, but, you know.
You were facing Eugene Todd, though. There was just no way that could ever end fast.
Yeah.
Every pot was 3 big blinds. We're like, okay, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, it did take longer than expected for sure.
So Chris has gone up to 250 with a queen 10 offsuit. Joe in the small blind has king queen. And he's going to 3-bet.
Joe out of this small blind, 625,000.
small-ish 3-bet here, but I think he sized it well relative to Chris's stack, and still forces him to make kind of a stack-size decision there, particularly with 3 stacks around the table, right around that 25 to 30 big blind mark. So Joe with the king-queen takes it down. Definitely been our most active 3-better along with Rafa. Those two guys have really been amping it up pre-flop.
I don't think we... Oh, yeah, we did see one 3-bet from Chris as well.
King-9 off, right?
Yeah.
But not ace-king suited on the first hand.
Yeah, I actually like that, though. I was a fan of that. Fan of that call.
EV is eating again.
Well, he was running good when he was eating.
I know.
and then he stopped eating and
Yes.
everything went bad. So he's
I'm like, look, if he's hitting every card, I would just start eating at final tables too.
Our blinds are up. We're playing 75-150 with a 25 ante. 90-minute levels through the course of this event until we get to the final table, and it goes down to an hour. Heads up is 30 minutes. Evgeny going to go to like 325 or something here.
So
330.
Evgeny is obviously an all-time pro, one of the greatest players in the game for sure. And I was talking about this with Kane yesterday because we were talking about Joe making the run that he is and how successful he's been. Who do you guys say is your top 5 tournament players right now that you would choose if you had to pick, like to say, let's say everything's different, but let's say to win the main?
Probably Fedor.
Fedor, yeah.
Yeah, at this point, he's crushing the hardest fields. And he was also crushing the not-so-hard WSOP main fields for a long time. So he's shown an ability to, like, beat top pros and also navigate minefields. So I'd probably pick him.
Dan Smith.
Dan Smith.
Yeah,
Okay.
Dan Smith for sure. Let's see. We're talking the World Series main is it's a very different event.
You got to know how to beat amateurs.
Yeah.
And then when you get to the end, it's pretty difficult.
Yeah. Like I might take Ivy in that field, but in the same question for just like a random WPT 3500 or something, I wouldn't take Ivy.
Yeah.
And it's not to say that I don't think he's like a crusher or anything. I'm just saying in the World Series main in particular, him being in the body of Phil Ivey might be such an edge.
Right, because people are too afraid to play with him. And
Yeah.
Stuff like that. Yeah, that's a good point.
You gotta like Steve O'Dwyer these days.
Yeah.
Speaking of world crushers.
Yeah, the first big tournament that I made a deep run in 2011 NAPT, and this was before he was like superstar Steve O'Dwyer. I play with him, and I play with him and Vanessa at the same table.
Yeah.
And man, I just was like, this guy is really good. I didn't know how he was, like, what he was doing or how he was doing it, but I just knew at that point he was super good.
So we have a raise from Liam to 340 and a defend
Very
from
loose
Evgeny.
defend on a 24 big blind stack.
I don't know.
Super loose.
You got Queen Deuce suited for facing a min raise, minish raise. I'll admit that the stack size is definitely awkward.
That's what I mean. If it's like a 35 big blind stack, I think you just snap defend it. But I mean, it might factor into, like, I don't know what he thinks of Liam's game. Maybe it's not a defend against Joe. Maybe it's a defend against someone you may think you have an advantage over.
I guess with the blinds going up, it's even more awkward.
Yeah.
But I'm definitely not in the habit of folding suited queens in the big blind facing min raises. And this is a pretty good board for Evgeny here.
Yeah, he's never folding.
Never folding now. And it's actually really bad if Liam gets a queen on the turn, because he'll end up barreling that card right into Evgeny's 2-pair. Instead he gets the nice one. He gets the 10.
Yeah. So this is the argument against, right? Because now it becomes
a guessing
more difficult for
game.
him to get away from this, and the cost of him losing the big blinds is pretty harsh at this point. But my standard would be to defend too.
If you guys are in Liam's shoes, do you value bet this river?
Yes.
We have a yes. Jamie?
I think so. I think you have to.
You have a have to. I'm not as sold on it. I mean, you're going to get called by a jack, of course. Yev can have a 3. I don't know that you're going to get called by a 2 very often. You're not going to get called by too many ace highs after checking back the turn and indicating that you have some showdown value. I mean, you have the best hand a lot of the time, but I don't know. Yevgeny, we know he'll check some very good hands to people. And I don't know. I think it's really
posturing.
Really close.
Is he really going to bet this? I'm just shocked if Yevgeny bets this right now. I think he's just posturing. Or is he going to really bet? It's interesting.
I don't know. I think the river is very interesting if you're Liam. And you're check 2. And he just shrug calls it. He's like, yeah, I call.
Yeah, I was
a weird bet.
Really surprised that he bet that river there.
Everything going against Yevgeny right now, who I guess really believed that Liam had some kind of ace high.
Which he really should show up with ace high more than not. And I think he's correct in thinking that he would get called by ace high in that spot. A lot. By Liam. But from a tournament perspective, it's the cost of him losing those chips is more than.
Yeah, now he just has a shove stack, right? What is he left with?
1.9, about 13 blinds.
Yeah, that was a really costly mistake.
Blinds are 75 and 150. Joe folds.
I want to say what we picked up on the action. Steve O'Dwyer is also like the nicest guy.
Yeah.
Like it was like I don't know anyone who was like jealous of his win. Everyone's rooting him on the whole
that's
time.
Right.
The first year I came out to Vegas was like 2009, and my little brother met me for a weekend, and he was a pocket fives guy who was like all about like, oh my God, like you're hanging out with Steve O'Dwyer, Mr. Timko, and Steve was like super nice to him and like answered all his questions. And that was before he was, he was like pocket fives famous. He wasn't like winning a lot at poker or anything yet. He's just super nice guy.
So Yev with a decision here in the small blind on his 13 blinds. I think he will shove. I don't think he wants to like raise, call off. I mean, if he raises, he's definitely calling against Rafa.
Oh, wow.
But I think he's just going to open shove.
Yeah, I think so too.
And I guess with 4s, Rafa will call, and we'll have a coin flip.
Always deliberate though. You cannot pick up any tells when Yevgeny.
Like if you have raises here, it's because he thinks he can induce Rafa into shoving some worse hands.
Yeah, you don't want to induce like the ace deuce.
Yeah.
Or something like that. So.
But ace deuce might just call you anyway, so maybe you can induce worse kings or something. It's one of those spots where it's close between shoving and raising. With 13 blinds, I think a lot of people just auto shove, but it really just depends on what you think Rafa's going to do. There you go, all in. Rafa not going to take very long. Let's flip it. The way Rafa is running, it's just shouldn't be in doubt, you know.
I'm like, good game, Yev.
Yev's like backing up his things. Yep. And they're just like stone even in this hand. Okay, flop starts out well for Rafa. He can get a 6 to pretty much lock it up on the potential chop. 4 on the turn, and that is going to end Yevgeny, besides a 6 on the river. Oh! Chop it up.
Yo, Yevgeny barely flinched, by the way.
Yeah.
Who is calmer and cooler than Yevgeny?
Seriously. And he's tough. I was in a really big pot against him on day 2, and I check raised the river pretty huge, and he was in the tank for no joke 6 or 7 minutes and just looking into my soul. I'm like, this is terrible. I think I aged like 3 years during that day.
Oh man, that was great. He knew.
So we had we got up to 4 of our like 5 guys you'd take in the main, right? We had like Fedor, Dan Smith, Steve O'Dwyer, Phil Ivey.
I heard that Tony Dunst guy's on a sick run right now.
Yeah, but he's liable to just punt it with 4th pair. I don't know about that. I'm always tempted to take somebody like Lucky Chewy.
Yeah.
Just because I've been exposed to so much of his strange genius over the years. And I think he's very good at adjusting his play in exploitable ways when he senses that other people are exploitable. Like, you know, I always want to default to somebody like Timex, for example.
Yeah.
But I think that Timex, although he's capable of making those adjustments, is not quite as good at breaking his ranges as Chewy is. Like, Chewy's just so good at figuring out what other people are doing and how to exploit them. I guess I would probably take him in something like the main event before Timex, but it's super close there. I don't know. Who are you guys using to round out the top 5?
I gotta think about this one.
Yeah.
What about Vanessa Zelpst?
Yeah, always.
Is she in there? She's pretty good.
She punishes amateurs, dude. She
punishes,
really
yeah.
does. In the
In the
main, I would
WPT,
take her
yeah.
over any other
She
kind
punishes
of
amateurs,
tournament.
yeah.
Yeah. She's terrifying. Like on the bubble,
Yeah.
give her like 80 big blinds and have a table full of 20 big blind stacks. Like,
Yeah.
and she'll have 10 big blinds from every single stack by the end of the bubble. She really just does torture people. And she's the most competitive human ever. That the charity event the other day,
Ever.
she was like mad she busted the charity event. I'm
That's maybe the reason I wouldn't have her in my top 5 is you can't be 100% sure that something weird doesn't happen, and then you have Vanessa
head.
just rages.
Yeah.
She's like, there is at least some degree of rage
There's
chance.
like a 5% spaz factor.
Okay, so top pair for Liam against second pair for Joe here.
So this is kind of cool because I think in the last pot, which Joe got in with Liam, he called the raise on the. He called the raise not thinking that Liam would just check behind with the ace, and now he did check behind with the ace, and I don't think he might not be a believer. Interesting snap check there. Liam's like really cagey. Like he doesn't want to bet when he has what? Wow.
Yeah.
And Joe turned over his cards like, I have the best hand up.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, gotcha.
Wait, what?
Wait, what?
Yeah.
That's how I would feel too.
Maybe Liam's just gun shy after the last hand.
Joe's face says it all.
Dude, I want a gif of like Joe's faces right there.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Oh man.
Is Liam just trying to pay jump right now? That's what that looked like. Like he's very afraid of getting in too many chips right now.
I mean, he really got crushed on that last hand, so he might be a little gun shy after that. I mean, he's tried a couple times to outplay Joe, and then it's turned out bad. So he just might be just really gun shy.
I will say that Liam seems the least comfortable at this table, I guess is the way I put it. Like, his play has been very erratic.
Yeah.
And it's almost as if he's kind of deciding in the moment what he's going to do, and it doesn't seem like he plans ahead of time too much. Between, like, you know, the 5-2 offsuit 3-bet, the ace-jack snap fold, the not value betting there, the calling it off on the baby flush when it's really hard for Joe to get to the river without a club. All these types of things that makes me think that he's evaluating in the moment as opposed to really sensing what his plan is going forward in a hand.
Yeah, I think
This is about a 19 big blind shove right now.
Yeah. Joe's going to let it go.
I think he's actually the hardest for me to like. I actually somewhat can predict what Rafael's going to do, and I think Liam's been the most difficult for me to figure out exactly what he's doing.
So pocket twos for Chris. We'll take that one down.
It seems that Liam really doesn't want to put chips in the pot post flop.
Yeah.
When he has it, you know, he's had it a lot, and he's been very, very passive. So if Liam is betting post flop, I would be concerned. That's the danger of having that strategy, is that when you do finally start betting, people are going to be really concerned because
Yeah, because they've seen it half an hour ago. Like that changes
if you're
a
snap
lot.
checking back top pair on that board against Joe, that's gonna make it's gonna make it pretty easy to play against you.
Chris calls. And big blind.
Chris completes with 9-7. Evgeny with 9 deuce, likely to check here.
He does have 13 bigs, but yeah, I would expect this to be checked. Oh, he's gonna take it. He's gonna try to take advantage of this limp.
That's funny. I really never thought about it before to like make your decision before you touch your chips at all, but I feel like that's like a huge thing now. Now that I'm watching this play out.
Oh yeah, I don't expect him to check now that he did that. I think he's gonna follow through.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if he just checked now. Yevgeny's too much of a. Yevgeny's too good to like do that and then just check behind. Like he's definitely gonna put in some chips in this pot. He's gonna win. I mean, I think that's cool. I mean, he takes advantage of the limp there. He knows that Chris just never has it.
How many blinds does Yev have? That probably should have been a shove from Chris, don't you think?
He has, I think he has 14 bigs.
Oh,
yeah.
That's a little much, I guess.
Certainly close with, it was 10-7 off? 9-7
yeah,
it's like
off. 9-7 suited.
9-7 off?
Yeah, 9-7 off. I think you
it's
probably can.
Very close to a shove.
Look some stuff up. Yeah, I was going to say,
particularly with
like
ICM,
the
right?
On the line, yes.
Yeah.
And the ICM considerations probably push it over the edge to being a shove.
All right, Joe here with pocket sixes. Going to open for a raise in a moment.
Joe raises to 300,000. Leo folds. Chris folds from the button. Jimmy out of the small blind.
Let's see if you've. Oh, Yevgeny's in the small room.
He folds.
Yev is out. Now with Rafa, a7 suited. I expect he will call, but Rafa has really surprised me so far with his pre-flop play. Might make kind of a weird 3-bet here. He didn't 3-bet the ace-8 suited out of the small, which I would like a lot more than 3-betting ace-7 suited here out of the big, but...
This would be a really easy defend.
Yeah.
From in his shoes.
Yeah.
But Rafa's really mixed it up pre-flop, so... And especially out of position against Joe, like, I would really hate a 3-bet here.
Yeah, I agree. You can make a case. The other ones were kind of like...
Oh, no, don't, Rafa, no, and he sizes it so small, too. Oh, Rafa.
I love it, though. I mean, he's got so much heart.
He's going to get like a 7-deuce-deuce flop and get 2 streets or something. Like, it's just so absurd so far.
He's like, main event champion what?
Yeah.
Basically. And this is great. You have sixes here. It's like, all right.
So Joe will call. And also, Joe knows that he's been making these weird 3-bets. He's got to be getting the info. All right, Rafa, what are you doing with this flop?
I don't even know what to think of Joe right now.
Checked?
Checks.
This is very strange.
I don't really mind checking this flop. You have no equity. It's a pretty good board for Joe's flatting range. Jack of hearts on the turn. Another better card for Joe than Rafa. Not just because of what they're holding, but in terms of what Joe expects to have in this type of situation. And ironically,
well, I mean, you say that, but we have no idea what to expect.
Yeah, like Rafa might just bet here and Joe folds and is like, whatever. Like I've got fourth pair.
Rafa has no range.
Yeah, Rafa has Rafa has no range.
So it's like, it's just, who knows? I mean, Rafa could have the 10 queen here, I guess.
Yeah, like it's not unreasonable to just fold here if you're Joe.
Joe's playmastering. He's over it. He's not folding.
Nah, I don't believe you for a second, bro. Come on. You've clearly got something like a7 suited.
And Rafa's like, oh no, the sunglasses aren't working anymore.
He's just going to drill a 7 on this. Oh, he drills the 10 instead. It's just so easy.
And he
checks it.
And Joe's just going to check behind.
Yeah.
Obviously. He's going to laugh. He's going to laugh when he sees this. Oh, why don't we see Joe's face?
No, we want the Joe face.
Dude, Rafa has rivered everyone like 6 times. This is so fun to watch.
Great.
So I didn't watch the full coverage of the WSOP main. I only watched 3 handed, and I thought Joe played great. But I've been really impressed with the couple hands that I watched Joe play so far. I mean, obviously, I think he plays well as it is, but these are pretty good hands that I've seen him show down.
Yeah, there is some kind of absurd Twitter controversy where people are saying, "Oh, like let's see
it.
some hands that Joe plays well actually, because he just he ran so great at the final table."
Yeah.
And I'm like, this kid's been playing well for like 6 years. Like,
Yeah.
like just because it's funny how much blowback people get for running good in spots. I'm like, everybody runs good in certain spots and bad in certain spots.
This is what I said to Tony. I said, I don't think like he pays attention so much at the table. He's always focused. It could be after he won the Millie Maker, like the $300 at Parks.
Yeah.
He's in there laser focused, and you know, after a hand that he doesn't know what's going on, he's immediately trying to figure out what's up. Like I don't know many people that love the game more than he does.
Meanwhile, he tweeted at us to say, "Please stop
That's
talking
not
about how
him.
good I run." Or that's not him. You said?
That's his a parody account.
Oh,
He's got
okay.
so many haters now. I'm pretty sure that's Luke Rabel, Bad Beat Slayer. But yeah, it's Do 904.
Oh,
Dude
you're right.
904.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good call. Good call. I was like, wow. Not only did he make this final table, but he has time to tweet at us. What a legend, you know.
We have Alik Sitniowski saying, "How
Yeah.
do you not pick Real Kid Poker in the top 5?"
Yeah, in the main, I would definitely take Dan O'Grant in the main.
Mostly just because 5 players is a short list.
Yeah.
Yeah.
5 players is a
lot of
short
really
list,
good
but
players.
just like for the same reason why you want Ivy, I mean,
Yeah.
I want Negreanu and
Experience.
yeah.
I think it's kind of a more interesting question if we say, like, okay, you know, in a random, I don't know, a 5K or something like that, like, say, Bay 101, for
Yeah.
example, you know, some fish, a lot of skillful players, but not the type of dynamic where everyone's terrified, like in the World Series main for the first day or two. You know, then who are your top 5? Then I think it's a more tricky question. You can't just incorporate, well, who crushes fish the best? You know?
Yeah. So how would you change your list then?
I would take Ivy out of it.
Yeah.
And, you know, put in somebody like Ike Haxton, you know?
Yeah. That's a good pick.
Yeah. Who's too big time to play that event?
Yeah. Too rich.
Too rich.
Dude, his Twitter has gotten so much funnier since he's unattached from any online sites anymore.
Yeah?
Yeah, he's hilarious. I was like, wow, he's just been holding this in the whole time.
That's
like,
right, yeah.
It's great.
He's actually, a very opinionated guy. But wisely bit his tongue during the time he was employed by PokerStars.
Yep.
And chose to step away as a result of some of the decisions they made with their VIP program. Meanwhile, Joe here with the Queen Jack completed in the small and now fires out on 7-3 deuce rainbow against Liam, who is going to go ahead and peel here on backdoor draws, essentially.
Yeah, he made it super. What do you bet, like 150?
Yeah,
there?
he bet the minimum.
Yeah.
So I don't blame Liam for peeling or anything here.
I like the call.
Yeah. And he turns a really great card for his hand. 6 of diamonds gives him straight outs, flush outs. Joe is going to check. I assume Liam will bet, but again, he has surprised us a lot. I think he really needs to bet this turn. He only has 10 high. He's got all the outs in the world. His opponent doesn't have much, but definitely has better than 10 high in most cases.
If Joe calls this, I'm gonna have to check the deck and see if he can see the cards right now. If he just knows that Queen Jack is good here. Here we go.
There we go.
So it seems like Liam prefers the bet draws than when he actually has hands. That's something interesting to note. He likes the potential over the actual hand. The sweat.
Now there's a shot of our World Poker Tour Champions Cup, which bears the name of every WPT main tour stop winner, including Aaron Mermelstein.
Yep. Should have a diamond coming on there soon.
That's right,
Looking forward to
two-time
it.
winner. Was it Sacramento was your other win?
Maryland Live.
Maryland Live, there it was. It was this season.
Yeah.
This season, I'm thinking last season.
Yeah, I got my normal finish in that one, like 13th-ish.
Oh, that is a Jamie
right.
Kerstetter
Yeah,
finish.
where do I don't get my
Yeah.
name on that for
No.
they have like a 13th place
Yeah.
finisher trophy.
You'll be
I have
on
to
there
buy it
soon enough.
myself. Damn it. That was a good event. That was the first one they had, right?
Yes, it was.
Maryland.
Yes,
Yeah,
it
it was
was.
a pretty good event.
It was cool. It was really enjoyable.
It was enjoyable for you, huh?
It was.
Weird.
I enjoyed it.
I bet you had a great time. Joe here raises pocket eights. Chris all in for 21 blinds with ace-5 out of the big. And an immediate call from Joe's pocket eights. So, Chris at risk to be our 5th place finisher.
Who's more focused coming into this flop? Oh, Chris was.
Clearly
Chris, yeah, but you know.
There's some backdoors.
Some backdoors there. Yeah, it's not over. Joe could regain the focus. Ace on the turn means an 8, and only an 8 will eliminate Chris here. And it is a 6, so Chris is going to double up.
And one of my housemates has a very small percentage of him, so he's probably like running around screaming.
Yeah. You need those ones.
Yeah.
You need those ones. You do.
We finally cracked the smile out of Chris.
Yep.
There it is. That's huge. It's obviously huge. Does he go? He might even already be second in chips now. Because of that.
Yeah, I think Rafa has
Has
everyone crushed.
Yeah.
Joe is next, and then the 3 on the bottom were relatively close before this hand.
We'll have updated chip counts for you in a moment. Rafa, yeah, he's running away with this. He's got to have 16, 17 million or something.
Yeah, I mean, after people watch this live stream, I think everyone's going to be 3-betting out of the big every hand. That might be the strategy. Rafa's played it to perfection.
Yeah, Evgeny has not had a good day so far. He's going to consult with the rail.
Yeah, that was a big spot for Evgeny. He
Mhm.
could have.
Yeah, he could have made some money there.
Got a little pay jump there.
Yeah, and Chris would have been like, "Are you serious?" with that river 6 that chopped the board when Raphael, whatever.
Got it in against
yeah,
Yev.
with the 4s.
Yeah.
Chris had 20 bigs.
20, 21.
21.
Action with Rafa. I expect him to open here. I know he opened Jack 10 on the hijack.
He's a lot more calm now. When this first started, he was shaking a ton.
Ooh.
Oh, he just mugged it. Wow.
It's a little tight, especially since he's opening into
Yeah.
the short stack Yevgeny, who has to make, you know, for the most part, stack size decisions pre-flop.
Surprising.
Folds to Chris in the small. I think he might just shove on Yev here. I'm not
Yeah, I think-
exactly sure what Yev has. And
Yeah.
there you
Best
have
play.
it.
Yeah, that's slam dunk.
Yev.
Yev's mixing it up.
Yeah.
One time.
Oh, that's
No.
not the hand.
No.
It's a nice 3 minutes for Chris.
Yeah. I wonder after seeing Yevgeny punish his limp before if he's going to try to limp with a stronger hand the next time.
As you can see, fairly flat payouts until we get from 3rd to 2nd. When it's a nearly $200,000 difference. But prior to that, it's pretty much a 50K increase every stop. So you're really trying to get into that top 2 here. And Yevgeny at 1.8 million, the most at risk right now.
Yep.
Dude, I love the internet so much. Zach McNeese at ZM Suited says, "Per your request, I give you McKeon face." He made the GIF.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Oh, let me
see. Thank you.
Pretty good. Just the head shake, eye roll.
Oh, man.
Joe opens Yevgeny with Jack 10 suited here. may end up ripping over him. It's going to be close. I would assume that he will.
Yeah. Joe opened under the gun.
Yeah. So it's a little less of a fist pump show,
Yeah.
but you still have Jack 10
I mean,
suited on like 13 blinds in the small. So
But button cutoff is a slam dunk. This is a little bit closer, only because I haven't seen Joe get out of line.
Yeah.
UTG.
But yeah, Viz going to go all in. And once
But-
it gets back to Joe, oh, wow. And Rafa with a pair of 8s here
Oh,
in the
he
big
ha-
blind kind of has a decision.
He's actually going to get saved. It's like, it's a better spot for Rafa. It just, obviously. It's pretty funny how that works. Just
I love
rips
it.
He's all in.
I love it. Rafa all
How
in.
deep is Joe? That's crazy.
Wow, that was a lot.
Well, because Joe has 3 million less after that hand. Wow, what a good result for Yevgeny.
Yeah.
What a great result for Yevgeny. He doesn't even know right now.
Yeah. That's pretty sick.
Oh, flops the nuts. No problem.
Decent flop. Backdoor hearts, too, just in case.
And a 7 will end it on the turn, so Yevgeny going to double up.
Wow.
This is why, like, when it's close and you're not quite sure, just shove Jack 10 suited. Like, it flops so well.
Yeah.
You know you're going to make Broadway. Come on.
Yeah, I would. That was a close one. Button cut off. I slam dunk. High five the dealer.
Yeah.
But it's Joe. It's Joe. I mean, he hasn't. We haven't seen him open too late under the gun, but
Yeah.
I'm sure he is. I'm sure he's opening worse than King Jack suited.
So Yevgeny back to about 4 million. I'm sure everyone at the table would have been happy to see Rafa win that hand. But Yevgeny flops Broadway and has his opponent drawing dead on the turn.
Hard to bust people with this one.
Yeah, so far, the short stack generally surviving, except for Matt. His pocket queens could not hold up against Rafa's ace-king suited. Liam going to fold 10-8 suited there first to act. Not sure what his stack size is, but even that seems pretty close to me. Chris will open ace deuce. Yevgeny with queen deuce will now play.
See, so Chris is minning Joe McKean's big line, which is he's never getting him to fold. So that'd be my beef with the specific sizing.
Just size it up a little, go 350, 375. Oh,
and I
Joe
lied. He does
snap
fold. I lied.
So our chips evening out a little bit the last couple of orbits. Rafa loses some back. Joe loses one to Chris.
Yevgeny didn't even need to chew anything to win those last two ones, too.
Hey, get the man some food.
Somebody pointed out that Brad Pitt is eating in like all of his movies.
I know.
And then now I can't not notice it.
Yeah.
Like, he literally's always like he has a sandwich with him. I'm like, how does
Right.
this happen?
All this food talk's making me hungry now.
And he's like thin all of his
Yeah.
movies, you know? He's just
Yeah.
always in great shape despite the fact that, you know, and they're probably shooting, 10 takes for each scene and he's just chowing down all the time. Yeah, but he's definitely the greatest all-time on-screen eater.
I gotta go back and look at this. I didn't know this.
Have you ever seen the Oceans movies? All he does is eating them.
In the movie Seven, I
Yeah.
watched it the other day. I was like, he has a sandwich in his hand like all the time, or he's at a dinner or whatever. It's so funny.
Just like chowing down. What's in the box?
Yeah.
Nom, 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 nom. Is it any mayo? Because the sandwich is dry. All right, Raphael raises.
Built-in negotiations. Need to be eating in all my scripts.
Yeah. Did Liam fold 6-5 suited in the big or the small? I think that was the small that he folded.
His randomizer said fold.
How deep was McKeon when Rafa shoved? I'm just curious. Do you know?
Around 6 million, I believe. So you have shoved for 1.8, 1.9.
40 bigs.
Then Rafa came over the top for, 40 bigs.
That's a really tricky spot for eights.
It's a very tricky spot for eights.
I mean, the good thing about it is that, I mean, I think McKeon has to fold like
nines and maybe tens. I don't know. Definitely nines.
I mean, I just think differently. I mean, Joe McKeon's skill edge in this is so big that like
he needs to make a tight fold there.
He needs to make a tight fold there. He really does, and it's a tough spot. I mean, I think you can get McKeon to fold a lot of better pairs. So I think it's a good.
And definitely
shove.
a lot of races are getting folded.
Yeah. McKean's folding ace queen,
Yeah.
7. I'm sorry, 9s, 10s, and maybe even jacks in that spot. So it's not a bad shove.
So a raise from Rafa with pocket eights, a defend from Chris with a 7, and a jack 5-3 two hard flop.
Interesting to see if Chris calls or folds this.
I think without a heart, he'll just fold. Also, it was one of those just kind of like quick, smooth bets from Rafa. He's acting a little quicker when he knows exactly what he's going to do. And Rafa will take that one down. Now there's a very up-close shot of the Royal Flush Girls. We got Jennifer and Reza for you today at the Borgata.
They're bashful. They're bashful now. So whoever wins this gets 800,000 plus, right?
Yeah, just over 800.
It's a good turnout. This is like 200 more entries than they had last year.
Wasn't there a blizzard last year? Was that what it was?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
There's an asterisk next to my name.
Yeah.
I won during the year of the blizzard. Yeah, they got like 990 last year.
Okay.
But you also get the tournament of champions if you win this too. So
That's right.
I'm scouting right now who I'm going to play against. That kind of makes it interesting because it's such a small field that like, you know, almost have like a rooting interest of who.
That's right.
I don't think I really want to see Joe McKeon in there per se.
I'll see you there. I'll play with you.
Yeah.
So our WPT Championship has become a Tournament of Champions down at Seminole Hard Rock this April. It's going to be a 15K buy-in event, only available to people who have won a WPT Main Tour stop. Evgeny here facing a min-raise with Queen 2 offsuit. Gonna let that one go. So Joe will take it down with his min-raise.
So Tony, I know you're big on defending to the min. Do you take in consideration who was min raising you, or it's
Absolutely.
Just, okay, gotcha.
Absolutely, because against somebody like Joe there, if it's close, I'll just go ahead and fold it against someone who makes good decisions because you just expect to make less from their mistakes post flop.
Yeah.
And I think folding Queen Deuce there from Evgeny was a good idea.
Yeah.
And I do not fold very much from the big blind
Yeah.
against min raises.
Yeah. Nor should you.
No.
But I think like that is the correct approach if you can play appropriately. If you can play it well, you know, like, or if you're playing bad out of the big blind to a defend, then like you're just better off folding, I think, right? Like if you're not making the right plays after you complete, then you're saving more money in the long run just folding. but assuming you can play well out of the big blind.
But it's always easier to defend with deeper stacks and against opponents more apt to make mistakes or play passively post-flop and give you free cards out of position.
It's kind of interesting with Rafa that he's very aggressive pre-flop and pretty passive post-flop. I feel like that's why his, not just because of the small sizing, but because of that fact that his 3-bets are getting flatted a lot.
It seems like he's chosen to put in small raises in spots where he wants to get some free cards too.
Yeah,
I think he did
wants
that.
to take control post-flop and decide whether to blow up pots or to keep them small.
Well, yeah, I mean that's it's interesting. I mean he's definitely doing some things pretty good, be it not standard, but I've kind of liked what he's done here in a way.
And you have raises the A7. Just a little more than a min raise. Pretty good flop for Joe. I'm assuming he's going to check call a bet from Yev.
Yeah, Joe's definitely up his he's become so much more talkative. I remember playing with him years ago, and he was just never said a word. And now he's just always trying to get more information, do as much as he can to try to get some reads. I wonder who he talked to about that, or who he learned that from, or if he just kind of picked that up intuitively and just start trying to do things on his own.
It might just be him having some confidence now.
Yeah.
Being world champion probably gives you a little confidence to chat it up a bit.
Yeah.
Well, he will not be folding top pair here.
No.
He's going to call, so we'll go to a turn. 9 pairs the board. I imagine this turn's going to go check, check, and it does indeed, so we'll go to a river. And a jack of spades will fill up Joe McKeon. And I'm guessing he will go ahead and lead out here. He doesn't have a lot of reason to believe that Yevgeny is going to do the betting for him. And Joe can have hands that have missed here.
Now, would you size this small if you were Joe?
Well, would you size your bluff small?
Against Yev's stack, I'd probably size him up a little bit, so I'd probably size up this one as well.
Looks like
a little over half pot.
Looks like Ev's considering this here.
It's definitely worth considering. I don't know if he'll actually call, but it is certainly worth considering. The problem is both 9s and jacks are in Joe's range to play exactly like this. And not many deuces are. So Yev really just needs him to have a busted draw of some kind.
Problem is, I don't even know if I don't know if Joe even chooses this river to bluff Yevgeny too often or often enough. I don't know if he thinks Yevgeny's folding ace high here. I mean, I wonder if Yevgeny thinks that Joe would be calling with all the straight draws too on the flop that don't have clubs in it, or maybe just one club.
And the stacks were such that if Joe had a very strong draw, he probably check rips the flop. I'm not exactly sure about that, but they only had 20-something blinds to start this hand.
Yeah, like any big club probably would just check jam. So that takes a ton of misdraws out of his range, and this should be a little bit easier to fold. Joe definitely doesn't look like he has it. Yeah, this is basically what Yev did to me 2 days ago. I was just sitting
tank
there
the river
endlessly.
Read your soul for a while.
I feel like I'm still sitting there. Yeah.
Looks like he's going to get away here, and Yev does make the fold.
Yeah, I think that's the right fold.
So Joe will collect that pot. William becomes our, excuse me, Yevgeny becomes our short stacked again.
Fake sigh of relief from Joe.
Oh yeah, I love a good fake sigh of relief.
Meta game's good.
Even if you can only torture him for half an hour, he's going to do it.
Mm-hmm. There's our updated chip counts. It's really still Rafa and then the rest. Well, guys, the Super Bowl is on Sunday. I believe the point spread is around 5 or 6 points in favor of Carolina. So instead of asking you who you like in the game, I'll say, who do you like against the spread? Jamie, I'm starting with you.
I have zero input.
Zero input, not a fan of sports.
No, I love football. Just this year, I don't care as much.
Okay. Aaron, how about you?
I am going to go contrarian because the whole world seems to be on Carolina. And if I look at the past couple, I feel like this reminds me of the Super Bowl with the Giants and the Patriots, where everyone was on the Patriots and no one thought the Giants had a chance. I think the Broncos could cover, and the storyline is set up for the Broncos the whole way with Peyton Manning's last game, most likely. So
yeah,
going Broncos. What about you?
I kind of like it. I just think that 5 or 6 points is a lot to give up against that Denver defense.
Yeah.
I will say that Carolina has been very adept at putting up huge scores this season, but I don't know how many times they did that against a top-tier defense. Certainly the NFC South didn't have any in it, besides Carolina. Yevgeny here is going to raise to 330, no takers. Like you said, I think the entire world likes Carolina right now. which makes me think that the betting market might just get pushed away from Denver enough that it becomes a slightly better bet.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'll actually put any money on the game. I probably will, just because it's the Super Bowl and I love having a bet on the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And if I do, I think I'll probably just put it on Denver, man. I don't know. Just the same thing where it just seems contrarian, and I just like going against the grain when the whole world thinks something's going to happen. But, man, Carolina looks so good the entire playoffs. I mean, they just humiliated Arizona, and I thought Arizona was the team this year.
Yeah. I mean, if you know, sometimes I just feel like these things are scripted, and when Jerome Bettis was retiring,
yeah,
Pittsburgh won, and Elway going out and winning the Super Bowl and retiring, and I just feel like the storyline's kind of set up for Peyton to go out on top.
It is a great story if he wins that game.
Yeah, especially as the
big underdog for once in his career.
Big underdog, and he's got the whole scandal thing behind him that's coming up now too. So
That's
it seems
right.
like now's a good time to
make
get
his
out.
exit.
Yeah. There's a lot going on with that story.
So Joe here has gone to 3. It looks like Liam with some mystery cards is going to 3-bet him. I think we've only seen him 3-bet once, right? And that was 5-2-0.
I wonder if it's mystery cards to even Liam. Like maybe even Liam didn't look.
I think he looked.
I mean, he did it with a 5-0 before, so.
It's ace-jack. This time it's good for a 3-bet.
There you go.
So he does go after Joe. Folds.
Nice hand.
Twitch chat seems very conflicted about the Super Bowl.
What are you doing for the Super Bowl?
I'm going to New York City and just going to watch it with some friends. Pretty excited for the game, though. You know, I'm just hoping for a good game most of all. Last year's Super Bowl was one of the all-time greats.
All-time greats.
The Super Bowl before that was one of the all-time worst. Yeah. And so I just want a competitive game to entertain me. This is the last football I get for 7 months. You know, and it's 7 months that I have to sit around and think of how awful football is for people without the actual distraction of football to make me feel better about it. You know? Like every day we just find out that football kills the players that play it even more. And
what do you think about the Manziel situation?
I just was reading about that today. It's insane.
Insane.
Yeah.
His agent just quit on him, too.
Did his agent quit on him?
Mm-hmm.
He's finished.
Yeah.
Wow, he's so finished.
Are they going to find CTE and Manziel? How about that?
Well,
or is he just having?
Some people are just crazy, and football has a psychological effect on people, even if it's not from concussions. It's just like the God complex and stuff.
Yeah.
And people beat their wives and girlfriends and awful things. Like, I don't know. The Manziel thing's crazy though. It was such a fast, such a rapid decline.
We'll touch on that in just a second. Here we got Rafa raising ace-3, Yevgeny defending king-7. And a 6-6-5 flop. Doesn't really connect for either player. But everybody with some backdoor draws.
Seems like a great flop to be betting. The backdoor flush, backdoor straight. For Rafael.
Rafa. And this is what I mean, where he'll take a beat or two when he's not exactly sure what to do, and he'll bet very quickly when he knows. So that's something he's going to need to be careful about here. I mean, Yevgeny will fold his king high, so Rafa takes that one down. Most of all, I just think the whole Manziel saga is pretty sad because he was such an amazing talent and fun to watch in college.
Yeah.
And it just seems like he's going to waste all of that on alcohol and what now appears to be abusive behavior.
Yeah.
He Cleveland, of course.
Two rehabs in a row.
Yeah.
That his family tried to get him into. And
the story with him, what was the story? He
was in a costume in Las Vegas the night before their final game of the season.
And then he tagged himself on Instagram in Cleveland, right?
Yeah, something like that. I mean,
that was bizarre. He was out.
Pretty creative though.
Confirmed out in Vegas by everyone, and then he tags a picture of him with his dog saying he's in Cleveland.
Right.
It's a pretty good try.
Yeah. The crazy thing is that most of this stuff would be swept under the rug 20 years ago. But now it's social media and all that stuff, you just can't get away with it.
Liam here going to go to 325. holding ace-4 suited.
They're getting folds from the small blind down to Raphael in the big.
Raphael with Jack-9 suited facing
Is
a
he going to
raise.
raise or call?
Yeah, we just don't know with Raphael. You know, he's turned a lot of these hands that are traditionally flatting.
I just want to see him raise and just win all of these pots that he's deciding to raise instead of call.
He's playing a very linear strategy where he just like 3-bets the best of his hands. The ones that have equity, he's going to 3-bet.
I don't think I've seen him. Has he flatted out of the big? I feel like all of them have been raised. And he's been fortunate to go against hands that can't 4-bet.
And he's sizing it very small.
Ace-4 suited, actually. This is the perfect hand to 4-bet. Like, Liam should. If I'm Liam, I'm comfortably 4-betting here.
Do anything but fold.
Yeah, I agree.
Just don't fold, Liam. And if you're getting any of the streamed hands, you should know for sure that he can have some weird stuff here. So
yeah, this is like a high 5 the dealer.
Yeah.
4-bet. And yeah. I'm excited. I'm excited for Liam this spot, and I hope he takes it.
Something tells me he won't, and it's just because of that
Do
missed
it.
bet on the river when he had the ace.
I mean, either way.
I think flatting is fine here. Just don't fold.
Yeah. I think jamming's.
Oh! No! No!
I think. Yeah.
Say it's not so. All right, that's it. We're gonna. Everyone's gonna start 3-betting out of the big with like any 2, and it's just gonna be awesome.
He's God. It's getting like 40-1 to make the call there in position with ace-4 suited versus a guy that's been 3-betting stuff like 6-7-0.
Oh man.
But another pot to rough our chip leader. He's just dropping the hammer.
He's mangling everyone.
Yeah.
I think if Kane saw this, Kane busted to this guy Liam, jacks to aces with like 45 big lines, and I think he would, if he saw how Liam played now, he would never happen. Like this, Liam's playing so tight.
Except for with 5-deuce. With 5-deuce, he's going to town. With everything else, he's just folding.
He's just folding, yeah.
Yev with ace-king suited is going to raise 3.3. And there you are.
That would have been cool to see a flop, you know? Both get them, get a flush draw. See some action there. Could have been.
It's crazy. All the hands from the big blind that Rafa has 3-bet are hands I would be so happy to defend.
Yes.
Like they're the
that's
perfect defend hands, and he's 3-bet them, and they've worked out every single time.
Every time.
Yeah.
He's like 4 for 4. And the one hand that I would have considered raising, the ace-8 of diamonds hand, he just flats and he gets away.
Well, that was small blind too.
Oh, small. Yeah, that's
that
a
was
small blind, exactly, which would make me want to 3-bet it more than flat.
Exactly.
So he's like kind of doing everything different than I would have done, and he's winning. And I lose a lot, so so perhaps I'm going to start taking some plays from him.
If you can get people to fold like out of a min raise out of the big to a 3-bet, then that's a nice play. You should do it all the time. I would call any 2 there if I was Liam, by the way. I'm going to tell everyone.
Certainly anything you opened.
I'll tell everyone my strategy. If I somehow had 7-deuce off, I would be calling.
Ugh, and then he checked here. Come on. And he flopped the nuts. Oh, no, Joe flopped the nuts.
Joe
Excuse
flopped
me.
the nuts. And Liam flopped a decent hand.
Yeah.
Like he's going to have to continue.
Makes a pretty quick call. 5 of hearts on the turn adds a second flush draw.
What's interesting is that Joe's taking a balanced approach here. He bet exactly the same as he did before when he didn't have it. And against amateurs, I think you could actually take a more unbalanced approach and just bet big there if they have like 10.
And on this texture, I think you can just size up.
Size up a bit.
Yeah.
475.
So 475 now from Joe. Basically tripled his flop bet.
I wonder if Liam's had enough.
To be a bad time to have enough.
Yeah. I feel like Liam's had enough though. I don't know. This might not be the hand, but he's certainly not a fan of what's happening with him and Joe. Just checking his cards.
Looks like a folding face to me.
Could bury the jack still.
And he'll let it go. So Joe limps, jack 8, flops a straight, and we'll take it down there on the turn. Well, these guys are going to be on a 15-minute break, which means we will be doing the same. We also got a highlight reel, the last couple hours of play for you guys to enjoy during the break. We'll see you back here in 15 minutes.
We're bringing poker back to you. New missions. New rewards. More fun. Sign up to the new Party Poker today. Let's play.
But Liam, come on, man. I wonder if it was something in the timing and the sizing of Rafa's raise, but you still can't fold. Like, you can't. Sorry, guys. You just don't get to do that.
Sick read.
I don't know. Maybe he saw his cards. Like, I don't understand at all.
Do you think maybe Matt looked at his cards early and he saw that he was, oh, wow.
Yeah, something.
Wow, okay.
Oh, wow, we're in there.
Meanwhile, Liam's sitting there like, I'm a genius.
Yeah.
This is a big spot for Bucky. He's deep a lot, but I think this is his biggest moment so far.
Well, he's at risk here. He uses queens to hold up against the ace-king suited of Rafa.
Yeah, we saw one ace out of the deck, so.
Oh, ace 7-8. Matt suddenly down to 2 outs for his tournament life. Six on the turn gives him a spade flush draw, so he will. No, wait. Excuse me. I'm looking at the outs and not his hand. I lied. He only has 2, and it's an 8 of diamonds on the river. Rafael going to win that pot and eliminate Matt Watman.
It's unfortunate. Matt's a super nice guy.
Yeah.
And a local here. I'm sure you had a lot of people rooting for him.
Yeah, I played with him. I played with him a bit on day 4. He played really well, and you know, he still gets a nice payday of 166K. I'm sure coming into today, he had higher aspirations, but still a really nice payday for him.
Played a good final table and just lost the hands that he did play, which is always frustrating. You know, you come in, you have enough chips to actually play some poker, and then it's just like you enter 4 pots, lose all 4, and then lose a flip.
Yeah. And kind of played itself.
Our updated chip counts. 5-handed, including Psychic Liam He, who just snap folded ace jack to a single raise, and as it turns out, saved a bunch of money.
I don't know. He's the only other guy at the final table that I don't really.
He's a juggler.
He's a juggler.
Apparently.
No, he is.
Full time?
He's a circus psychic. He is not a juggler.
Juggler since 6. 2 years playing poker.
Liam's got his favorite hand, the 5 deuce.
No 3-bet this time, but he does have a pair.
Interesting.
Definitely kind of an odd raise here. Not completely crazy, because you do kind of block your opponent from just peeling over cards on you by raising. Joe's like, I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I have the king of clubs. I'm going to get you.
Well, this was a limp pot. Is that correct or no?
I believe.
Great question.
Yeah. So I mean, I think Joe kind of knows that re-raise is not really indicative of a real hand. Like I don't think he thinks he has an ace in the spot, or else he would have raised pre. And he's really just repping such a narrow range that really shouldn't mean much, and he's got the nut blocker, so.
I think this call is a result of Joe thinking, A, if he hits a club, he can win some money, and which he does, and B, that his king high might actually be good on that turn.
Yeah, I think so too, yeah. I think it is good enough. It really is.
Also, it'd be weird for Liam to check. He check raised, didn't he? The flop? Is that what's happening here? And then barrel a club, like when Joe has the nut flush draw. This is the life of Joe for the last like 6 months, though. I want to feel this one time.
Wonder what his sizing is going to be here. I'm interested to see if he like.
9 and change.
1.35 million.
And Liam might find a call here with the.
Oh wow,
the bottom
big
flush.
Sizing. Okay.
Yeah.
He
does. Oh
wow.
my gosh.
How good is Joe?
Seriously. He just play mastered him here. That was pretty sweet. Wow.
It's a big pot there,
that
too.
was a big bet to get paid off. I really thought that might have been a little too greedy, but Joe knows best.
Wow.
And everyone else at the table is like, no.
Yeah. Yeah, that was pretty sweet.
They're very deep, so our short stack is 32 big blinds deep now, and follows the chip leader with 118 big blinds. This could go on for like a week.
It could go on for a week.
Joe plays really good out of the small.
So we'll go to a flop. And it is king 9-7, 2 diamonds and a spade. Pretty good board for Yevgeny's queen 10 of diamonds. Rafa checks back.
Checks as well. Our turn is 6 of clubs.
6 of clubs will give both of these players some extra outs to an 8.
I think Yevgeny's probably going to stab at this.
Yeah. I don't know what Rafa's going to do facing a bet. He has surprised me thus far, and I can't say for sure how he's going to play when he has weak equity.
I think it's going to go bet fold, but
probably, but not definitely.
Yeah, never know.
Yeah, we're going to bet somewhere around 450, 425, I believe.
420.
How much easier was commentating before all the tanking? When people used to act just very quickly, you probably never had to have a thought. You're just like, this is happening right now.
Yeah. You didn't have to analyze, just describe.
Exactly.
As I said before, I'm never really quite sure what Rafa's going to do, and it looks like this time he wants to make the call. He doesn't look very confident here, which makes me think that Yevgeny, if he bricks the river, is going to go after him. Just from a live tell type thing.
I think, yeah, it's always good to come up with your decision before you start touching your chips.
I agree.
So.
The ace of spades.
Oh, wow.
Buries it.
I think it's possible Yevgeny pulls out of this bluff here because that's not a great card for his range. He can't really rep it. If he had a king, I mean, if he had a king, he might still value bet this river.
Yeah.
But it'd be small.
Yeah.
But I think in talking about ranges, I think that matters when you're playing against someone like Joe.
Right.
But when you're playing against someone like Raphael, who may not be thinking in that sense, you might be able to consider a bet here.
Yeah.
But,
if he just thinks that Rafa has like 9-8 or 9-10 or
Mhm.
something, and will be concerned with the sort of absolute strength of his hand, then he might just go ahead and bet here.
Yeah, I believe he would not make this bet against Joe,
Mhm.
and I think it's a good bet against Rafael.
We just know it's not going to work because
Because
Rafael drilled.
he just has it.
Yeah.
But I think that he thinks that Rafael would be betting his ace eyes
on this flop.
King. Yeah.
Which is a totally fair assumption.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if Rafa really wants to surprise me, he could fold.
No chance. I think he might even. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rafael does make the call.
He's going to call. Yevgeny is going to table queen high and lose.
Let's see the
Now,
quotes.
now make sure to table it real confident. I always, if I get caught bluffing, table my hand like I have the nuts and then just stare down the guy like I know I got this one. It's never worked. Not once has it worked in my
for me
life.
once, so like
Did it
now,
really?
Yeah, it's plus 50 forever. Like,
Yeah.
The other thing, I think maybe it has worked, you don't even know, because you're anticipating turning over a bluff confidently. You don't have that, like, oh, this is so embarrassing feeling.
Right.
Which you can read that on some people.
Yevgeny will bet. Like, I have no idea whether Rafa will call or raise here.
That's
None.
what's good. I mean, I think sometimes at a table full of pros and amateur has, like, they just have a decent chance because we know how to play against each other. These guys have put in tons of hands against each other probably. And Yevgeny's been around so long, people have watched him play many hands. Where Rafa's kind of the wild card, and sometimes that's very hard to play against.
I feel like when Rafa's had equity in the hand, he's just continued. But
any equity.
Yeah. I don't. Yeah. Did he call or did raise?
There we go. And he made it very small. His bets and raises have typically been pretty small so far, so I'm guessing that Yevgeny will just call.
And every time he's made a small bet, it's basically been juicing the pot for him to win later.
Yeah, when he drills.
Like, I don't think that's his plan, but it's worked that way every time. He's like, I don't want to just win like 400K. I want to win 800K. I'm going to mid-raise
I'm going to mid-raise this and then get there.
Yep.
All right, so Yevgeny makes the call. We'll go to a turn. King of hearts.
I mean, it's actually kind of interesting. I mean, he's doing. You have the ability to put people in some really weird spots by doing stuff like that too, because, you know, if people have, well, I mean, I don't like the fact to check the turn. But
He did it again.
Buried it. He just buried it.
Oh man.
Yev's gonna have to check this river and make a gross decision when Rafa bets.
No, I think he's probably gonna fold. I mean,
I think so, but Rafa might do something weird, like bet 250K, and then Yev's like, oh man, are you kidding me?
His small raise there bought him 2 free cards.
Yeah.
2 cheap cards, I should say. This should be a pretty easy fold.
Yeah, fairly quick bet from Rafa here.
How much?
If we want to get into the live tells game.
You're blocking all the stuff that he could credibly raise on the flop, right? Like 4, 6, 5, 6 things that are you know good but have potential.
But that's if you think that Rafael's playing logically.
Yeah.
If he's not playing logically, then you can just add in all random hands like 9, 10, Jack 10.
And Yevgeny does call. Gets rivered by Rafa again with an ace. And Rafa, with the small flop raise, bloats the pot a little bit, gets extra value on the river. Things going his way.
Yeah, if it said
In. Rafa not going to take very long. Let's flip it.
Yevgeny shows
The way Rafa is running, it just shouldn't be
I
in
know.
doubt, you
I'm
know?
like, good game, Yev.
Yev's like backing up his things.
Yep.
And they're just like stone even in this hand. Okay, flop starts out well for Rafa. He can get a 6 to pretty much lock it up beyond the potential chop. 4 on the turn, and that is going to end Yevgeny, besides a 6 on the river. Oh, chop it up.
Yo, Yevgeny barely flinched, by the way.
Yeah.
Who is calmer and cooler than Yevgeny?
Seriously. And he's tough. I was in a really big pot against him on day 2, and I check raised the river pretty huge, and he was in the tank for no joke 6 or 7 minutes and just looking into my soul. I'm like, this is terrible. I think I aged like 3 years doing it.
Of the table. We are coming back to level number 17. Level number 17, that's a 25,000 ante, 125, 250. Can you be so kind as to please shuffle up and deal?
All right, we are back at the Borgata for our Winter Poker Open final table. Currently 5-handed.
Gonna look at the trophy right now.
Jamie, who do you think's best dressed at this table today?
Definitely Joe McKeon. Snap call. I think he put on his cleanest T-shirt.
It's like best dressed relative to their average.
Yeah, that's what I was speaking to Joe before the WSOP main, because people were giving him a lot of crap about, wearing sweatpants and sneakers and all this stuff. And I was like, look, like no one expects you to show up in a tux. I was like, just show up in your nicest T-shirt, your cleanest sweatpants,
Yeah.
maybe some new sneakers, maybe. And I think, you know, he tried his best, but being comfortable is pretty important. Being yourself.
You know, Joe's been himself. You gotta respect someone
And
who sticks to their guns.
like Yev is always dressed kind of like Euro, very like neat.
So here we go. Here's the hand that we should have had before play out the way that it should have played out. Basically with the Jack-9 suited and the Ace-2 suited, or the Ace-3 suited, or whatever it was.
That was the first time we've yelled at the screen in the stream.
Yeah. It could have been so much fun.
So
Or it could have just been a flop like this.
Yeah. Bet from Joe. Get a call from Chris in a moment here. And I would think if the turn doesn't improve Joe's hand, he will shut down.
Do you think Joe bets this with no heart? No king of hearts?
Probably not. I don't know. Jamie, what do you think?
I'm not sure.
3 of diamonds, no help to either player. Pretty good card for Chris, really.
The thing is, on Ace King 10, he does have the range advantage here. And if he decides to barrel multiple streets, it's going to be very tough for Chris to call. I'm interested to see if he decides to barrel here, which he will. And the reason is that Chris cannot have aces, kings, ace, king really in his range, so it's going to be tough for Chris to really continue.
You look at those chip distributions that were on there a second ago. Rafa is just dominating, and there's going to be some really fun ICM spots coming up. It looked like there was 14 big blind stack.
Chris going to
Wondering
call here on the turn, and we'll go to a river.
I'm wondering how familiar with like ICM implications Rafa is, if at all.
Nice river for Chris here. Although facing a triple barrel, it doesn't actually change all that
Shouldn't
much.
change much.
And the backdoor flush draw got there, and that's an important part of Joe's range.
He just goes check, check. And Joe is finally experiencing what being a mortal is like. Having not the best hands some of the time.
I'd be interested to see if the river was a brick, if Joe was going to barrel another one. If it was like a deuce of clubs.
I mean, I could be wrong, but I would think a deuce of diamonds is a little better for him to barrel than a total brick. I mean, I guess diamonds are part of Chris's range too, but they are part of Joe's range.
Well, I mean, I guess if the story is he's trying to rep aces, kings, or ace king in that spot, then it's not as likely for him to want to blast on that diamond river. But I mean, it shouldn't really matter. I guess he should still want to blast there, but.
Liam folds on the button. Barrel the blinds.
I figure I believe he bet the turn, thinking I thought he was betting the turn to bet the river too, but I guess I was wrong.
Rafa still cruising. Hasn't been below like 15 million in a long time.
That's awesome. His tournament earnings are $8,700.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a pretty good day for him today.
Joe folds, Leah folds. Chris folds his button.
Painful fold.
So Rafa will take a walk with King Queen. Our blinds are up to 100,000, 200,000, still at the 25K ante.
I'll tell you what, Rafa has definitely created an interesting dynamic with his big. I'm really curious to see how the table adjusts to his min raise out of the big line dynamic, and if it creates people to want to raise his big line. It should create people to want to be raising his big line less. And
unless you can raise 4-bet him.
And 4-bet his big line more.
Yes.
I mean, it's not terrible taking hands that you don't mind. You just have to be aware that you're going to have to put in, 2 or 3 more big blinds, or 4 more big blinds.
I'm wondering if you should have more of a limping range versus his big blind then. I think that would be a pretty good strategy with hands that you don't really want to be putting in like 6 big blinds with.
Yeah.
But they're good enough to play in position against him. I think limping certain hands would be pretty interesting.
But if you do that, then you're kind of telegraphing to the rest of the table.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you still have other people to worry about in the hand. Right. So
if you're in late position versus big blind, it's a better play then.
Yeah.
Actions to Chris under the gun.
Action with Chris, who has an ace-3 suited.
Chris raises 400,000. Yevgeny folds. Raphael on the button folds.
Joe with 6s in the small blind.
How many bigs does Joe have? 19?
He's one of our shorter ones, so I think he might just rip this.
Yeah.
And there's an all-in from Joe.
Joe has announced he is all in.
And he's only got 16 bigs. Liam right behind with king-queen suited. I think he will fold based on the way he's played so far.
Yeah, I mean, he's just guessing. I mean, king-queen suited, it's a really good hand. But even if Joe has like ace deuce here, he could have ace deuce. He could have king jack, king 10 pairs. He does pretty good against Joe's shoving range, but
Chris will get away as well. So Joe will take that one down. And there you see it's very tight amongst our bottom three. 3.8 to 3.1 is the range of stacks.
Liam looks so frustrated.
It does suck when you have to fold a hand like king queen suited pre without putting a chip in the pot. You're like, come on, really?
Yeah.
King queen suited, I'm just gonna fold this thing.
The other reason why I had to fold is because if Chris has a hand, I mean, he could just take a huge pay jump if Chris busts him there. So
that's exactly right.
Plus, I'm just not crazy about calling a 16 big blind all in with king queen suited anyway. It's like you're being a little bit optimistic that your opponent's shoving like queen jack and king jack and things like that, and some of them just aren't.
If Chris had opened that hand with king queen suited, we would have seen a call. But when it comes to open, shove, and then cold calling king queen suited, that is optimistic.
And the flop is jack of hearts, 4 spades.
Chris kind of has the opportunity to put a lot of pressure on these shorter stacks here. When Liam limps, I mean,
I think he should go for it.
He can kind of go for it.
Also, that wasn't a terrible flop for Chris there with the 4 of spades being out there. He only has 3 high. I would probably just fire once Liam checks.
Yeah.
And, you know, if you're getting the hands, then you should know that Liam has been the most risk-averse player. And I think that either pre-flop or on the flop, you should fire at him. And right now with the blinds having increased, you know, these 3 guys who are the shorter stacks are all playing that 15-ish to 20 big blind range. But as we mentioned before, there's not any really substantial jumps until you go from 3rd to 2nd. So I think at this moment in the tournament, if I was one of those guys, I'd be willing to gamble if I thought I had an opportunity to chip up.
Yeah, but that wouldn't stop me if I'm Chris or the chip leader. Until I see some you know, some playback from the opponents, I would be up in the aggression against them.
Especially when you look at the lifetime earnings of Rafa and Liam and know that, like, while the pay jumps are not significant percentage-wise, the actual dollar amount should be significant to both those players.
Well, everybody with a pair on queen 6-5, 9-6 for Chris, king 5 for Yev.
It's interesting you have check behind the king 5 with like, what do you have, 16, 17 bigs?
Both players will check the flop.
Maybe he thought that Chris was trapping him.
Queen will pair the top card. And it is a bet from Chris of 200,000.
Can't see Evgeny not calling at least one street.
Yeah, he'll call here in a moment.
Evgeny calls 200,000 to a river. Ace of diamonds on the river.
And an ace on the river should lead to a check. Chris going for a little extra value here.
It's kind of interesting. I mean,
it's interesting.
Very small, right? What do you make it, 325?
Yeah, he doesn't have to worry about Yev having an ace too
exactly.
much.
Yeah, like nothing changed.
And if he does have an ace, he just has to call here anyway, so it's like not huge risk.
In this spot, you're up against a 6 or a 5 every time.
I think he's usually up against a king 5. I would find this tough to fold as Yev. I don't know. Would you be folding this, Tony?
I don't know. He really hasn't sized it like he wants a fold, has he? He's not supposed to have the ace either, but he can.
Oh, that's a good fold.
But he can definitely have the queen.
Yeah.
And if you think he can value bet a 6, then it's a good fold by Yev. If you think he's going to check a 6, then I think you're stuck calling. Not surprisingly, Yev turns out to be right.
Mm-hmm.
So Chris Long definitively in second place with 8.2 million.
It's a big ace he hit versus the 8s.
Yeah. Yeah, it really was. Can you imagine? Rafa would have just all the chips if he won that hand.
Yeah. This is Rafa's big blind, right? There it is. So, oh, okay, he does raise. All right, never mind.
You thought he limped, yeah.
Yeah, I thought he lived. So now we get to see how he plays it. He's got Jack 8, usually a call.
Yeah, and like 3s is actually a hand I would limp if I was Chris here. And you know you're getting 3-bet just so often. It's a hand that I would just hate to have to fold to his 3-bet. But I guess Chris is now deep enough to peel the 3-bet from Rafa.
Especially the sizing that Rafa makes it.
And he does call.
So Rafa.
It's different if Chris is still on his like 20 big blind stack or 25 big blind stack. I think a limp with the 3s would have been better.
Rafa outflops Chris here. He gets bottom pair and an open-ended straight draw. Don't lead, Rafa. Don't do it.
Judging by how Chris has played, I would think he's not going to stab at this flop.
No.
Anyways,
Rafa's going to lead.
He's going to lead anyways.
I mean, this does prevent his opponent from taking a free card, but I don't know.
All the free cards help your hand, though.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, I guess you're slightly worried about him turning like a king or an ace or something. Overall, there's just not many bad things that can happen.
Right. There are very few turn cards that are really terrible for him.
Just upping the variance.
Yeah.
Really.
You're not getting any better hands to fold when you lead out. I don't think you're getting worse hands to call. You're depriving your opponent an opportunity to bluff when you have a hand that can very comfortably call him. It's not a board that the button's going to bluff that frequently. Ooh, Liam here with a pair of aces. But yeah, not a big fan of that lead.
No, and all the big draws that you're worried about obviously will still come along to your lead.
Chris, wow. Cooler time. Really? Wow, he's just going to flat call?
No way.
How good?
No way.
Oh, my God.
He just flatted?
Yeah, he just flatted. Liam has like sub 20 blinds.
What
is going on in this tournament?
I really like the ace king suited flat, and I don't like this one. This one makes less sense to me.
There hasn't been a single squeeze at this final table either. Like, people are not that 3-bet happy pre-flop.
Maybe he's going to get maybe he gets Raphael to go bananas.
He might just be thinking that Liam is so tight that when he 3-bets, he's getting folds from like everything that ace-king dominates. He's getting jammed on by like jacks, queens, kings, aces. Liam doesn't like putting chips in the pot, so are you just 3-betting to take down the pot?
Flop is 3 of hearts, 7 of hearts, 9 of spades. Liam's first stack.
Sick. I mean, he's fading it. He's fading.
He's going to end up soul reading them in this hand so hard.
It's pretty insane.
Yeah, Liam started this with 20 blinds.
20 blinds, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty crazy flat. Looking at those stacks as well, where like when you 3-bet, Liam literally just has to. Yeah. You might just be thinking Liam's opening range is just super narrow, though.
I mean, he has not opened many hands.
No.
That's for sure.
It's gonna be like a 5 of hearts.
Oh man, you are so
him.
good at this game, Aaron.
Oh God.
You are so good at this game.
Got him. Well. And he checks. What is happening? No.
He's afraid of putting all his chips in.
Oh no. Ugh.
I mean.
Chris is running so pure in this hand. Wow. He gets the free card.
This pot is just so small. How did that happen?
He's going to check again. He's gonna check again. No, he's gonna bet. Okay. Wow. Chris should be able to get away from this, I think.
I think it's pretty close here.
This line is like value down all day, and I mean,
I think he.
Oh, he bet so small though. But no, he didn't.
No, he bet 1/3 pot. You're right. He bet small.
He did. Yeah, I mean, I think it's actually a call because he bet so small. If he bet like, if he bet half or 2/3, I mean 2/3 I'd fold easily. Half I'd want to fold too.
Like, even if Chris calls, wow,
what a boss, dude! Like, there's no one who doesn't
What
double
the
up
hell?
in this spot, or at least
That was
stab at it at
absurd.
some heart. Like, you turn equity and like, I don't know.
that was such a disrespectful hand from Chris. Like, the way to play it that way says so much about what you think of your opponent. It's so disrespectful.
Dude. I love that, though. It's a disrespectful way to play your hand.
It really was, though. Like, he's just like, your opening range is so tight that I'm going to flat you with ace-king.
Yeah,
and
I
your
mean,
bluffing range is so narrow that despite the fact that everything's missed on this river, I'm still going to fold.
And looking at a hand that Chris played yesterday versus Gaucho, versus Dave Preddy's, he put in like 50 or 60 big blinds with queens versus aces yesterday, and like I think it was like four bet. So like showing how he plays that against Dave Preddy's and showing how he plays this against Liam, like it tells everything about what he thinks of his opponents and their capability for having a certain range of hands.
Well, Chris here with another premium, pocket queens.
The fact that he lost like the stone minimum there is amazing. Like,
oh, Yevgeny going to be in trouble here. This is going to be close.
I can't see how he's not going to rip this in here, but maybe not.
I think Yev has gone all in. He is indeed. So Yev going to be at risk in a moment here.
12 bigs. No.
So a snap call from Chris. Yevgeny in bad shape. At risk with pocket fours here. Needs to find another set of fours in order to survive. All right. King deuce 3. 2 clubs and a heart will give both players some backdoor draws, but Yevgeny is the one that needs to improve. 3 of hearts means that a 4 and only a 4 will save him. Jack of clubs, no good. Yevgeny is our 5th place finisher. Still got to see some very skillful poker from him at this final table, and you know, he really just did not have the best hand many of the times that he got post-flop, but managed to avoid losing serious chips in many of those altercations. But he is our 5th place finisher, 206,000. There you see. He's going to get a HUD from the Royal Flush Girls, so life could be worse. Down to 4. And action with Rafa.
I'm surprised when McKeon and Yev shook hands, the world didn't just implode. 2 completely opposite humans.
Oh, Chris gets a walk with ace-queen.
How tilted do you think Liam will be when he sees that ace-king to aces in?
Seriously.
Joe here with an ace-7 suited, first act.
I think you just rip 17.
I do not. I do not think that's what he's going to do.
Just raise fold.
Yeah, I mean, because he can just snap fold if Liam puts chips in the pot.
Exactly.
That seems good.
A little harder to fold to Chris, but
I was
think
going to
he
say,
still
even
do
against
it.
Chris, I might fold. I don't know.
Too bad he didn't see the ace-king
Yeah.
hand.
And it is a 3-bet from Chris.
Yeah.
And a quick fold from Joe, so there you go.
Yep.
Doesn't run his hand into the ace-queen of Chris. We'll take that one down pre-flop. Yeah, I think it's possible that Rafa was the only person he intended to put it in there against.
If Rafa was in the big and he did the little min-raise dance, then I think it would be going in there.
I was a little scared. I would have that's why I was scared.
Chris with just a string of quality hands. Going up to 400,000 with ace-jack. Looks like both blinds will probably fold, and they do. So another easy one for Chris.
Joe looks a lot less animated. Not happy about what's happening here.
I'm sure he's happy about the Evgeny elimination, but otherwise, he hasn't had much to smile about. Another quality hand for Chris. Going to raise up his ace-4 suited now. Action with Rafa, who's been content to fold his crappy hands for a while. But maybe he'll come to life here. Now, this is a spot I wouldn't mind him 3-betting. We've seen some really strange 3-bets from him so far at this final table. I think this is a great time to attack Chris, who's in a clear second place.
You do have two sub 20 big blind stacks.
I mean, you can 3-bet fold this hand, though.
Yeah.
And it looks like that's what Rafa's going to do. I like it. Get him, Rafa.
We got a raise from Raphael to 975,000. Both the blinds fold.
I like the way he sized this, too. Chris, though, with a pretty good hand to get to the flop with.
So
that
Joe
seems pretty close to me.
Joe has 13 bigs, right? So if you put in the 975, you're folding to Joe and he puts in 2.7?
No.
Yeah.
No. But it does force Joe to have a very real hand.
True.
And if Liam shoves, I'm snap folding.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, of course. Liam, I might want to fold jacks to Liam.
But yeah, if Joe shoves, then he's got something good, but you've got 7-5 suited, which can suck out on good hands. So that's
true
cool.
story. True story.
Action with Liam. He's got 9-8 off in the small, and he will complete. Chris with 10-3. Probably won't put more chips in the pot. And ace, queen, 7-2 diamond flop misses both players. And it goes check, check. 8 on the turn. We'll give Liam a pair. Make a small bet here. Salim will take that one down.
Chris is focused.
Chris is focused right now. He's running good too. He's just hand after hand. He has something playable.
Yeah.
I don't know
he
if I'm.
avoided that ridiculous cooler.
Yeah,
Aces.
yeah.
You,
20
you have
minutes
to feel
from now,
good. He's gonna feel like $1 million.
Yeah, 20 minutes from now, he's gonna feel like one of the all-time great poker geniuses.
Yeah.
Just not stack off there. I was gonna say his ace-4 suited seems awfully close versus Raphael, considering the type of hands that he should know Raphael has been 3-betting. But you guys are right that he's disincentivized from playing a big pot against Raphael with those two short stacks in the fray right now, and with the big jump being from third to second.
Yeah.
So here Chris completes, Raphael checks. Both players flop nothing on Queen 10-5.
The turn is a 3 of clubs. Chris checks. Raphael bets out. Chris.
Raphael turns a 3, makes a little bet, takes it down.
Looks like Chris is just content to play completely straightforward in the blinds against both Liam and the chip leader.
I like the adjustments that Rafa has made lately, though.
Yeah.
You know, I think he's using his stack well, but he's not going crazy with it. And there we can see the rail is accumulating here at the Borgata in New Jersey for our Winter Poker Open. I want to remind you guys about the 4th Garden State Super Series coming up on BorgataPoker.com and PartyPoker.nj starting February 28th, and includes buy-ins all the way from $20 to $1,000. Opportunity to play some legitimate online poker on U.S. soil.
Yep.
Jamie Kerstetter, she's going to be there.
Yep. I wouldn't miss it. I think I played almost every event last time. Wonder if we'll do the same thing. Gags and a bunch of people put together like a leaderboard themselves on Pocket Fives, and we drafted teams and stuff last year for it as like a team competition. It was pretty fun.
And of course, those Garden State Super Series events also count towards the monthly tournament leaderboard promotion on BorgataPoker.com. So February 28th to March 13th, get in on the action.
Wow, again, Chris is just flatting. And Liam has sub 20, right?
I think he does, man.
Oh, and he's gonna get Joe to blast the ship in here. Oh no!
Wow.
Joe showing off his psychic powers there.
Wow.
The Joe faces again, amazing.
And a Queen 4-3 2-heart flop. Please bet. There we go. That's actually not a bad flop for Liam's hand here.
No.
He's got 2 backdoor draws here.
Standard bet.
Chris gonna call.
Chris is going to make the call. We'll see a turn.
10 of clubs on the turn. Not a card either player really wants to see. Liam will check.
So yeah, I mean, it's becoming more apparent why Chris is taking this approach, because
it's just very low variance to play against Liam post flop.
Liam's playing so straightforward. He's not bluffing at all. So yeah, I mean,
one more check.
That's it. I think this is I think it's just a check.
I kind of like this bet. You know your hand is good. Your opponent could, in theory, hero you, and you don't let him see cards for 30 minutes. And it's such a tiny bet.
Yeah, I mean this guy. I mean,
And draws missed, right?
This guy never has a. He doesn't have a check raising range as a bluff. For sure, but. Yeah. Yeah, actually, I think it's fun. I just don't like Liam. I don't even. Like, I don't know.
That's a good fold from Liam, though. Your opponent is just never bluffing 325,000.
No.
You know, your ace high is simply not good there. So I like the way Liam played that hand, and I think I might have heard something about our blinds going up. We'll see in a moment.
I like that Joe didn't spaz out pre-flop. I think that was a spot that he could have the ace-8 off. It wouldn't even be that spazzy.
He has to know that when Chris calls from that raise from Liam, that Chris isn't calling really light there in that spot either. So he's got to fade a tight opener and a tight calling range.
Over to Joe with Jack 5, very sad, and then folds. And Liam at aces again.
Yeah.
Oh man!
This is like the first time Joe has played in a big spot without like 90 big blinds. He's like, this is terrible. What you peons have to do.
Yeah.
Liam's effectively won the stone minimum with aces in this tournament.
All right, these cards are out of here. Chris is our big blind man. His hand that does make Raphael first to act.
Raphael folds Jack 9. I think considering the stacks around the table, I would be opening that Jack 9 there.
And Liam folds as well.
Yeah, would have been the best then.
But instead, Chris will take a walk. There we see Chris Long's tournament earnings are $378,000. Joe, meanwhile, with Ace King. I believe that his tournament earnings probably beat out the cumulative earnings of the table around him, and that was when Yevgeny was around. Like, Yev adds like $4.5 million to that picture or something, and he still probably is well ahead of the table.
Raphael folds as well, and Joe will pick up the blinds and antes.
Just a shove and take down for Joe.
First all-time Pennsylvania earnings list. It's going to be hard for me to catch that one.
You have to enter the $1 million one drop.
Yeah.
So Liam, I believe, is raised to 400,000. Chris will call, repeating his strategy of just flatting.
Yeah, I mean, now that I've seen Liam play, I see no reason to do anything but flat him all day and just let him play his hand straightforward against me.
Seems like an opportunity for Raphael to squeeze here if he's inclined, but
That's
he will
the
fold.
only thing, you know, you do allow other people to do crazy stuff, but
So far, neither of your opponents have taken those opportunities.
Chris is in a great spot.
And an ace, 8-5 rainbow flop.
Liam will be first to act. He checks.
And Liam checks, Chris checks.
And
10 on the turn for Liam. It's going to give him the best hand. And I think he quickly bet.
Yep. And
I think Chris will just fold.
Yeah. I mean, if Chris is following the strategy that he only bets
there
when
we
he
go.
has it. Yeah, there you go. Why call? He only bets when he has it. That's the problem when you play that play. And he's kind of laughing to himself. He's just like, under normal circumstances, I would never fold there, but, you know.
Good adjustment to your opponents.
Chris is like, I play so weak, but so good. And like, really though, once he sees this final table, he's going to be like, nailed it.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. He's hashtag focused like Nick Palma.
Now Chris here with an ace-4, gonna open our action.
He's gonna raise it up to 400,000 to go. Raphael folds.
Joe with the pocket sixes is gonna say all in a second here.
$249,000
And what's he gonna be shoving for here? About 2 million even?
Joe will push all in.
2.4, which should make this a fold for Chris.
Liam is out from the big blind position. Back
And he will let it go.
who will
So Joe drags another small pot by going all in pre. Action with Rafa, our chip leader. He's really stayed out of it lately. Hasn't had much to work with either. And he will fold again. Now with Joe holding king queen. Who will probably go all in, but maybe raise and make a decision.
Yeah, I guess, you know, if you got Liam there, you know, it's kind of.
The appealing part about going all in here is Liam might fold aces that he should call. And he's going to get 2 folds, so king queen takes it down.
Hobbies, Hearthstone.
I have to commend Joe for doing an awesome job of filling out his bio sheet. This job is much easier when people give us a little bit to work with. And Joe had some excellent answers on his bio sheet. Let's see. We'll talk about that in a second. What's he want to do with 7-6 suited here? And he's going to min raise.
This is I'm surprised at this a bit. What do you guys think about this min raise to Raphael's big blind, who's been a maniac out of the big?
But he's been very quiet lately, so I think it's fine. Raphael might go ahead and rip the ace-4 here. He might peel. He might 3-bet small and not be sure what to do after that.
Yeah. This is I'm excited to see what happens here.
He's just going to call.
He just calls.
And kind of an interesting flop here. Ace-9-5 rainbow with a spade. So I think the Joe will fall through with a small bet here. He was bet like 350. Yeah. And Rafa not going to go anywhere, but I'm just curious how Rafa wants to play his top pair weak kicker here.
Yeah, I agree.
I would call, but he might just be like, man, I want this hand to be overall, and I have an ace.
Joe's sub 20, so I don't think anything.
Yeah.
I don't think Joe can win this hand unless he buries an 8 or a flush.
There is a bet of 335. Good downsizing by Joe. And a call from Rafa.
A good call.
Yeah,
Just wanna
definitely.
let your opponent keep bluffing at it if they feel so inclined.
10 on the turn. No help to either player. I assume this will go check, check.
I think Joe's going to go for the triple barrel here.
I don't.
No? Oh, okay.
Jack on the river.
It's the wrong opponent to do it first.
Yeah, great. I don't know. I mean, based upon how Raphael was playing before, I almost expect him to do the min-raise with any ace-high, but I guess I have no clue how Raphael plays the big one.
It was a little different. He wasn't really attacking under the gun opens, was he? It was mostly late position raises. I mean, you're six-handed. It's not like anything, you know.
He certainly was doing the Liam raised UTG 1 when they were 5, and he gave him the min raise.
So a quick fold from Joe.
Yeah, it's not, I guess it's not really. It's four-handed, so under the gun is a late position raise. That was an interesting open by Joe on that size stack, I think. Against that opponent, I don't think I'd make the same play. I think he'd put himself in a pretty weird spot if Rafa does his little 3-bet, and even if he doesn't, even just c-betting costs him so much.
Yeah, I think the reason why I was curious to see what Joe does there, because he's sub 20, and he definitely has a range advantage on that flop and turn. That I thought. I mean, it's kind of kamikaze because it'd be a no equity bluff there, but I guess against an opponent who just doesn't care, it's probably not the best play. But
I don't think it's crazy to triple barrel there. I mean, you can represent the better hands a lot better, easier than Rafa can.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so I don't think it's crazy. It just
It's not crazy. It's just once you get called, like
Yeah.
it's so likely Rafa has a hand he's not folding.
Yeah.
I mean, if he has a 5 or 9 with it, you know, on the 10 turn, I think you can potentially get him to.
I think Joe's about to be all in here. Yes, he is. Chris will fold, and I'll take him back. So Joe, who's 24 years old, lists his marital status / kids at LMFAO. His occupation is a poker player for a long time. Prior to that, he was a student for a terribly long amount of time. Years playing poker, too many. Let's see. Biggest tournament cash, 7.6 million. Greatest poker accomplishments, getting Kane Callis to fold to a 3-bet.
That's hard to do.
That's hard.
Yeah.
How do you plan to use money won this tournament? Pay 2015 taxes, of which I'm sure he will get quite the bill. Special talents being incredibly obnoxious, and any superstitions filling out biography sheets when I make a final table.
I'm wondering if this is like his lucky shirt now, because I feel like this shirt has made many appearances. The red one.
Yeah.
At big final tables.
I heard he wears the same underwear to every final table too, and he hasn't washed it since the main event. Yeah.
I really hope he made it up.
Chris opens our action with Queen 9 into Liam, who has a mystery hand, and Chris has top pair on Queen Jack 7 2 spades. Liam with 2 pair. Wow. And he checked back. Wow, he checked back. How does Chris always know? He's like not going to get stacked here. Oh, man. He could even drill him on the river. I mean, he has tons of outs on this river.
Wow.
I'm going to be so scared to play against Chris in the future. I'm just, oh, man, he knows my cards.
Jesus, if Liam ever bets, just I'm so terrified.
Chris will call. We go to a river.
It's going to go check, check if it's a brick, too. Watch.
And he drills it. 8. No problem. So Liam will check. He might do another small value bet here. It might be like $500,000 from Chris. Here we go. I love it.
Chris bets 500,000.
Yeah, $500,000, quarter pot. You can be really confident you have the best hand. You have one of the most important blockers. Very unlikely that your opponent's checking something better on this river, especially Liam in particular. How can he get him to call off with worse?
I think he's folded so much of these.
Yeah, he's just sick of it.
Nice hand, Chris.
Yeah.
9 of spades for 2 pair queens and 8s. The jack plays. Liam folds his hand. Chris will win the pot.
Check back flop, calls turn, bets that river. Just trying to think what exactly Liam can be beating.
I think Liam was just over it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think Liam had to. He just had to pay that one off because, like, you know, you can't keep folding and getting like 15-1 on river bets with pairs.
Yeah, and he at this point he doesn't know, assuming that he's getting the hands, that those have all been for value. Rafa with ace-10 suited, about to open this pot up.
He hasn't played the pot for a while.
So 4 from Rafa. Joe. Looks like he has a shoving hand. He does. He has king-queen. So he's about to be all in and at risk. And they're all in the middle.
Liam folds from the small blind. Chris is out from the big blind. Back to Rafael.
And Rafa has a pretty straightforward call here.
Who is requesting a count.
But he wants to know how much is going to put at risk. Think this one over. And he's going to make the call. So we will have our showdown here. Ace-10 of spades versus king-queen offsuit. Joe, the one at risk of elimination.
Rafael has ace-10 of spades. Ace-10 in the lead. Let's see the board.
I don't think Rafael's lost many of these in this tournament.
Oh, and he just leads off with an ace, but Joe with some outs here. Could hit a king or a 10.
Ace of hearts. Joe has picked up a straight jaw. Let's see the turn.
9 on the turn, no help. So 5 outs going to the river for Joe, or he will be our 4th place finisher. That is it. 7 of spades on the river. Rafa gets the elimination of the current world champion. Nice run by Joe. Played a great final table here, guys.
Good game again.
Yeah.
It's on the heater of a lifetime. That second in 100K at PCA, obviously the WPT main event, and now this run right after it.
Yeah.
He won a win 1K for like, I don't know what it was, maybe 90K right before the WPT main. Insane.
Yeah. 4th in this, it's tough. He ran.
Yeah.
You know,
He might be okay at poker.
He ran bad.
Yeah.
Sucks.
And there we see our final 3 chip stacks. Rafa way out in front. Chris with about half as much. And Liam, our short stack, on 15 big blinds. Still playing 100,000, 200,000.
Liam's got to be super excited. He somehow laddered all the way up here, and it feels like he hasn't won many hands at all.
Who, Liam?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. I agree. It feels like he's barely won any hands and that he hasn't won very much when he has had the best hand.
And he's made 130K for just chilling.
Yeah.
Today.
Oh, just
and he's going to go all in.
He has to have something pretty decent here. He just
yeah, it was very casual, very immediate. But Chris with pocket 5s here.
I would
thinking
fold.
about calling it off.
Wow, even without seeing that, I was agreeing with you, Aaron. It's like,
I mean, come on.
Liam looks chill. Like he has a hand he knows he has to shove with.
Yeah.
No reservations at all. He's doing the Yevgeny
chewing away,
chewing and shoving.
Guy's a regular Brad Pitt.
I mean, in the real world, this is fine to call, but
yeah,
you know, Liam's like just been the tightest ever. And
Yeah.
One thing I don't like here is that Chris has broke his poker face a bit, and that Rafa is still to act behind. So in the event that Rafa had kind of a close decision, it makes it easier that Chris seemed genuinely unsure.
Yes, I agree. He was like counting, how many
Yeah.
blinds is that?
Yeah.
Okay, this is close, but I call. Yeah, he basically
Yeah.
had it written on his face.
Liam has pocket sevens. Looks like Liam might have a double up here.
So Chris does have him covered, but Liam with the better hand.
Let's see the flop.
There's a 5.
Wow.
9, 5, 3, 2 spade flop. Liam suddenly in very bad shape.
I think Chris is going to win this tournament.
He's been running incredibly good, and he's making really, like, he's dodging just insane spots that, like, nobody else would even want to be dodging.
And that is it. Liam is our third place finisher.
Good game, Liam. What he got almost
Yeah.
300K for third. Nice job.
Got it
Nice
in
base
front
office.
and
Yeah.
gave himself an opportunity to double up to about 6 million and make a run at this, but unfortunately takes a bad beat. And as you said, third place finisher for just under $300,000. So these guys are going to be on a 10-minute break leading up to Heads Up. We will be back soon.
We're bringing poker back to you. New missions. New rewards. More fun. Sign up to the new Party Poker today. Let's play.
That's pretty sick.
Oh, flops the nuts. No problem.
Decent flop. Backdoor hearts, too, just in case.
And a 7 will end it on the turn, so Yevgeny get a double up.
Wow.
This is why, like, when it's close and you're not quite sure, just shove Jack 10 suited. Like, it flops so well.
Yeah.
You know you're gonna make Broadway. Come on.
Yeah, I would. That was a close one. Button cut off. I slam dunk. High five the dealer.
Yeah.
But it's Joe. It's Joe. I mean, he hasn't. We haven't seen him open too late under the gun, but
Yeah.
I'm sure he is. I'm sure he's opening worse than King Jack suited.
So Yevgeny back to about 4 million. I'm sure everyone at the table would have been happy to see Rafa win that hand. But Yevgeny flops Broadway.
Crazy thing is that most of this stuff would be swept under the rug like 20 years ago. But
Yeah,
now it's social
absolutely.
media and all that stuff, like you just can't get away with it.
Liam here going to go to 325. Holding ace-4 suited.
Yevgeny folds from the small blind down to Raphael in the big.
Raphael with Jack 9 suited facing
Is
a
he going to
raise.
raise or call?
Yeah, we just don't know with Raphael. You know, he's turned a lot of these hands that are traditionally flatting.
I just want to see him raise and just win all of these pots that he's deciding to raise instead of call.
He's playing a very linear strategy where he just like 3-bets the best of his hands. The ones that have equity, he's going to 3-bet.
I don't think I've seen him. Has he flatted out of the big? I feel like all of them have been raised. And he's been fortunate to go against hands that can't 4-bet.
And he's sizing it very small.
Ace 4 suited, actually. This is the perfect hand to 4-bet. Like, Liam should. If I'm Liam, I'm comfortably 4-betting here.
Do anything but fold.
Yeah, I agree.
Just don't fold, Liam. And if you're getting any of the streamed hands, you should know for sure that he can have some weird stuff here. So
yeah, this is like a high five the dealer.
Yeah.
4-bet. And yeah. I'm excited. I'm excited for Liam this spot, and I hope he takes it.
Something tells me he won't, and it's just because of that
Do
missed
it.
bet on the river when he had the ace.
I mean, either way.
I think flatting is fine here. Just don't fold.
Yeah, I think jamming's.
Oh! No! No!
I think.
Say it's not so. All right, that's it. We're gonna everyone's gonna start 3-betting out of the big with like any two, and it's just gonna be awesome.
He's oh god it's getting like. I think Yev has gone all in. He is indeed. So Yev going to be at risk in a moment here.
12 bigs. Huh?
So a snap call from Chris. Yevgeny in bad shape. At risk with pocket fours here. Needs to find another set of fours in order to survive. All right. King deuce 3. 2 clubs and a heart. We'll give both players some backdoor draws, but Yevgeny is the one that needs to improve. 3 of hearts means that a 4 and only a 4 will save him. Jack of clubs, no good. Yevgeny is our 5th place finisher. Still got to see some very skillful poker from him at this final table, and he really just did not have the best hand many of the times that he got post flop, but managed to avoid losing serious chips in many of those altercations. But he is our 5th place finisher, 206,000. There you see. He's going to get a HUD from the Royal Flush Girls, so life could be worse. So we will have our showdown here. Ace-10 of spades versus King-Queen offsuit. Joe, the one at risk of elimination.
Raphael has ace-10 of spades. Ace-10 in the lead. Let's see the board.
I don't think Raphael's lost many of these in this tournament.
Oh, and he just leads off with an ace, but Joe with some outs here. Could hit a king or a 10.
Ace of hearts. Joe has picked up a straight jaw. Let's see the turn.
9 on the turn, no help. So 5 outs going to the river for Joe, or he will be our 4th place finisher. That is it. 7 of spades on the river. Rafa gets the elimination of the current world champion. Nice run by Joe. Played a great final table here, guys.
Good game again.
Yeah.
It's on the heater of a lifetime. That second in 100K at PCA. Obviously the WPT main event, and now this run right after it.
Yeah.
He won a win 1K for like, I don't know what it was, maybe 90K right before the WPT main. Insane.
Yeah, 4th in this, it's tough.
He might be okay at poker.
He ran bad.
Yeah.
Sucks.
And there we see our final 3 chip stacks. Rafa way out in front. Chris with about half as much. And Liam, our short stack, on 15 big blinds. Still playing 100,000, 200,000.
Liam's got to be super excited. He somehow laddered all the way up here, and it feels like he hasn't won.
Counting, how many blinds is that?
Yeah.
Okay, this is close, but I call. Yeah, he basically had it written on his face.
Liam has pocket sevens. Looks like Liam might have a double up here.
So Chris does have him covered, but Liam with the better hand.
Let's see the flop.
There's a 5.
Wow.
9, 5, 3, 2 spade flop. Liam suddenly in very bad shape.
I think Chris is going to win this tournament.
He's been running incredibly good, and he's making really, like, he's dodging just insane spots that, like, nobody else would even want to be dodging.
And that is it. Liam is our third place finisher.
Good game, Liam. He got almost
Yeah.
300K for third. Nice job.
Got it
Nice
in
day's
front
practice.
and
Yeah.
gave himself an opportunity to double up to about 6 million and make a run at this, but unfortunately takes a bad beat. And as you said, third place finisher for just under $300,000.
Obviously, we're going to end up going to 30-minute levels at this point. Do they want, so we've moved you over and you over as well. So you guys are going to be using different spots.
We're bringing poker back to you. New missions. New rewards. More fun. Sign up to the new Party Poker today. Let's play.
Every hour? Okay. He was small blind, he was big blind. Good? All right, so we have 3 minutes remaining this level here. So we're still at a 25K ante, 100, 200. Okay, 1, 2. And you can shuffle up and deal.
All right, congratulations to our heads up. We're down to the final 2 players in this final.
Now we are back for heads up at the Borgata of the Winter Poker Open. It is Chris versus Rafael. Rafael with about a 2-to-1 chip lead. Actually, I guess it's a little less than that after Chris hit his 5 on the 5s versus 7s. Our levels are reduced to 30 minutes for the heads-up match.
I'm wondering how much experience each of these players has playing heads-up. I'm assuming Rafa doesn't have much just because of not having a ton of tournament caches, unless he specializes in this or something that we don't know about. This may be his first big heads-up match.
I would assume so. So, not sure what to anticipate from his heads-up strategy. Check, check to the turn here. King of clubs gives Rafa a club flush draw and a gut shot. He will check behind and he will find his flush. So when Chris checks, hopefully Rafa bets here, as his hand is good enough the way this hand is played out.
Rafael will bet 425,000, and Chris lets it go. Rafael will win the pot.
So Rafa does make the bet. Chris quickly folds 4th pair.
What do you think Chris's strategy should be here against Rafael?
I would be wanting to play a lot of post-flop. I would want stack to pot ratio to be really high. I wouldn't be inflating pots. I think that he has more experience. He'll make some better decisions post-flop with more information.
So you think he's going to be limping a ton then?
I think limping a ton, and I just don't think he'll be 3-betting a huge amount. I think he'll be defending more often than not. What do you think?
I think he'll be 3-betting this hand.
Yes. I don't know. Maybe he's gonna find out that he faded aces before,
Yeah.
and now he's like,
But
every
that
time
was
I've ace
that
king.
was a Liam hand. Oh, actually, he's on the button, so he's gonna raise, and it'll be interesting to see whether Rafa 3-bets or calls this, because I think it should be a call. But previously, he's taken several hands from the big blind that were calls and turned them into 3-bets because they're fairly good holdings, and that's exactly what King Jack is here.
I like this new graphic we have on top that constantly updates the number of big blinds.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it looks like that's what Rafa's going to do.
He's going to raise?
Yeah.
So this might be the first time that he finally gets the 4-bet.
He gets told,
Yeah.
like.
And he made it big, right? He
Yeah.
made it
Yeah.
big. It was 450.
450 to 1.2.
Wow. He
If you're Chris, do you just like what are you doing here? Like how much are you making it?
How many bigs he has? 69.
69.
Bigs?
Yeah.
I'm gonna make some pretty big sizing here. Give him like the 1.0. Give him like the 3.5.
I wouldn't go that big. I think that's really big in position.
What?
Heads up.
I mean, against someone like Rafael, I don't
Yeah.
think it really matters. If I'm playing Joe McKean, I'm going much smaller.
I think Chris might even just flat here.
He looks like he's
Yeah.
getting flatting chips right now.
But yeah, I'd make it like 2.8 or 3.
That looks like a lot.
That looks like a lot.
Chris is going to re-raise.
Hey, it might be over.
Rip it, Rafa. Send me home. I don't want to be here. No, I don't think he's going to do that.
3.7 million.
It would be.
Wow, he went big.
I think it's right. I mean, I
3.7.
we give him the opportunity to hang himself and just rip it into us.
But that really hasn't been Rafa's playing style, and he's been 3-betting so many sort of mediocre strength hands. I'm generally content.
Yeah, I think I agree with you that this is a little bit
Yeah.
too big.
I'm content to just let him stay in the hand in a likely dominated position, out of position in a like
But you're
4-bet pot.
You're again assuming he has a normal 3-betting range. Like he could have 6-7 of diamonds here that has plenty of equity against ace king right now.
Yeah, but I'm okay to go to a 4-bet flop with my ace king against 6-7 suited, and I also trust that I'll make better decisions post flop than Rafa will.
Especially because the strategy that Rafa's using of
sick!
Wow.
Wow, you guys are you and Chris are geniuses, Aaron.
Yes.
If
Aaron
you think
wins
he's
this
just
one.
gonna call this hand,
Yeah.
wow.
He's a.
I was agreeing with you, Tony. That
Yeah.
Because post flop, yeah, like you're against a pretty wide range with Rafa, but
If
he
he's
didn't
just gonna
do
peel
anything
King Jack.
crazy post
Yeah.
flop. Like he hasn't really made any crazy plays. He's not really like
No.
floating flops and check raising turns or doing anything like that. So you're basically building a big pot with a hand that is dominating your opponent's range, and you can make some decisions.
King, deuce. Oh.
Wah, wah.
Man, Chris is whacking flops
Yeah.
today. Wow. So this is interesting because against a pro, like if you check back ace deuce 8 rainbow,
You're screaming showdown value.
Yeah, right. Like it's
Yeah.
scary. But against this guy, I would
Maybe you
I would
should.
check this every time.
I think that's good, Aaron. I like that.
Oh, he's
gonna lead. Get out of here!
This is awesome. How small is that bet? What?
I love it. Chris looks upset. Chris gave it tell, by the way. He just made a face. He gave the fake upset look.
It's a pretty good fake upset look. He looks real pissed.
Oh, and he made a legit bet too. For a second, I thought he was gonna make some
It looked
weird
like it was a million
min
that he
bet.
was putting out.
Wow. Happy birthday, Chris. So
Please don't do something besides call, though.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this should just be.
I mean, he actually doesn't have much more than that, but I still just wouldn't do anything but call.
How much more does he have? He has,
8 million or something?
70 bigs, and the big blind is
200K? 8 or 9 million?
Yeah.
I feel like he's gonna shove right now. I really don't want him to, but I feel like he looks like he's doing the posturing.
There we go. I love it.
Is that just a call?
That's just a call.
Nice.
Nicely played, Chris.
I mean, effectively,
He was doing the fake counting to see if he can afford this call.
Yeah. Oh man, can I really afford this with my pocket jacks?
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah.
I think Raphael knows that he messed up and he's gonna quit now. But
I don't know. I mean, he might just be getting in over his head here.
I mean,
this would be a bad way to give away WPT.
I think Raphael's done with it.
You've been super good at predicting what he'll do so far, but I don't know. He peeled this 4-bet and then he let out. He might just be like, I got to win this pot somehow.
Yeah.
I'm going to get him.
I think he realized his mistake.
Yeah.
I think
if you're Chris, like, do you just check back here?
Probably.
You basically have the stone nuts.
Here's my problem with checking back is that I think that Raphael is already said that he's given up on this hand. I don't think Raphael puts in another chip in this pot unless he somehow has it. So I think like whatever equity that Raphael has, I think you just because he's got $5 million, I think you just stick it in there because like
I mean
if Raphael somehow has like 5-6 or 3-5 or not 3-5,
but he should never have those hands to call a huge 4-bet, right?
He shouldn't, but. I don't know. I think Raphael's done with the hand. But maybe I'm wrong. If he rips this in here, like
wow.
I really like the check from Chris.
He's betting something.
If he bets, I mean, that's insane.
I just think it's almost impossible for you to lose on the turn when you're in Chris's position.
I thought Raphael would be done with the hand forever, but I guess I could be wrong.
Yes, he went for it.
That's insane.
He bet really small. He bet like 2.8.
I'm shocked. I'm not going to lie. I'm shocked at this.
And Chris can just, like, flick in a chip.
Yeah.
He's just like, yeah, sure. That's such a well-played hand by Chris. And, I mean, just immediately he cuts out so much of Raphael's stack.
Yep. Chris shows ace of hearts, king of spades. Raphael mucks his hand, and Chris will win the pot.
So, I guess against a complete amateur that could try to bluff like 1/7 pot on that river, then it's okay. But I just find that a lot of times people, when they take that line, are just giving up forever with the king jack there. But I don't know.
But it's just like not your normal opponent. It's not like he's against Yev right now. I think
mean,
you have to give your opponent every chance they have to like stab at it and hang themselves. And to Chris's credit, like he doesn't really have timing tells or anything. Like he really could have been calling with like one pair on the flop. He didn't look, you know.
He didn't look thrilled the way he was
I mean, I think
on the inside.
He postured very well. Like
Yeah.
obviously in the inside, he's like, "Yay, I'm gonna win a WPT."
Yeah.
But on the outside, I think he really did look like conflicted, and I think he gave his opponent a chance to make a mistake. And even if that's only gonna happen like 1 out of 10 times, I mean, that 2.8 million chips is very valuable.
All right, Raphael's going to raise it up to 450,000. Chris is going to make the call.
I think that's going to be hard to recover from emotionally for Raphael. Like, this final table has gone great for him, and then right away and heads up.
To get caught bluffing.
Yeah. He just launches off, like, half his stack.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that in one hand, he made several mistakes.
Yeah. 3 different
flatting
mistakes.
that 4-bet.
Leading out, betting the river.
Yeah, everything went wrong.
All right, so check to the turn. Chris turns a flush draw. King high still good. Rafa did not follow through on this flop. It's basically just giving up on this hand. It's like, I don't want to bluff anymore. And a club flush for Chris. I think he should probably check one more time here. I don't think he can really get value. Nice check.
He thought about it. Looked at his chips.
And if Rafa bets here, actually, I don't mind this bluff at all. So it's not going to work, but I don't mind this bluff. It's just
club check
last
and the
one
call.
I didn't. Yep. Okay.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's like, I'll call with these chips I haven't even stacked yet.
Yeah. Oh, you got more stacking to do.
Let's see it. Raphael shows 10 of diamonds, 4 of diamonds. Chris has the 3 of clubs for the flush.
All in all, though, Rafa getting heads up
Major
was pretty
accomplishment.
huge
I
accomplishment.
mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, 8K in earnings to get to this final table.
Scoop
as
up
chip
450,000 or
and play
half a million.
and
or
play
whatever it is.
fearlessly. Like
Yeah.
some of the
Yeah.
stuff he did wasn't the best play, things we wouldn't think would work, but he went for it. Like he was
Yeah.
very aggressive from the very beginning. He definitely wasn't someone who was there being like, all right, I want to ladder up $100,000.
Right.
Like he was trying to win the tournament from the start.
He's got game. I mean, you know, the things that he's doing are not per se standard or whatever, but you know, obviously I didn't like the things that he was doing heads up, but some of the things that he did 6-max and you know seemed to put a lot of pressure on his opponents, and it was made a tough dynamic for the other players.
Meanwhile, Chris's stack has reached the don't bother to
Yep.
assemble them point. He's just like, I have lots more than you,
Yep.
you know?
Yeah.
All right, 450 from Chris, I believe, was 7-5. Oh, I'm sorry, we're playing 125, 250 now, so it's 550. Raphael with an ace deuce.
It's going to raise.
Yeah.
And this time a nice healthy 3 bet to 1.4.
Raphael will win the pot.
Now, I think if he applies the same strategy we saw earlier, where he just, anytime he has something reasonable and playable from the big line, he 3-bets, he's going to get in trouble really quick in this heads-up match, because Chris will have hands that can either flat or can just shove on his 40-something blind stack, and if you're 3-betting that frequently, you're going to get punished.
Yeah.
All right, Chris with air. Raphael will raise and probably take this one down.
I think Chris can probably get away with limping the bottom of his range in the middle of his range and just raise the top.
Yeah.
Against Raphael, who's not going to adjust and just outplay him in that one. I think that would be my my standard here. If Raphael was really punishing all the time, I'd probably just have to fold the bottom of range and then just limp middle and raise top.
Well, there you see the WPT Champions Cup. One of these two guys is going to get their name on it.
Oh,
When it's all
that's
said and
cute.
done.
It's the hand you won with, too.
Yes,
I
and
like
the
that.
hand that you won
That's
with.
cool.
They don't let you keep the actual hand, though.
You wanted to keep the cards?
Yeah.
That's cute. Why not?
RFID cards, they're expensive,
Oh, okay.
apparently.
Yeah. Chris will open 8-7 here.
Yeah, see, I would be lipping
Rafa
that,
will
but
quickly fold.
I mean, I guess if Raphael changes his strategy, then it's good. Because the cool thing is, it seems like Raphael is once he does that raise, it seems like he's not gonna give up. It doesn't care what the board texture is or anything.
All right, Raphael's going to raise it up to 525 to go.
Rafa raises it up. Chris is going to make the call.
Chris is going to make the call.
Looks like we're graphicless for one hand.
Our flop is ace of diamonds.
And an ace jack 6 rainbow flop.
Six of clubs.
Like a C-bet.
Chris checks.
Believe both players have checked.
Checks as well. The turn is deuce of spades.
Ace of spades on the turn. Excuse me, deuce of spades on the turn. There's our hands. 5-3 for Rafa, which really on that board means he should have bet. Chris with the king 10.
Raphael bets 475,000.
And 475 from Rafa. His check on the flop makes it a little more believable that he has something here, but Chris, still with king high and a gut shot, has enough to get to a river. And Rafa gonna river that pair. Should go check here.
See if Rafa still thinks he's bluffing or decides to bluff this river.
Raphael checks as well.
Checks
First
with
plays
showdown.
king high. King of spades, 10 of clubs.
Rafa will take his
Raphael
first
shows
relevant pot of the heads-up match.
3, that's a pair of fives.
Chris is like, yep, almost had him.
This is the fun. This is where you're allowed to smile and be happy.
Yeah.
When you've already won a house, yeah, I feel like that's a good time.
Yeah.
And man, Chris is making his chips neater. I liked what it was just like a giant castle that could topple over. That's always fun when you're like winning chips too fast to stack them.
That's an incredible feeling.
Yes.
All right, Rafa with an ace-king here. Chris with the 5-deuce suited.
Let's see if he still raises. Looks like he is.
Chris will raise it up to 550,000.
We haven't seen Rafa actually have a real hand.
Yeah.
It's weird. I'm like, is he going to 3-bet this?
He
I mean,
probably
he
doesn't
obviously
even know.
should 3-bet it because he's been 3-betting a lot of dust the whole time.
He's gonna 3-bet it.
$1.4 again.
Raphael will re-raise to 1.4 million.
Fold. Yeah, I was like, don't
Good
give
fold
anything
by
back.
Chris.
Raphael will
Yeah.
win the pot.
Oh, that's us.
That is
Hi.
us.
Hello.
Well, hello from the commentary booth. We are coming to you from the Borgata here in Atlantic City for our heads-up match of the Winter Poker Open.
I was gonna say my name didn't fit in the screen anymore, but now it does. It's too long. We're back in there.
Raphael's going to be on the bottom. He's going to act first.
Here scouting my potential competition in the tournament. Tony as well in the 15K.
That's right. Yeah, we are doing some
Who
scouting.
do you guys want to draft?
who
Yeah, who do you call, like Red Rover, who do you call over to the tournament?
Who do I draft to play in the
To
tournament?
play, yeah.
Like, who do I want to play?
Yeah,
in the
like
tournament?
if it was your starting table of day one and you had to pick one of these two opponents to be at your table.
Oh, I mean, that's not fair. Who do I want? I mean, I want the amateur.
Okay.
obviously.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, you know. I'd like the guy who's min raising the big blind and I can call with good hands and all that stuff. Chris plays. They both play good.
If Chris is going to soul read people with ace-king
I
and not
know.
stack off for 20 blinds, I really don't want him in the tournament.
Exactly.
All right, so this is the type of hand I'm very curious to see how Rafa plays. Like, it's right on that cusp of should he call, should he 3-bet based on his strategy.
This is definitely a hand. I mean, he does just call.
Yeah.
But I was gonna say this is definitely a hand that I would want to limp if I'm Chris because you know, I wouldn't want to raise fold 7-8 suited here.
This ace 3-3 flop doesn't connect for either player. It's actually not a terrible flop for Rafa's hand, but I still think he's probably just going to check fold. Whoa, that's surprising. 4 diamonds on the turn for Chris. Rafa will check. And now Chris
has to fire.
definitely
Come
going to
on, man.
bet. 650. That's my prediction.
Yeah, I think you missed a C-bet on that flop.
I would call if I'm Raphael, but I don't know if he's gonna call her. Oh, he does.
Does make the call.
All right. Let's get in there. King of diamonds. No.
7 on the river for Chris, so
Will
that
also
should lead
do.
to a check-check.
Chris has shown that he likes to go for
He
thin
does
value.
like his thin value.
He's gonna put in like a 200,000 chip bet. He's going bigger.
And his hand should be good here pretty much every time.
Yeah.
So I think this is a good bet by Chris, and a little preemptive by me to say it's going to go check-check.
And if Rafa's calling the turn, he really has no reason to fold this river.
Yeah.
And he does make the call, and he'll be a little annoyed to find out he's been rivered. Oh, good bet by Chris. Gets paid off on the river.
It's exactly 2-1 now.
Yeah, Chris is playing good. Playing well. One thing you got to worry about when you start to, I don't expect it's going to happen in this match, but when you continue to go super light, super thin value betting, you do open yourself up to some check raises.
Don't think we should expect that from Rafa too much.
I don't expect that though.
It's nice to know in the future if you play a hand against Chris.
Yeah. Because he really goes for super thin there.
If there's something that you can rep, you should definitely. And also, even if you have good hands, if you expect him to go for thin value, then you should just be check raising with bluffs and good hands. All right. Looks like Raphael raised. And Chris will fold 9-4 off. Next hand, please.
Yeah, it's really indicative of how people play when you see what hands they're thin value betting and what hands they're, like if they're not value betting at all in spots that they should have, like when Liam snap checked behind with the top pair against Joe McKeon. Those are some of the more important things I think to note when you're playing in these tournaments.
It's actually boss.
There you see the difference between first and second, 325,000. So again, this is the type of hand where I'm curious how Rafa wants to play it. I would not be 3-betting these types of hands in his position.
Yeah, I agree. I think ace-4 is a good call.
But it looks like he does want a 3-bet. I think he made it small too. Nope, same 1.4. So at least he's sizing it the same. But yeah, I don't think this is a great strategy heads up. It's worked for him so far, kind of. Even 3-betting that king-jack got him in a lot of trouble. But really, it was flatting the 4-bet that got him in the most trouble.
Yeah.
But overall, I don't think 3-betting these raggedy ace hands heads up is a very good idea, because your opponent is going to call you in position fairly often, and your hand plays quite poorly post-flop.
I mean, but as an amateur who hasn't had a ton of heads-up experience, he's increasing the variance, and
that's a good thing for sure.
Yeah, I mean he's creating chaos like the Joker. He's got a dirty stack, and I can't stop looking at it. There is a pink in the yellow chips. A good dirty stack. But I'm surprised to see Chris not adjust to Raphael's aggression and just start limping more in the button. Because I think what you want to do is try to outplay the amateur in position. Like I'd feel comfortable limp calling the 10-4 suited. What about you, Tony?
Yeah, I think limp calling there is a perfectly fine play. Raphael with open ender here. Chris with a bottom pair is going to call this bet. If I have suited cards in position against Raphael and I've limped, it's very unlikely he's going to get me to fold.
Right, exactly. So that's the. Yeah. If I was in Chris's corner, that would be my suggestion at this point in the tournament.
4 diamonds on the turn and a 6 on the river is going to give Raphael the 7-high straight.
Like to see a double pot bet from Raphael. Not going to happen, though.
He checked. Interesting. That's going to get snapped off. I don't know what I think of this bet from Chris.
Yeah,
I really don't think Rafa ever folds the chop.
Raise. Punish him. No. Hit him with 2 million. He doesn't have a flush here. Chris doesn't. Chris never has a flush here. Just make it 2 million.
He just calls.
No.
Calls the bet, which shows
I would have been so. I would have loved to see
Yeah,
what
that
happened.
bet didn't look like it was going to accomplish very much.
No, I don't think that was a good idea.
It's not the right size.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think that if Rafa didn't have anything, he's still making the call. So it was kind of just a donation to him for having a higher straight.
I can hear Asher in the background saying something about all the chips. Let's see what he does with the Jack-6 out.
Here we
Limp.
go.
The limp.
Yes, he's adapting limp strategy.
There it is. It's good to see. Now let's see what Raphael does now that he can't make it 1.4.
He should definitely raise. Yeah, like 850 or something.
Yep.
There we are. Would not be calling that raise with
No.
Jack-6.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying is that I'd probably just muck the bottom of range and then just limp middle and raise top.
Now nobody with anything here. Rafa gonna limp. His first limp.
It's funny how these things are sometimes contagious. You know, like you see something bad in certain bets.
He's like, oh yeah?
I'll show
I'll
you.
call.
Yeah.
And bottom pair for Rafa, currently ahead of the jack high for Chris. Check, check. And Chris will turn third pair and get ahead of Rafa now. I think Rafa really should have just bet this flop.
Yeah.
It's 3 from Chris and a call from Rafa. Ace on the river. Good looking card for both players.
Here comes the 300K bet.
Yep.
No, he checks.
A check for once. Should go check, check.
See if Raphael tries to.
No, Rafa, no.
Sick check by Chris. He's gonna get the max.
Yeah, there's just been a little too much aimless betting.
Yeah.
By both players. This is 2 hands in a row,
Yeah.
right? Where it's just like take a second to think.
Yeah, you're completely right.
Raphael's like, I
He
got
turns it over and he's really not sure. He's like, did I
Yeah.
did I bet for value? Did I bluff?
Yeah. Heads up's hard, you know. It's just these guys, Raphael especially, definitely doesn't have a ton of experience in heads up.
Yeah.
This would be the toughest part, I think, is just adjusting to, like, 'cause it's just so different from everything else you play. It's overwhelming. And also, there's so much chopping and stuff. Even online, you're allowed to split at final tables now. And, like, you just don't get a lot of experience playing like this unless you go out of your way to work on it.
I think, like, yeah, I was a loser. I played a ton of big heads ups, and I lost a ton in my life. After I won some big MTTs, but I think in the long run it worked out for me.
You got an education?
Yeah, I got education.
Yeah, you didn't lose money. You just paid tuition, and it led to a WPT title.
And just folding Jack-7 there to a raise also seems well, just not good. And, you know, and I think is a sign of inexperience. Jack 7 is a pretty easy defend there. And it was just kind of him taking a hand off. He's like, oh, these things aren't going my way. I'm just going to fold.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to raise here. And I imagine Chris will defend.
Kind of inconsistent, but.
Mm-hmm. So we do get a call from Chris.
Chris calls.
And an 8-5-4 flop, pretty interesting here. Rafa with outs to the 7 or the deuce, also a backdoor flush draw. And I guess a 6 is good. Chris, of course, not going anywhere with second pair here. Gonna make the call.
Jack of clubs.
King of diamonds on the turn. Now, if I'm in Rafa's shoes, I'm betting that card.
Yeah,
I'm probably just betting it all the way down.
Yeah, if I'm Rafa, I
just
kind
have
of convince myself I have ace king.
I mean, you have the bottom of your range. You have legitimate outs. Your opponent can have numerous one-pair combinations that will get to the river. Just go for it, man. Your opponent can also have spades that get to the river and can beat 6 high. So,
yep. Sometimes in this spot, I actually tell myself, I'm like, I have ace king, so we're gonna bet here. Pretty much.
His sizing's a little smaller than I would make it.
It's just too
small. I think
small
I'd probably make it like 800 and change. You're not getting those like one pair hands to fold. They're gonna hang around for another street.
I only like that sizing if he plans on triple barreling this. That's the only thing.
Yeah.
And a 7.
Not there. Or just get the maximum when you get there.
He's done that the whole tournament. He's like, I want the pot to be a little bit bigger before I bake.
Pretty sure Chris will get away on this river, though.
I mean, what sizing, though?
Around 1.5.
Yeah, I see no reason to be calling this off.
Must really think he has spades. This seems optimistic.
Yeah, I think you should. You should have thought about it a little bit longer. I think maybe.
It's possible that Chris called there because he just doesn't think Rafa's betting any hand for value that's not like a straight or a set or something. But I don't know. That seems optimistic. I think he would bet 2 pairs.
He'd bet a king as well on the river, I think.
Yeah.
I think that's the first big mistake we've seen from Chris, was that river call.
The sizing on that straight board was a mistake, but yeah, this call's a little worse. He still looks all right. He doesn't look like he's sulking too hard. I think he looks pretty confident.
And he should be. He feels probably like he has.
He
this
played
under
it
control.
awesome up into heads up, so.
It's tough against someone like Rafael because, I mean, we saw him bet in that one pot where he had bottom pair and he thought he was value betting. I mean, he could be value betting, you know, worse hands that he shouldn't be.
Worse than a 5? I mean, yeah, he did show that he can do that. But
no, I'm saying like he can. Like, what if he shows up with ace 5 and he doesn't even know that he shouldn't be value betting there or like betting there?
Oh, you're saying that's like even riskier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone who might just merge.
He might be bluffing with the best hand too. Yeah.
Yeah. So I just. But. Where it was 1.5 and then 3.5, so it's not awful.
So a raise to 700,000 from Chris, which seems big. And I almost wonder if we had kind of a misprint there. But either way, a call from the 8-5 of Rafa, who we saw him fold Jack 7 but now he's called 8-5.
Confidence is up.
Yeah, confidence is
Just
up.
won that pot. You could tell he perked up.
He has been playing the momentum thing
he
pretty
can-
much the
yeah.
whole time.
Yep.
So a pretty good board here for Chris's 9-8, which has an open-ended.
700,000 is the bet for Chris. Raphael folds.
Rafa will muck. Quick pot for Chris.
What would you guys do with 800,000 right now?
I would travel.
Put it all on the Broncos. No.
Yeah. I think it'd be really fun to win one of these in the beginning of a year and just go to every single poker stop I've wanted to go to.
And fire,
yeah,
knowing that you
just play
probably
every
should for tax
WPT
reasons
and
anyway.
know, yeah, you're deducting it.
Yeah.
So I would hit up a lot of WPT stops and just fire away.
What are the stops that you really want to hit up that you haven't?
I don't know if there still is one. The one that was in Greece. The Cyprus stop. Oh my
yeah.
God. The commercial was running like every time we were commentating, and it was like the most beautiful looking beach
I
I've
heard
ever
it
seen.
had the all-time greatest players party too.
Yeah, it looked fun.
Yeah.
Like it looked like a great time.
There's one coming up actually in Greece in March. It's pretty cool. They like. It's pretty cool dynamic out there.
Or else I would hit all the Florida ones, obviously. Those I could still go to. I'm like, oh, dream big.
Yeah.
I had to make like a $200 round trip flight. What would you guys do?
Yeah, good question. What the hell would I do?
Oh, you're still, you've been tanking this whole
I've been
time?
taking it this whole time. Meanwhile, these guys have been checking back this board.
Mm.
And Chris will river a pair.
Ugh.
Rafa definitely needed to put a bet in somewhere here.
Yeah.
The second nut flush draw and no real showdown value.
Yeah. I'd probably want to go back to Asia and Australia and travel a little bit more through there.
Oh yeah, I've been looking at like New Zealand. I want to go to New Zealand and just like backpack and stuff.
Yeah,
that's my ideal trip.
What the hell would I do with 800K? I don't know. I don't know. I really don't have many things that I want to like buy these days.
That's
I
good.
don't know.
That's a good big step
Yeah.
in life to not like want stupid things anymore.
And it's not because I have a lot of stuff. I really
That's
don't
good.
have very
Well,
much
the more
stuff
you
at all.
travel and
Yeah.
like the more stuff you
Yeah.
do and experiences you have,
Yeah.
the more you realize like you don't want to have a bunch of stuff just to
Yeah.
like store somewhere or like I don't know.
All right, so Chris gonna open up. Nope, he just calls Queen 9.
Yeah.
Which
I think
is actually like basically a good enough hand to be calling 3-bets with. Certainly pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, I just want a
Yeah.
lower variance
Yeah.
against this Raphael guy.
Raised
There it is.
800K. Call from Chris.
And the plan-
Let's go to a flop.
The plan's worked, you know.
Yep. Yeah, I'd much rather like limp call this hand than raise call this hand. Not the flop that Rafa was looking for. Curious
like
to see what he does with this.
Yeah, I hate this check.
Checks.
Yeah.
Chris will check.
Man,
Ace of clubs on the turn. Chris with the better club than Rafa.
But no. I guess like you know.
Jack, and you're counterfeited.
This has to be the most annoying way to lose a hand, right?
Yeah. Both hands he lost like.
Yeah.
Queen of hearts, 9 of clubs for Queen high. Raphael showed 6s, pair on the board. Chris is going to get this one, Queen high.
I guess my answer is that I would just rent like nicer Airbnbs when I traveled, you know, like. I don't even spend that much time in the places though, so I wouldn't spew too hard on that. I don't know. I'd probably make some like really grown-up decisions and just like invest the money, put in like low variance stuff.
This became like that Office Space question. You know, the one
you got
guy's
that $1 million.
like, yeah, he's
what
like,
do you
what
do?
would you do with $1 million? One guy's like, 2 chicks at the same
Yeah.
time. And the other
2
guy's
chicks
like,
at the
I would
same
buy mutual
time.
funds. And
Yeah.
I don't think you understand the question.
Raphael. 7 Dewey.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not sure how you can fold Jack 7 to a raise, but think 7 deuces is raise worthy. Oh, this is an interesting flop.
Think they'll get it in?
How deep are they?
No.
Too deep to get it in.
I was kidding. I don't think they're going to get in here, but. I actually would be checking this behind if I somehow was in this hand with 7 deuce here. 9 deuce 6. Or no, actually no. I'd be betting this with the 7 too. 7, the bottom pair and the 7. I'd be betting. If I had like Jack deuce, I would check.
Oh, another 6 in the turn. Here comes the part where Raphael gets counterfeited again, and the river's a 9. Check on the turn. Deuce on the river. How about a full house? He might even get called here.
Yeah, I think he will.
Check. And again, Rafa with the fairly quick bet when he knows what to do. And
Chris needs to be taking more time.
Yeah, I agree.
Regardless of what he's going to do.
If for no other reason, just to observe your opponent's like mannerisms when they have the nuts and when they have a bluff. He's not even looking. He's like, okay, this is a hand I call with. I call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I probably still call his ace high there anyway, but I definitely
But look
wanna,
at what he looks like. He was super fast and like, I don't know. I would like to have that in my memory bank for like 5 minutes from now when you're in a spot that's tougher than this.
As a viewer and a commentator, I'm happy that he's taking his decisions fast. But
yeah.
if I'm railing or whatever, I would
If I had a piece, I'd be like, yo, man,
you need to
just calm down.
Just think about it. You know, you're playing for a lot of money, so.
Ooh, this is interesting because if Chris raises and Raphael 3-bets, Chris is probably going to flat.
He's going to limp. He's going to raise?
8-7 is such a good hand.
He limped this before, by the way. He called, right? Yeah. Yeah, he called.
Wow. What a soul reader.
He's going to bomb this. He's going to go like a million. Oh, 800. Good. That's
Chris
good.
not going anywhere.
This is the exact type of hand that you want to be in this spot. Yeah. 72, sure.
Well, not a terribly interesting flop. Queen, Jack 5, so top set for Rafa, but not enough for Chris to continue here. And a snap fold from Chris. Top set is good.
Yeah. I mean, being that he checks so many times in this spot, I think it'd be fun to check. If I had jacks or 5s, I would just bet. Top set, you can check there, but. What do you think, Tony? You just barreling off the top set there, or you just?
It's a semi-coordinated board against a limp. I don't know. The thing is, Chris has not been that apt to just like fire when he doesn't have much equity.
Yeah.
So I might go ahead and just keep betting and hope that he has connected in some way. Because thus far, like when he's been in that spot with 8-7 suited, he's just been like, yeah, I'll check back and take a free card. Oh yeah, I'll go to the river for free. Against someone who just cannot stop clicking bet, then yeah, I would check.
Yeah. Can't be. It's close either way. I'd probably just be barreling off jacks and 5s and checking top set. But.
So limp pot here. Neither player connects. And neither player bets. Although Rafa, I guess, has a gut shot. And he really should be betting this flop. 10 high is not likely to be good that often. And he might allow his opponent to get to the river with queen high and win. And that's what has happened here. So, you know, Rafa with a gut shot there. And an opponent who looks pretty disinterested in the pot misses an opportunity to take down $500,000.
It's weird he's like adjusted his strategy the opposite way that I would have expected. Like I thought since Rafa was making all these like little micro aggressive moves, you know, for like not a whole big part of his stack for the first like 3 hours of this this final table, that he would pick up the aggression heads up because you have to. And he's actually like toned down the aggression. It hasn't really been too stabby.
Yeah.
It's making it pretty easy on Chris.
And I don't think losing that first hand by bluffing has inspired him to be more aggressive.
I think that might have been what like shut him down.
Well, the 9 will give Rafa 2 pair on the turn. He's going to check again, and I'm not super keen about this checking a lot when he has some value strategy, because Chris has been very content to just check it down, and now he's going to put chips in when he loses. So, Chris will snap call this and take down the pot. And I think even with a 9 on that river, it might be just a check, because your opponent doesn't have many worse hands that can call you. Many of the times your opponent has a 9, he's chopping or better than you. So not a big fan of that bet from Rafa. I would like to see him bet the turn there. But once he gets to the river,
I think someone in the Twitch chat asked me why I'd be barreling with different types of sets and not top set there. The reason why I'm betting with 5s and jacks is because it's more likely for my opponent to possibly have a queen. So there's no reason for me to be checking, and I want to have some portion of the top of my range to check for value on queen jack 5 2 diamonds.
Yeah, heads up, bottom set's a lot more fun than top set. Because you just get people, like, they'll stack off with top pair against you, heads up. You have to overvalue your top pair type hands.
Yeah, I mean, and you can't have a you can't consistently have a 3-bet check fold range on that board, so it's good to have some of the top of your range there when you do that.
Rafa attacked Chris's limp there with 10-4 offsuit.
Here's the hand that got him in trouble earlier.
Quick fold from Chris and his 4-3 offsuit. So our heads-up match evening out here a little bit.
Yeah, and Raphael's sticking to the big pot strategy. He's making it over 3x, and he's playing super aggressive out of the big line.
All right, Chris with the 10-8 suited here. He's essentially adopted the strategy you suggested, Aaron.
Yeah, I think it's good.
Yeah, just
I'm glad to see him adjust.
Folding his very worst hands, limping kind of middling hands, raising quality hands, knowing that he's probably facing a 3-bet. And he might face a 3-bet right here. You know, Raphael has used ace rag as a 3-betting hand thus far. And Chris has got exactly the type of hand that wants to flat call. It's gone big.
Well,
Chris has like amped up his raise size too to go along with the limping. So this time Rafa's just going to call. We go to a flop. And an interesting one. Rafa with bottom pair, top kicker, backdoor flush draw. Chris with top pair.
Good time to raise.
Yeah.
Pretty good holdings and heads up. Should go bet call. Raphael looks like he might be up to something. He's thinking.
Just call, Rafa.
Yeah, whatever you're thinking is not going to work
There
here.
we go.
No, it's not.
Does make the call. Queen of hearts on the turn. We'll add a second flush draw to the board. If I'm Chris, I think I just bet again.
Yeah.
I would too.
Queen doesn't change anything.
Plus, I'd like to just be able to check back the river. I'd like to get value on this street instead of on the river.
Check, check. King of spades on the river. So I think a little bit of an opportunity loss from Chris, although Rafa probably would have folded that turn. Can't be sure, though, can you?
No. See, here you go. This is
This is the thin.
This,
the
this isn't the street I
river.
would have
Yeah.
charged on. I would have definitely bet the turn. It just opens up so many options too when you bet the turn. Like you're basically buying a check from your opponent on the river a lot of the time, and if your hand improves, you can barrel again.
You go for barrel 3.
I mean, he's always good here though. Like it is for value for sure. Rafa, if he has a king or queen, he's betting that river, and it's so.
Rafa hates folding to these.
Yeah.
That seems like a super ambitious call, especially after seeing Chris make so many of these thin value bets.
Good. It's great. I mean, it's he's playing the opponent.
Yeah.
You know, like that. It shouldn't be he shouldn't be able to take that line against someone like Joe McKeon, but it's gonna work here.
So a little setback for Rafa there. Chris takes back a definitive chip lead.
Yep. I always think with the delayed stream where they could see it in half an hour, there'd be a lot less hero calling. Because a lot of times amateurs call because they're curious, and like it's tough to be like, I don't know if I did what I was supposed to in that spot. I'll never know. The not knowing is like annoying.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But they're gonna eventually know. So you'd think that would like eliminate some of these like really, really loose river calls.
I think it's entirely possible that Rafa is not getting any of the hands from this final table.
Yeah. It's possible. I think, it's something that if you play a lot, you know it's like so obviously valuable to have a friend or two watching the stream and telling you, hey, you made a good lay down there, your reads are on, give you some confidence. Or like you need to adjust versus one opponent, and he's been bluffing you a lot. But I don't think it's that obvious. I think you think, cool, I'm like making a bunch of money, I'm on a live stream.
Yep.
And you're not really thinking about how much value there is in getting this information.
And I could see some amateurs saying like, oh, I don't want anything to throw me off my game.
Right. You're like, I use this game to get to this point. I don't want to change anything. But it's like, look, all your opponents are adjusting. They're changing something. You have to do it too.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? I don't know how many tournaments this guy played. This guy might think he's like easy game. Pros, schmoes, whatever. Certainly from the way that Chris is adjusted, I am imagining that he's gotten a lot of information from the live stream and just from playing. And he's adjusted well and played well, and he's taking advantage of the spot that he's in.
Yeah, I'm wondering about the larger size raise. I like the folding the bottom of the range. I think that's a good. And I think he's just deterring a light 3-bet with making it 700K instead of 500 or 550 or whatever. I think it kind of freezes your opponent when you just do something different out of nowhere, and makes the 3-bet less likely.
So 800 from Rafa and a call from Chris. Rafa in the lead with Queen 10. But the 8-5-4 flop, a little bit better for Chris, who it's a gut shot. If Rafa bets here, I'd be a little tempted to check raise if I were Chris. Your hand's not that good. You don't necessarily want to. Oh, and he just drills it on the turn.
His hand was future good.
Yeah, but both players with a heart flush draw here. And a quick fold from Rafa. Not interested in his 10-eye flush draw. Another shot of our Royal Flush Girls there. We have Jennifer and Reza along here at the Borgata. For our final table of the Winter Poker Open. Chris here with the button. Gonna complete his 9-8. Rafa with 3 deuce suited. He will check. And it's gonna be middle pair for Chris, nothing for Rafa. Check, check on the flop. Another 8 on the turn for Chris, who to check back that flop must think that Rafa's going to make some bluffs at some stage. Got to bet now. Looks like he's going to bet really big. He's going to bet 6 into 550. And Rafa should quickly fold here.
Yeah.
Yep.
It seems that when the pot is small, Rafa is less likely to take stabs or make moves or do stuff like that. Well, once he 3-bets out of the big, that's when the fireworks start.
Rafa here with the button and Queen 8. Chris in the big blind with King 4 suited. Chris will make the call. And it's all Rafa on ace 8-8.
$800,000 for 2 8s, 3 8s. See him tank at least here. Snaps. Snap.
King on the turn for Chris. But if Rafa double barrels here, that doesn't really do a lot.
Here's what Chris needs to consider. If he calls this, he knows that, I mean, I think he's going to have to face one more bet on this river here, but.
Yeah, this is not a big fan of this hand so far.
3 of hearts on the river completes the backdoor flush draw. One more check from Chris. Now, how much does Rafa want to bet?
Let's hope Chris at least put some thought into this before snapping this off.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but we haven't seen Rafa run any triple barrel bluffs at this final table, right?
Mm-mm.
I don't know what he was doing yesterday, but nothing in this final table has made me think that if I'm in Chris's shoes, I should call this river.
I mean, it's a tough spot. I mean, he only really needs to be right like 1 out of 5 times. Like,
and he does make the call, so Rafa.
He put himself in that spot, though.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
on the river, he only has to be right 1 out of 5 times. On the turn, he needs to be right, like, 1 out of 1 times. Like, it's just not, it's not something I would set myself up to have to, like, hero on the river.
Yeah.
Huge momentum shift, too. Every chip that you lose by making those 2 bad calls, your opponent's gaining, so it's, like, 2 times as bad in heads up, and it's, like, mentally defeating.
One of those things where King 4 on Ace 8-8 is almost always, or should almost always be good. When he barrels the king on the turn.
Really, the king doesn't help your hand all that much.
Yeah.
All right, Chris gonna complete here. Rafa with a Jack-10 suited, and a newly minted chip lead. He's going to raise it up, and Chris should fold. Yeah, nice quick one there. And it looks like these guys are on break, so we will step away for the next 15 minutes and see you back here for what will likely be the conclusion of our heads-up match. See you then.
We're bringing poker back to you. New missions. New rewards. More fun. Sign up to the new Party Poker today. Let's play.
We're going off.
That's sick.
I mean, everybody has it here, but Liam, come on, man. I wonder if it was something in the timing and the sizing of Rafa's raise, but you still can't fold. Like, you can't. Sorry, guys. You just don't get to do that.
Sick read.
I don't know. Maybe he saw his cards. Like, I don't understand at all.
Do you think maybe Matt looked at his cards early and he saw that he was, oh, wow.
Yeah, something.
Wow, okay.
Oh, wow, we're in there.
Meanwhile, Liam's sitting there like, I'm a genius.
Yeah.
This is a big spot for Bucky. He's deep a lot, but I think this is his biggest moment so far.
Well, he's at risk here. He uses queens to hold up against the ace-king suited of Rafa.
Yeah, we saw 1 ace out of the deck, so.
Oh, ace 7-8. Matt suddenly down to 2 outs for his tournament life.
Our turn is
6 on the turn gives him a spade flush draw, so he will. No, wait. Excuse me. I'm looking at the outs and not his hand. I lied. He only has 2, and it's an 8 of diamonds on the river. Rafael gonna win that pot and eliminate Matt Wantman.
It's unfortunate. Matt's a super nice guy.
Yeah.
And a local here. I'm sure you had a lot of people rooting for him.
Yeah, I played with him. I played with him a bit on day 4. He played really well, and you know, he still gets a nice payday of 166K. I'm sure coming into today, he had higher aspirations, but still a really nice payday for him.
Played a good final table and just lost the hands that he did play, which is always frustrating. You know, you come in, you have enough chips to actually play some poker, and then it's just like you enter 4 pots, lose all 4, and then lose a flip.
Yeah. And kind of played itself.
Our updated chip counts. 5-handed, including psychic Liam He, who just snap folded ace-jack to a single raise, and as it turns out, saved a bunch of money.
I don't know. He's the only other guy at the final table that I don't really...
He's a juggler.
He's a juggler.
Apparently.
No, he is...
Full-time?
He's a circus psychic. He is not a juggler.
Juggler,
was...
Sin 6.
I think Yev has gone all in. He is indeed. So Yev going to be at risk in a moment here.
12 bigs.
So a snap call from Chris. Yevgeny in bad shape. At risk with pocket fours here. Needs to find another set of fours in order to survive. All right. King, deuce, 3. 2 clubs and a heart. We'll give both players some backdoor draws, but Yevgeny is the one that needs to improve. 3 of hearts means that a 4 and only a 4 will save him. Jack of clubs, no good. Yevgeny is our 5th place finisher. Still got to see some very skillful poker from him at this final table, and he really just did not have the best hand many of the times that he got post-flop, but managed to avoid losing serious chips in many of those altercations. But he is our 5th place finisher, 206,000. There you see. He's going to get a HUD from the Royal Flush Girls, so life could be worse. But he wants to know how much is going to put at risk. Think this one over. And he's going to make the call. So we will have our showdown here. Ace-10 of spades versus King-Queen offsuit. Joe, the one at risk of elimination.
Has ace-10 of spades. Ace-10 in the lead. Let's see the board.
I don't think Raphael's lost many of these in this tournament.
Oh, and he just leads off with an ace, but Joe with some outs here. Could hit a king or a 10.
Ace of hearts. Joe has picked up a straight jaw. Let's see the turn.
9 on the turn, no help. So 5 outs going to the river for Joe, or he will be our 4th place finisher. That is it. 7 of spades on the river. Rafa gets the elimination of the current world champion. Nice run by Joe. Played a great final table here, guys.
Good game again.
Yeah.
It's on the heater of a lifetime. That second in 100K at PCA, obviously the WPT main event, and now this run right after it.
Yeah.
He won a win 1K for like, I don't know what it was, maybe 90K right before the WPT main. Insane.
Yeah. 4th in this, it's tough.
He might be okay at poker.
He ran bad.
Yeah.
Sucks.
And there we see our final 3 chip stacks. Rafa way out in front. Chris with about half as much. And Liam, our short stack, on 15 big blinds. Still playing 100,000, 200,000.
Liam's got to be super excited. He somehow laddered all the way up here, and it feels like he hasn't won.
Counting, how many blinds is that?
Yeah.
Okay, this is close, but I call. Yeah, he basically had it written on his face.
Liam has pocket sevens. Looks like Liam might have a double up here.
So Chris does have him covered, but Liam with the better hand.
Let's see the flop.
There's a 5.
Wow.
9, 5, 3, 2 spade flop. Liam suddenly in very bad shape.
I think Chris is going to win this tournament.
He's been running incredibly good, and he's making really, like, he's dodging just insane spots that, like, nobody else would even want to be dodging.
And that is it. Liam is our 3rd place finisher.
Good game, Liam. He got almost 300K for 3rd. Nice job.
got it
Nice
in
base
front
office.
and
Yep.
gave himself an opportunity to double up to about $6 million and make a run at this, but unfortunately takes a bad beat. And as you said, third place finisher for just under $300,000.
The
He
four
gets
bet.
told,
Yeah.
like.
And he made it big, right? He
Yeah.
made it
Yeah.
big. It was 450.
450 to 1.2.
Wow. He
If you're
finally-
Chris, do you just like, whoa, what are you doing here? Like, how much are you making it?
How many bigs he has? 69.
69, yeah.
I'm gonna make some pretty big sizing here. Give him like the 1.2. Give him like the 3.5.
I wouldn't go that big. I think that's really big in position.
What?
Heads up.
I mean, against someone like Raphael, I don't
Yeah.
think it really matters. If I'm playing Joe McKean, I'm going much smaller.
I think Chris might even just flat here.
He looks like he's
Yeah.
getting flatting chips right now.
But yeah, I'd make it like 2.8 or 3.
That looks like a lot.
That looks like a lot.
Chris is going to re-raise.
Hey, it might be over.
Rip it, Rafa. Send me home. I don't want to be here. No, I don't think he's going to do that.
3.7 million.
It would be.
Wow, he went big.
I think it's right. I mean, I
3.7.
we give him the opportunity to hang himself and just rip it into us.
But that really hasn't been Rafa's playing style, and he's been 3-betting so many sort of mediocre strength hands. I'm generally content.
Yeah, I think I agree with you that this is a little bit
Yeah.
too big.
I'm content to just let him stay in the hand in a likely dominated position, out of position in a like
But you're-
4-bet pot.
You're again assuming he has a normal 3-betting range. Like he could have 6-7 of diamonds here that has plenty of equity against ace king right now.
Yeah, but I'm okay to go to a 4-bet flop with my ace king against 6-7 suited, and I also trust that I'll make better decisions post flop than Rafa will.
Especially because the strategy that Rafa's using of
sick!
Wow.
Wow, you guys are you and Chris are geniuses, Aaron.
Yes.
If
Aaron
you think
wins
he's
this
just
one.
gonna call this hand,
Yeah.
wow.
He's a
I was agreeing with you, Tony. That
Yeah.
Because post flop, yeah, like you're against a pretty wide range with Rafa, but
If
he
he's just
didn't
gonna
do
peel
anything
King Jack.
crazy post flop. Like he hasn't really made any crazy plays. He's not really
No.
like floating flops and check raising turns or doing anything like that. So you're basically building a big pot with a hand that is dominating your opponent's range, and you can make some decisions.
King, deuce. Oh.
Wah, wah.
Man, Chris is whacking flops
Yeah.
today. Wow. So this is interesting because against a pro, like if you check back ace deuce 8 rainbow,
You're screaming
right-
showdown value.
Yeah, right. Like it's
Yeah.
scary, but against this guy, I would
Maybe you
I would
should.
check this every time.
I think that's good, Aaron. I like that.
Oh, he's
gonna lead. Get out of here!
This is awesome. How small is that bet? What?
I love. Chris looks upset. Chris gave it tell, by the way. He just made a face. He gave the fake upset look.
It's a pretty good fake upset look. He looks real pissed.
Oh, and he made a legit bet too. For a second, I thought he
Okay.
was gonna make some
it looked
weird
like it was a
min
million that
bet.
he was putting out.
Wow. Happy birthday, Chris. So
Please don't do something besides call, though.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this should just be.
I mean, he actually doesn't have much more than that, but I still just wouldn't do anything but call.
How much more does he have? He has,
8 million or something?
70 bigs, and the big blind is
200K? 8 or 9 million?
Yeah.
I feel like he's going to shove right now. I really don't want him to, but I feel like he looks like he's doing the posturing.
There we go. I love it.
Is that just a call?
That's just a call.
Nice.
Nicely played, Chris.
I mean, effectively, I
He was
can't
doing
imagine.
the fake counting to see if he can afford this call.
Yeah. Oh, man. Can I really
Man.
afford this with my pocket jacks?
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah.
I think Raphael knows that he messed up and he's going to quit now. But
I don't know. I mean, he might just be getting in over his head here.
I mean,
This would be a bad way to give away WPT.
I think Raphael's done with it.
You've been super good at predicting what he'll do so far, but I don't know. He peeled this 4-bet and then he let out. He might just be like, I got to win this pot somehow.
Yeah.
I'm going to get him.
I think he realized his mistake.
Yeah.
I think
if you're Chris, like, do you just check back here?
Probably.
You basically have the stone nuts.
Here's my problem with checking back is that I think that Raphael is he's already said that he's given up on this hand. I don't think Raphael puts in another chip in this pot unless he somehow has it. So I think like whatever equity that Raphael has, I think you just because he's got 5 million, I think you just stick it in there because like
I mean
if Raphael somehow has like 5-6 or 3-5 or not 3-5,
but he should never have those hands to call a huge 4-bet, right?
He shouldn't, but. I don't know. I think Raphael's done with the hand, but maybe I'm wrong. If he rips this in here, like,
wow.
I really like the check from Chris.
He's betting something.
If he bets, I mean, that's insane.
I just think it's almost impossible for you to lose on the turn when you're in Chris's position.
I thought Raphael would be done with the hand forever, but I guess I could be wrong.
Yes, he went for it.
That's insane.
He bet really small. He bet like 2.8.
I'm shocked. I'm not going to lie. I'm shocked at this.
And Chris can just, like, flick in a chip.
Yeah.
He's just like, yeah, sure. That's such a well-played hand by Chris. And, I mean, just immediately he cuts out so much of Raphael's stack.
Yep.
Chris shows ace of hearts, king of spades. Raphael mucks his hand, and Chris will win the pot.
So,
Small blind Raphael, big blind Chris. Raphael first to act.
All right, we are back, and we are playing 200,000, 400,000. All right, and we've also got Kane Callis in the booth now. So, Kane, thank you for joining us.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
Of course. You had a deep run in this tournament, and don't mean to needle, but can you remind me where you finished?
I got 17th.
There you go. Okay. As you see, it's a full house in the booth now. Aaron left without a microphone. We'll just shout into Kane's face when he has something to add.
We should just talk a lot of trash about Aaron right now. He's powerless, and he's just watch us do it.
But a pot developing here between Chris and Rafa, our two finalists at the Borgata Winter Poker Open. King, Queen, Deuce monotone flop will lead to a check from both players. And an ace on the turn. Two more checks. And a 4 on the river. So Rafa now with a pair. And if we've seen one thing consistently from Chris, it's river bets. And he's going to make one here.
And you've seen Rafa be pretty stubborn.
And he does get
Once
stubborn again.
And he's been showing the best hand 3 times now in the spot like this.
I would say that that's a pretty loose river call.
Yeah.
So, Kane, you were chip leader going into the final day, but unfortunately suffered some bad beats.
You're not trying to needle at all.
No, we're not trying to needle. I'm not trying to needle.
You know what?
Trying to recap, if you will.
I was just about to congratulate you on your second place.
I mean, even that's needling. Like, congrats on that second place you got where you didn't get to keep any of the money, buddy. Aww. Damn you, Timex.
I was chip leader with 34 players left.
Okay. And things went wrong.
Things went wrong.
Yeah, things go wrong a lot.
That happened. That's poker. That's poker.
Rafa here going up to $1 million even. Looks like Chris likely to call. And he will. You guys are pretty even now at 200,000, 400,000. I think one of the reasons that they were quote unquote raising so big is that we didn't list the blinds having gone up. I think they had gone up to 153, and we just didn't catch it on the computer. And we were like, hey, these guys are making it like 700K now. And no, they were just going a little over
I
bid.
thought it was at 250, and that I thought Chris was adjusting because he didn't want to be 3-bet so often.
So here, continuation bet from Rafa, 1.2. Chris with second pair. The king 4-6 uncoordinated flop is going to make the call. Queen of diamonds on the turn. And 1.4 million.
Oh, 1.4 million. I thought he said 4 million.
Yeah, I thought I heard 4 million too, and I was like, wow.
Still an interesting bet.
Yeah.
Accidental value bet, it seems. Right? I don't know.
I mean, I guess he doesn't really expect Chris to have a queen very often.
Yeah, I think it's a value bet. I normally would check in this spot.
Yeah. 9 on the river. Check, check. Raphael's pocket sevens are going to be good. Chris will muck.
So, guys, what have been the overall themes of this heads-up match so far between these two?
Well, I would say that Chris, when he realized that Rafa was going to 3-bet quite a few hands out of the big blind, started limping more buttons, and then, you know, sort of like folding his worse hands, limping his middling hands, and raising his stronger hands, which I think was a good adjustment. And then Rafa has been 3-betting hands like ace-rag a fair bit, but then kind of slowed that down recently. And also Rafa has been paying off against Chris's very small river value bets too frequently, I would say, and I think everyone else would probably agree.
Not much. There hasn't been like any multi-street bluffing
at
all. It's been a lot of pot controlling, and then a lot of thin value by Chris being stubbornly called by Rafa.
So, but Rafa did pre-flop kind of readjust to Chris's button limping adjustment, I guess?
I would say at least a little, and he's definitely not 3-betting nearly as much pre-flop. And I think that was a good adjustment because the hands he was choosing to 3-bet, particularly when the stacks were more deep, were likely to get him in trouble. Meanwhile here, Chris has an ace-jack, Rafa with the queen-9. And I would be very surprised if Chris just limped, and he did. Seems a little odd to me. I think I would rather raise, and if Rafa 3-bet, I'd probably just rip it on him. Ace-jack's a really good hand, and you only got 35 blinds heads up. Both players check.
Interesting. I would raise and call a 3-bet with ace-jack.
35 blinds effective? Heads up?
Yeah, that's
against a dude who's been 3-betting ace-rag a bunch?
That's the thing. I mean, if he's literally 3-betting all of his ace-rags, then you can happily shove there. But what do you really only expect to get called by hands that are better than yours when you go all in and he calls. So that's kind of the reason why I would choose to flat with ace-jack in that spot if I were 3-bet. But as played here, he turns a jack. And he gets called by an open-ended straight draw.
Which misses on the river. Looks like he's going to put about 1.2 million out there. And a fold from Rafa. So Chris will take one back. And these half-hour blinds will, of course, force the action a bit more. Even 2-4 is high enough that the chips could get in pre-flop. All right, Rafa on the button here with Queen Jack.
Raphael announces a raise to 1 million.
Going to $1 million, and Chris is going to make the call with ace 6.
Chris is going to make the call. Our flop is 4 of spades.
Queen Jack. We'll flop top pair here on Jack 9-4, 2 spades. I imagine this hand will end pretty quickly here.
Raphael announces 1.3 million as the bet. Chris lays it down.
So Kane, is there a lot of poker tournaments in your future upcoming?
I'll be playing the Parks events coming up at the middle and end of this month. Unfortunately, the main event there overlaps with the LAPC, so I won't be going out west this year.
All right.
How about you?
My next poker tournament will be WPT Vienna in March over in Austria. But between then and now, we have Fallsview at the end of this month, which I believe is a 5,000 Canadian dollar buy-in. And then right towards the end of this month, early March, we have LAPC going on in Commerce Casino. But
you will not be playing the LAPC.
I will not be playing the LAPC.
You normally make it out there, right?
Kind of. I don't prioritize big poker tournaments the way that I used to. And the event in Vienna kind of gives me an excuse to travel to Europe, which I'm a big fan of.
Now that's a WPT?
That is a WPT, and it is an online streamed event. I believe it's our next online streamed event, so the next time we're hanging out with everybody here on Twitch, we'll be coming to you from Austria. Whereas our California events are going to be televised, I believe. At least LAPC and Bay 101 will definitely be televised. I'm not sure about the one in Sacramento.
How'd your DFS season end up?
I lost money. I didn't play very much while I was abroad. Prior to Australia, I was in Manila. And during that stretch there, I didn't really focus on daily fantasy sports or football all that much. And I feel like if you can't give it your full focus, you'll probably end up losing money. So I didn't play at all. But I know for sure that I did not win money this football season and have not made any money at that since baseball season ended. But some close calls this football season. And since, you only get to play 12, 13, 15 times or something in the course of a season, it's pretty easy to lose money when you're just firing these big tournaments.
You know what? This guy sitting right next to me, Mr. Mermelstein, has won so much money from me in football this season.
Really?
I'm starting to believe that whatever side I like versus a spread, I'm just going to take the other side. I'm not sure if you've seen that episode of Seinfeld.
Yeah.
George.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm liking Carolina minus 5.5 for the Super Bowl. So I'm thinking I got to go Broncos.
We were discussing that before. Is which side of the Super Bowl do you like with the spread?
And what did everybody say?
Jamie said she didn't care.
Accurate.
Aaron said that the contrarian choice is Denver, and that their defense makes it hard for anybody to beat them by more than 5.5 points. And I said that I kind of agreed with him. I think Manning is terrible at this point. The numbers back that up.
Right.
I think even Manning knows he's terrible
Since
now.
coming back, he has like a 36 QB rating or something.
Yeah, he's atrocious. And it's hard to envision him beating.
Do you think that Brock Osweiler would give them a better chance?
I think there's an argument to be made, but it's not like he came in and was a huge world beater or anything in that month or so that Peyton Manning was out. I think if Brock played even slightly better than he did during that span, you really should put him in. Right now, it's tempting to just default to the sheer experience and decision-making of Peyton in the, biggest game of all. Like, you're going to throw a guy out there who has like 3 or 4 career starts, or are you going to throw a guy out there who might not be playing that well, but at least will get all the decision-making right in the crucial spots?
And San Francisco recently tried out a guy who had 3 or 4 career starts, and that didn't go so well against the Ravens a few years back.
Yes, that's right.
We got a 3-bet. The Rafa 3-bet. It's coming back in style now.
Yeah, so this is what you guys were talking about.
Yeah, that's right.
He took the King 6 offsuit and 3-bet it.
Although Kaepernick didn't play a bad Super Bowl, and he played out of his mind those playoffs. So that made a lot more sense.
Yeah.
It wasn't like here it would just be like throwing Brock in totally cold through the playoffs. But yeah, hard not to imagine that the Broncos will adapt a run-heavy attack against Carolina. who are very talented defensively themselves. Ooh, here we go. Raphael with pocket tens. Chris with king queen.
Now, has Chris been 3-betting out of the big blinds hands like this?
Not that much. I don't know that he'll necessarily 3-bet here.
Do you feel like Chris, because he's a professional, is trying to play a more
post-flop oriented strategy?
I think he should be.
Definitely. Oh, that's a pretty good flop for pocket tens. It's 10-6-5 with a flush draw. Not likely to get very much action here, but should be a winner.
I like that he didn't inflate the pot pre-flop. I think that for him, he's giving up equity if he ends up flipping for this tournament right now. I think that Chris
I
has
agree.
a few more tricks up his sleeve and more experience, and just like, I don't know, jamming in would have been pretty bad.
How many big blinds deep are they at this point?
It looks like 30. He could. I mean, I don't. I wouldn't
can see
like
at the top there.
3-bet fold there. Yeah, 32
Yeah.
versus.
I
50.
think I probably would have been 3-betting and folding to a
3-bet
shove
folding.
with king queen.
Which makes you just want a flat to start with.
We also want to announce that the dates are out for the WPT 500 at Aria this summer. That's going to be June 25th to July 4th. And there are 9 starting flights. There are, we have a day 1A through day 1H, but that day also contains a day 1I. I've never seen that many letters.
WPT 500?
Yeah, WPT
Dude, that's
500.
the best tournament ever. I love
it
that
is
tournament.
such a good tournament. It's a $500
It's the summer
tournament.
Saver.
Yeah.
It's the best summer saver ever.
First was 330K last summer. That's more than a summer saver. That's a summer maker. You bang for 330K in the summer, you're up for the summer unless you're like playing the one drop or something.
Yeah, I just mean I look at what 12th place is and I go, yes, that will save my summer.
That's right. So June 25th to July 4th.
And it's at Aria, and Aria is just nice.
Oh, it's so nice there.
I like being able to press a button and it just turns everything off in the room. It's pretty cool.
But basically, from the 25th to the 1st, you have normal starting days, and then on Saturday, July 2nd, you have turbo starting days.
I cashed that one. I played the turbo, the very
played the
last
turbo?
second one.
Oh, man.
It was awesome. We started, I think, at like 8 in the morning, which is a number that doesn't even exist in my normal day. And
you
we're
got
the
up
money
for
at,
it?
like, oh, yeah, I was there. I couldn't wait. I love that. It's so much fun. And then you're in day 2, like
right
6
away.
hours later or something.
I don't know. Maybe we're huge fish, Kane, because Carolina is just world crushers right now. Like they humiliated Arizona. You know,
They did.
They beat Seattle pretty badly.
They were up 31-0 at the half.
Against
Seattle.
Against Seattle.
Now they didn't score in the second half.
True.
But, yeah, they have been looking very strong.
And I don't know. And when you think that like the absolute maximum Peyton Manning can put up is 14 points or something, you know, like maybe we're just morons for thinking this is even a question.
I mean, at this point, though, what is the probability that Peyton Manning has just been running badly?
Not.
Because he hasn't played a full season. He hasn't played a full 16-game season.
Yeah, but you've watched him throw the ball. You can throw a football better than Peyton Manning right now.
Wow.
That's like normally one of those like ha-ha, you know, armchair quarterback jokes, but like Manning just like cannot get the ball out of his hand in the direction of a receiver. It's amazingly bad.
Well, I'll tell you what, to your point, it actually didn't just start this season. It started at the end of last season.
Correct.
But it was kind of out of the blue because the first half
of
great. Last season, it was
Peyton
like
Manning.
2013.
Yeah, he was
right?
Peyton Manning.
And where that was the best season of his career was in 2013.
Yeah.
Then 2014 comes along. He's great for the first half. All of a sudden, it wasn't even like he got injured or anything. He just couldn't throw the football like he used to.
Would you say, noodle arm, you work so bad?
Also, Chris has trips.
By the way.
And by the way, if you guys were planning to watch the poker today.
It's interesting that he chose to check the turn in this hand. Oh, did he bet the turn? So he bet the turn and was called by King 5, and here's the bet on the river, and King 5 will give it up. Well, it's an interesting call on the turn by King 5.
Yeah, optimistic call there.
I'm curious if Chris had checked the turn, if he would have shown down the king high and hoped to win, or if he would have opted to bluff.
I think he was going to take the showdown. So far, he has not turned many hands into bluffs, if any. Maybe there's like one hand where he like bet a really weak pair, and we weren't sure whether he was bluffing or not.
Jamie, did you win the charity tournament?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thanks. It was funny. I wanted one of those Borgata trophies so bad. They're so cool. The
Yeah.
glass.
Mhm.
Yeah. So I should have been more specific when I was wishing to win a trophy. But you know what? I'll take it.
Chris limping pocket 5s here. Raphael going to raise 9-7. He only raises it 2.5x out of position, so not loving this play. You're just putting more money in the pot out of position with not a particularly good hand. But this time he's going to flop best, although Chris the only one with a club flush draw on Jack 9-8 all clubs.
Raphael announces 1.2 million.
And it is 1.2 from Raphael.
He let out in a similar spot, a similar flop earlier. Do you remember? It was like, it was a spot where like you would much rather be check calling. Kind of like if you get more action here, or if you get raised, you're like this sucks.
If you get called, it sucks.
Yeah,
If,
there's like it's really hard to proceed.
Interesting. I think every in that hand, every single street was played differently by both players, and I would have played any street in that hand.
Go on.
I would have raised the pocket 5s on the button.
Definitely,
However, if my opponent is raising the 9-7 randomly out of the big blind, I certainly don't mind the limp. I certainly would have checked the 9-7. As played, I actually would have checked the 8-9 jack monotone board, and I would have called with the pocket 5s when facing a bet.
Yeah. And Rafa quickly folding Jack 6. Chris with an ace king suited.
But it does seem like Chris is just trying to keep this as low variance as possible.
That's right.
And with these super long levels, and with stacks being pretty deep, that could certainly play to his advantage.
No, they aren't super long anymore. Heads up's only 30 minutes.
Wow, so
Yes.
they've changed it to 30 minutes.
Yeah, that's right.
You know what? I do remember that.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to think. Where did you get heads up?
Versus
Here?
Darren Elias.
Here,
I think
yeah.
you and I commented that too.
Yeah.
Because I remember being like, I think he's thinking this year, but I don't know. So it's like you get two really good players in, and you have to kind of speculate, but they might be on a level higher than I'm even thinking.
Chris will call with 6-5 suited. Rafa will check 7-4-0. We will go to a flop of ace 8, jack, 2 diamonds and a spade.
Raphael checks. Chris checks behind. Our turn is
Check, check on the flop. Jack on the turn. Rafa will check. Chris will check. Jack on the river. Who wants it?
Raphael checks. Chris checks behind. Chris announces he's playing the board. Raphael is as well. We'll chop it up.
Kane, where do you bet on that hand if you're Chris?
I actually don't mind.
You
Just,
don't mind just taking it down?
Taking, yeah, a hand that has really no way to improve and checking it down there. Especially if he's going to, going with the idea of playing low ball poker, and if you know that your opponent's raising over your limps with the 9-7 offsuit, for example, then you don't need to take every spot.
Yep. Well, he won't know that for about another 25 minutes. One thing we were mentioning before is we can't be sure whether Rafa's actually finding out about these hands. You know, amongst professionals, you'd think, oh, of course, I must know all of these hands. I'm not sure an amateur necessarily even wants to. They might say, okay, I've got my games plan. I don't want to get thrown off of that, so I'm just going to do my thing here.
Right.
But it could be the total opposite, where you have somebody at home feeding him everything. You know, he's like, wow, you know, the stakes are much bigger than I'm used to. I have to know everything. I really don't know. Chris here with an ace-queen is going to raise it up.
Chris will put $1 million on top, total 1.4 to call.
And that is going to get Rafa to fold.
So Rafa actually limped the button there. He hasn't been doing that a lot. Apparently Chris's first poker book was Poker for Dummies. You guys read that one?
Mm-mm. Did you?
No. I wonder if there would be some useful information in there.
Yeah, I wonder what's in a book like that. When I think back on some of the poker books that I read, like way back in the day, I think some of them hurt more than they helped.
Really?
Because I got started like really early in poker when a lot of the literature out there was just next level bad. Like I can remember I read the TJ Cloutier like tournament poker book, and that was supposed to be one of the like gold standards for tournament strategy back then. And there was this example hand where it was like, you know, you raise ace king, your opponent calls, the flop is like ace 5 deuce, like you bet and your opponent raises, what do you do? And it was like, oh, you have to fold, you would never raise without a set here, you know. And it's just like, you know, completely different era, but it was right when poker was starting to change, and I still believed that all those things were applicable. And yeah, you know, I'm sure. I mean, listen, there were some very good poker books at the time, especially on the subject of limit hold'em, I would say. But I also would say that if you were reading books about no limit strategy, like early on in the poker boom, they were probably hurting.
What was the name of the TJ Cloutier book?
I think it was Championship No Limit and Pot Limit Hold'em for tournaments or something like that.
And did it teach you how to oversell action?
No, that wasn't in there. That one wasn't. But that is a TJ Cloutier special.
Out, huh?
Yeah.
I got lucky. I read Harrington on Hold'em first.
That was a good place to start. Yeah.
And I was like, that's still not bad. Like, if
still
you read
not
it down,
bad.
it's, like,
No.
it's basic, but it's not terrible.
Now, do you think, Tony, that there are value in any poker books?
Absolutely, there are. I couldn't comment on what the modern literature is like. You know, I kind of switched over to just, you know, online forums or training sites or you know, chatting with friends, but you know, I would have to think that plenty of the books released since then have great information in them. And actually, I think Harrington on Hold'em was a really good series.
It's a good beginner's book.
Yeah, really good series. But certainly when I was starting, like 2002-ish, 2003-ish, if you read books about No Limit Hold'em, yeah, not a lot of quality material going around. What about you? Reading many poker books these days?
For the mathematically inclined, the Mathematics of Poker.
Bill
Chen's book, right?
Yeah, that's a very good book. That actually was kind of, I guess, the start of this movement towards game theory-related poker.
Yeah.
So that was a great book there. Another very good book, although quite overpriced, is Let There Be Range.
Oh, that was the A.E. Jones $5,000 book or
Cole
something,
South.
right?
Cole South.
Oh, that was the
Yeah.
Cole South one. That was it.
Yeah. Yeah, it was very, very expensive. Only a limited number of copies, but that was a revolutionary book in poker literature.
1 million total is the raise from Raphael. 1 million.
So $1 million even from Rafa and a call from Chris.
Going to be the last hand at these blinds. Flop is 3 of clubs, 10 of diamonds, 5 of hearts. Chris checks.
10-5-3 rain. Nobody finds anything.
Raphael checks behind. Return
I like Mormon's book too, just because it was broken up hand by hand, so you could just do it a little bit at a time, like read a few hands and think about it, and then.
I never read that book.
It's pretty good. It's a little old now, but.
Chris bets 1 million.
Chris leading the turn here with his gut shot for slightly less than half pot. Against Rafa specifically, I don't like this bet, as he's been pretty sticky.
Rafa, I think, just min-raised him, which this seems incredibly weird to me. I mean, you're not really repping anything. You're repping like tens.
What
You
is
have
Chris
no
gonna
outs.
do, though?
What is Chris
So
gonna do?
weird.
Like
This is
this
why
could actually
sometimes-
work.
Yeah, like being an amateur is
Oh,
cool in spots like this because if someone who you have history with does this, you're like, what does this mean? Like, but in this, you're like, I don't know. It could just be a 10. Like he could be like doing a really weird value bet.
Someone brought up Phil Gordon's Little Green Book. I have to say that if I played a few times with Phil Gordon in like the mid to late 2000s, and I've just never seen I've never seen someone overreact at the table to so much. Like he would just lose like some entirely standard hand and it just went on and on and on and on about it. Like you remember how we were talking about how Steve O'Dwyer is like the nicest guy in the world before, and he used to also be the quietest guy in the world at the table. Phil lost some hand, whined for, I'm not exaggerating, 40 to 45 minutes straight, and finally Steve, who hadn't said a word the entire time, snapped, and he went, "Are you still talking about that hand?" And
that'd feel awful if someone that calm and cool would snap at me. I'd be like, wow, I must be being a huge idiot.
And like after that happened to me, I kind of asked around a little bit, and all I got were stories just like that about Phil Gordon. Like lost a minor hand, spent an hour whining, and, and this guy is infinity $1 million. You know, it's absurd.
That's brutal.
I wonder if he whines the same way when he loses in Rochambeau. Because he is a Rochambeau champion.
Is he?
Yeah, the World Series of Rock, Paper, Scissors. He participates every year and apparently does quite well.
That's a guy I haven't seen around in a while.
I'll tell you what, though. I do like what he does in the broadcast booth.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think he's a pretty good commentator. I mean, he is a funny commentator. He always seems to come in with a witty comment every here and there. I remember watching a few WSOP final tables years back that he was commentating, and he did an all right job.
Well, I will say at the table, he said that his results over the previous 5 to 10 years stacked up against anybody in the game, and he was entirely serious when he said that, and I thought, wow, that's hilarious. You know, like, this dude's hilarious. He might not know it.
Don't you ever wish that you had that kind of,
delusional confidence?
Yeah, because it
no?
would be great. You'd feel so happy all the time. Like, everyone else around you is miserable and thinks you're crazy, but you're just like, life is great, I'm awesome.
Mm-hmm. I have an entirely appropriate amount of confidence and feel pretty good with that, because otherwise then you just start firing in spots that you're not supposed to be in. Yeah. You're like, no, I'm the greatest ever. My results stack up against anybody in poker over the last 5 to 10 years. I'm playing this super high roller. Who's buying at high markup?
And needless to say, this is just a massive final table for both of these players. Rafa's best career cash is $5,700. Chris's is $66,000.
Yeah.
So this is just a life-changing day for both of these players.
Yeah.
Regardless of
how
who
it turns
takes
out.
first and who takes second.
As you can see, our blinds are up. We're playing 250-500 with a 75K ante now.
My housemate that has a tiny percentage of Chris was telling our new puppy yesterday of all the things he was going to buy him if Chris won.
So you have some rooting interest in this final table.
Yes, I do have some rooting interest now.
I think it went Chris limps, Raphael raised. I'm not really sure. It's been kind of a weird sequence watching this. Or maybe it went Raphael raised and Chris has to call and the computer got ahead of the hand, or I'm not exactly sure here. There's been a raise and a call. We have 10-4 suited and 6-4 suited. Those are the things that I know. And 10-4 suited wins.
For the puppy. Leads out.
Yeah, I think it might have been Chris limped and Rafa raised or something. In which case, the lead makes more sense.
Chris makes the call.
And I certainly like a flat call here. I think it would be a mistake for Chris to raise the flop.
I agree. Chris is the big blind.
So Raphael had raised his button.
I guess so, yeah.
And then he continuation bet. I do not like the continuation bet with the 6-high no flush draw on this board.
Now we get to the river. Looks like he's gonna bet pretty big here, around 3.5 to 4 million.
Perhaps a little Hollywood from Rafa here with the 6-high.
He has not been a big Hollywood guy today at all.
I very much doubt he's contemplating a raise here. He lets it go.
Very brief Hollywood.
Bucky came back after his 6th place to come flirt with Royal Flush Girls. I think he's in better spirits now.
You do need to kind of walk it off. Like, even if you didn't do anything wrong.
Same. I need like an hour.
Yeah.
I don't even like it when someone comes to console me. I'm like, I just kind of want to go think about it and be over it and then come back and have the rest of my day.
We need to get these guys some plaques.
Yeah.
Get them some
Dude,
half-million
that's
plaques.
I want to play in a tournament that has plaques. It looks fun.
Yeah.
To just like chunk them into the middle. Did you get paid in like were those the real chips that you get paid in? Those like 25K things? Were they just the plaques that they use as chips, or do they?
I got paid
real
in
money?
100K plaques.
That's so awesome.
Yeah.
Dude. I need to go to Australia. I want a baby wallaby and 100K plaques.
That's when you officially become a baller.
That's it.
When it's plaque
you're
time.
carrying around 100K plaques.
I was telling him before, like, me and Timex got the money and started, like, playing with it as though it were, like, a fire truck and we were kids. You know, like, it was so much fun. Just, like, juggling 100K plaques. Slapping
However,
each other with them.
From what I understand, 100,000 Aussie dollars is not quite what it
No,
used to be,
it's
right?
not what it used to be.
It's about, what,
70K.
0.7, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a tough lifetime.
But, like, where I was, it was $1 million, Kane. You can't take this from me. One of these guys is going to have their name and their winning hand engraved on the WPT Champions Cup, along with the $816,000 they take home.
This is a massive pay jump.
Massive pay jump, man. There was basically no pay jumps from 6th to 3rd, and then there was 2 big ones.
487 all the way up to 816. I think that's an unusually high pay jump. And I wonder if it's related to the fact that first place gets that additional seat into the 15K.
Aaron's going to be there. I'm going to be there. One of these guys is going to be there.
When's the date? When do I have to win by?
It is mid to late April, but I'll pull it up for
man.
you to find out for sure.
Because, you know, I didn't really want to win a WPT until this requirement happened. Now I'm kind of motivated.
I'll be there in spirit, Tony.
Thank you.
Maybe I'll be there to broadcast you winning at the final table.
There you go. Maybe I'll be at the final table, and we need a commentator, and then you're in.
Both players turn a gut shot here. Looks like Chris is going to lead, and something that has really happened throughout this match is that Chris has continued to lead on the turn with his gut shots. I did not like the lead here simply because his ace-high has showdown value.
Yeah, I agree.
It looks like he might actually get some value here if what you were saying about Rafa is true, which is that he probably will choose to check his king-high on the river rather than bet. So if it does go check-check here, then Chris will actually be fortuitous in having bet the turn there. And he does win with ace-high, so Chris wins a bigger pot than I would have, and he wins with the ace-7.
April 22nd for the 15K WPT Tournament of Champions. And our $3,500 event there is on the 15th, and our 10K is on the 17th. So if you go to South Florida in April, There's a great series of events going on, and if you happen to join the Champions Club by then, you can play the 15K on the 22nd.
They just keep growing down there.
They do.
The events every year, I feel
Yeah.
like they're successful, and then there's a couple more each year. It's good.
Ace River.
Looks like Chris will complete here.
I feel like this heads-up match is far too nice for my liking. I want to see some bluffing. I want to see some carnage.
No.
It's like, oh, let's
This
flip
hasn't
the
had
button
that.
and check it down, and
That's
whoever,
that's pretty much the
whoever
match.
has the best hand
Yeah.
wins.
It's just pot controlling to death. I don't.
Oh, you had the best hand. Only fair that you win. Oh, okay. Thanks, buddy. You know, like, it's just been a whole lot of that.
I go to some of those Run Good Gear series stops that are in the Midwest, and it is really like that. Like, it's just like pot control. You turn it over at the
Yeah.
end, and the guy's like, "Oh, you best hand won."
Yeah.
Nice job.
Man, where are these tournaments?
Oklahoma.
Oklahoma.
Raphael raises to 1.5 million.
Well, and just as we're saying that, we have a bet and a raise with Queen High.
Yeah.
From Rafa. Chris is going to go ahead and call here with his 8-high flush draw.
They're
And
giving you what you want, Kane.
It'll be curious to see if Rafa continues to fire on the turn here.
The 5 of diamonds.
Terrible card for Chris.
It's a bad card for Rafa to barrel as well against
Yeah.
Chris's defending range.
Chris bets 1.8 million.
Chris betting a little bit less than half pot here with the worst hand, but it's going to be difficult for Rafa to continue with just Queen High.
That's crazy, though. You just ask for it, and they play the hand.
Yeah.
They're like, "We're sorry, Kane. We'll do better."
We'll up the dishonesty here.
Hi there.
How's it going, everyone? We still got Aaron sitting here tuning in
Yep.
to the action.
He just he has to know the ending. He wants to see the whole cards.
Raphael calls.
So limp from Rafa. We're about to get a raise from Chris.
Chris raises 1.5 million total.
And a call from Rafa. So we'll go to the flop. Ace, ace, 9. 2 clubs and a heart. Oops.
Chris checks.
Check from Chris. Check from Rafa.
Raphael checks. The turn is the deuce. of
Irrelevant deuce on the turn.
Chris checks. Raphael announces 1.7 million as his wager.
Rafa with a delayed C-bet here.
Yeah, I can't imagine that Chris is going to fold.
No. Can't imagine that Chris would do anything other than
Yeah.
call here.
And Chris does make the call.
So Call.
Last
Going to a
card on
river.
board, The 5 of spades.
Not a bad run out for Chris's pocket eights.
It's going to be tough for him to call against a river bet,
Yeah,
though, but
I agree.
Rafa does check, and Chris will win.
Chris shows pocket eights. Eight cards for 2 pair aces and eights, and he will
And
take
the
it.
rail is happy. I think
Yeah.
it's safe to say that Chris has a bigger rail than Rafa at
Yeah,
this
that's for sure.
final table.
You know, the chip lead has been alternating back and forth during this match, but Chris has had it longer. And
Looks like he's been adding to it
Yeah.
recently here.
and he took the chip lead immediately when they played this crazy hand with ace-king versus king-jack. It went, I want to make sure I get my sizing right. Chris opened, and then Rafa 3-bet to 1.2
like
million.
400,
Yeah, it was like
1.2.
And then Chris made a big 4-bet. He went 3.7 in position with ace-king. Rafa peeled king-jack, and then let out on ace-8 deuce rainbow for 3.7 million. Chris called, turn is a 4, check, check. River is just like a total brick, and then Rafa tried to bet for like 2.8 or something, and that didn't go so well.
Yeah, that was like the first hand. We're
First
like,
hand.
Holy crap.
Wow.
Well, kind of an interesting board here. Everybody with a straight draw.
So it does seem like Rafa is willing to bluff. It's just the spots he picks
Yeah.
are pretty interesting.
And that was like a slap on the wrist for him. I feel like he
Yeah.
like got slapped and he's like, okay, no more of this.
Yeah.
Like he was like, back in my cage. I'm not going to do this again. And it's been very straightforward since then.
Except for the queen 10, and now here he is
Now he's
again
raising his gut shot.
with a gut shot backdoor flush draw,
Yeah.
raising Chris. But unfortunately for Rafa, the past couple times Chris has managed to put on a bluff raise on the flop.
Yeah.
Chris has had considerable draws. Last time with the 8-high flush draw, this time with the open-ended straight draw. So Chris has been able to continue, and Rafa has not been really able to put together a multiple street bluff in order to win the pot.
I'm actually surprised he's doing it on such a short stack now, too. 'Cause
Yeah.
it's like very easy for Chris to just rip on him if he has, you know, he could have ripped in this spot.
He could have ripped this spot, yeah.
Or with like top pair or something like that. And then, I mean, Rafa's just leaving his chips out there stranded.
With how frequently Rafa has been check raising the flop and then just giving up on future streets, I like Chris's call on
Yeah.
the flop. When he does rip and Rafa happens to have a flush draw here, your equity is really bad.
Chris bets 2.6 million.
I'm mostly looking from like Rafa's point of view that like you're really putting yourself in a bad spot.
Right.
Just like against Chris's specific hand, he is getting flatted, but against a lot of Chris's range, he can get jammed on and then he's toast.
2.6 from Chris is going to take it down.
Now he's down, so Rafa's down to 22 big blinds now.
So I don't altogether hate the bluff raise there by Rafa on the flop. I generally would tend to call the flop there. I think that's a better spot, however, to bluff than with the queen 10, as we saw a few hands ago. But now it's going to be difficult for Rafa to really do much of any bluffing, as he's pretty short stacked here.
Going to 1.3 here.
All right, it looks like Raphael has raised it to 1.3 million. Chris in the big blind for 500. And he will call.
Makes the call.
800 and see the flop. Flop is 5 of diamonds.
9-8-5, 2 hearts and a diamond flop. Both players with a gut shot. Rafael with the backdoor nut flush draw.
Chris checks. Raphael checks as well.
I like the check here by Rafael.
Jack on the turn. No help to either player.
Chris checks.
One more check.
Raf checks as well.
And a 3 on the river. Check, check one more time, and Raphael will take it down with ace high.
6 of clubs. Ace high will win the pot.
Both players with the queen here. Chris with the better kicker on the 7. Rafa with queen deuce.
All right, Chris calls the big blind. Raphael checks his option. Your flop is deuce of clubs, 4 of diamonds, 10 of
But it is Rafa with the bottom pair on 10-4 deuce.
checks. Chris
Check,
checks
check.
as well. The turn is
5 on the turn.
When Chris was raising the button more frequently, was Rafa defending hands like queen deuce?
Not ones that bad, no. And at times he would just randomly take hands off. Like there was one hand where he had lost the previous pot, and then Chris opened and he just snap folded Jack-7 offsuit. But we've seen him defend worse hands than that.
8-5, like maybe 10 hands later defended 8-5 when he like won the previous hand. Like
So if that is a big problem in my opinion with limping the button there. You're just going to win so many chips pre-flop just by opening if your opponent is folding Jack-7 occasionally. Or, you know, when you get him to fold his queen deuce and not be able to realize that equity on the flop. So I think that even though Raphael may have been 3-betting more previously, now that he's shorter stack, he might not. And it, in fact, becomes important just to win that big blind when you're only about 25 big blinds deep.
Chris will check his option. We're going to see
Raphael calls on the button here with Jack-deuce. Chris checks ace-3. And it's an ace-10-10 flop.
10 of clubs. Chris checks. Back checks as well. Turn is 10 of
And
clubs.
Raphael drawing dead on the turn.
Chris checks.
not anymore.
Raphael checks as well.
10 ball.
Yeah, 10 ball.
That is 800,000 from Chris.
Trying to think of a time that Chris bet the river without it being for value.
There hasn't been many.
Can't.
And the jack-high call from Raphael.
They saying Chris?
Chris chose ace of clubs, 3 of diamonds for aces, 10s full of aces.
I mean, if you're getting calls like that, then why would you bet the river for anything?
You wouldn't. That's what I mean.
That?
Like
Yeah.
I'm not criticizing at all. I think it's funny. Like he has played like very small ball, and has really not been bluffing at all, and it's just been value betting well and thinly, and it's been working out for him. His only like big mistakes at the table have been a couple of bad calls.
Chris looks like he's going to limp king 3. Raphael with ace-jack suited in the big blind.
Raphael announces a raise to 1.3.
And Chris will let that one go.
Chris lays it down, and Raphael will win the pot.
Interesting. Raphael made it pretty small there, and Chris still let go of his hands.
He made it, what, 1.3?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty tempting to appeal in position there.
I would appeal.
Yeah.
All right, cards are out. Raphael first at this hand.
All right, both players with a real hand this time. Chris, ace-4 suited. Raphael, 10-6 suited. And whereas some players would just rip in Chris's shoes here, you know, he's very content to take the more low variance route and call. And I think that's a good strategy here so far.
In this match, that definitely makes sense.
Against you, I go all in. And he drills it here. Ace 3 deuce. 2 hearts and a diamond. Rafa will follow through.
Yeah, he's been getting so unlucky with that.
Yeah.
I think almost every single time he's donked out.
He's not donking. He bet in position.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, he's bet 1.6. All right. As we know, he really doesn't need to bet that big here. He's putting in about 400,000 to a $500,000
Well,
more.
the pot. How big was the pot before his bet? About 4.3 million.
Yeah, but he can still bet real small here. 3 of hearts on the turn.
Chris checks.
Check, check.
Yao checks as well, the river card.
Ace on the river, just in case. And here comes maybe the small river bet from Chris.
The question is, will Rafa consider a call with the 10 high here?
I mean, you call jack high. Looks like he's gonna bet 2.5 or 3 million or something. So. $3 million.
Just, do you think there's more merit to checking? And he's in position. I mess up this in my hand. Like, yeah, let's just check that. For some reason, I was thinking that he was out of position the whole time. Now he's got the pile that he can't stack in time. He's back to there where he was an hour and a half ago.
To be fair to Rafa, if we would have just taken each player's whole cards and run out the boards, I think that Chris is winning at Showdown about 75 to 80% of the pots that we're watching. He is running quite well in this heads-up match, and
Rafa's running quite poorly.
And he is flopping a lot of very strong draws, and Rafa has not improved on the turn with any of his flop check-raise bluffs. Not only has he not hit a pair on the turn, but he also hasn't improved by hitting a gut shot or perhaps a card to give him a backdoor flush draw possibility. So Rafa has been running very badly in this heads-up match.
I believe the action here is that Chris limp called King 9. And
Correct.
Rafa
raised the Ace 5.
And 10-7-6 on the flop will give Chris a gut shot.
Rafa continues to hit very unfavorable flops for his hand.
Over and over.
And he checks, and I like that check. I would be check folding the Ace 5 here.
Chris will turn a 9. Jack on the river. One more check from Rafa. A little surprised we didn't see our thin value bet from Chris. I don't know.
Yeah, I would have bet the turn.
I would have bet the turn, yeah.
But as played, I would check the river.
All right, players, this will be the last hand at this level.
Do you think that a Rafa river bet would have worked there?
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't know. He's been bluffing so infrequently that maybe
it's pretty much only been on the flop, huh?
Yeah. Here we go. Pocket sixes for Chris. 10-9 for Rafa.
You think Chris will limp his button here with the sixes?
I don't know.
Oh, it's actually Rafa's button. Rafa limps, and now Chris is in the big blind, and I imagine he'll be bumping it up.
Yeah, he's going to think about either bumping it up or shoving. And it's an all-in with pocket sixes.
Well, he really bumps it up.
Yep. I'm not sure why this hand isn't over yet.
I know.
Okay, there we go. All right, sounds like we are going to be on a 10-minute break here, guys. So we're going to come back to 300,000, 600,000, and what I'm going to go ahead and guess is the conclusion of our heads-up match. But maybe not. Maybe it's a big turnaround, and we're here for several more hours. But until then, we'll find out in 10 minutes.
We're bringing poker back to you. New missions. New rewards. More fun. Sign up to the new Party Poker today. Let's play.
These senses were going off.
That's sick.
I mean, everybody has it here, but
Yep.
Liam, come on, man. I wonder if it was something in the timing and the sizing of Rafa's raise, but you still can't fold. Like, you can't. Sorry, guys. You just don't get to do that.
Sick read.
I don't know. Maybe he saw his cards. Like, I don't understand at all.
Do you think maybe Matt looked at his cards early and he saw that he was, oh, wow.
Yeah, something.
Wow, okay.
Oh, wow, we're in there.
Meanwhile, Liam's sitting there like, I'm a genius.
Yeah.
This is a big spot for Bucky. He's deep a lot, but I think this is his biggest moment so far.
Well, he's at risk here. He uses queens to hold up against the ace-king suited of Rafa.
Yeah, we saw one ace out of the deck, so.
Oh, ace 7-8. Matt suddenly down to 2 outs for his tournament life. Six on the turn gives him a spade flush draw, so he will. No, wait. Excuse me. I'm looking at the outs and not his hand. I lied. He only has 2, and it's an 8 of diamonds on the river. Rafael gonna win that pot and eliminate Matt Wantman.
It's unfortunate. Matt's a super nice guy.
Yeah.
And a local here. I'm sure you had a lot of people rooting for him.
Yeah, I played with him. I played with him a bit on day 4. He played really well, and you know, he still gets a nice payday of 166K. I'm sure coming into today, he had higher aspirations, but still a really nice payday for him.
Played a good final table and just lost the hands that he did play, which is always frustrating. You know, you come in, you have enough chips to actually play some poker, and then it's just like you enter 4 pots, lose all 4, and then lose a flip.
Yeah. And kind of played itself.
Our updated chip counts. 5-handed, including Psychic Liam He, who just snap folded ace jack to a single raise, and as it turns out, saved a bunch of money.
I don't know. He's the only other guy at the final table that I don't really.
He's a juggler.
He's a juggler.
Apparently.
No, he is.
Full time?
He's a circus psychic. He is not a juggler.
Juggler,
That
Sin
was
6.
I think Yev has gone all in. He is indeed. So Yev going to be at risk in a moment here.
12 bigs. Huh?
So a snap call from Chris. Yevgeny in bad shape. At risk with pocket 4s here. Needs to find another set of 4s in order to survive. All right. King deuce 3. 2 clubs and a heart. We'll give both players some backdoor draws, but Yevgeny is the one that needs to improve. 3 of hearts means that a 4 and only a 4 will save him. Jack of clubs, no good. Yevgeny is our 5th place finisher. Still got to see some very skillful poker from him at this final table, and you know, he really just did not have the best hand many of the times that he got post flop, but managed to avoid losing serious chips in many of those altercations. But he is our 5th place finisher, 206,000. There you see. He's going to get a hug from the Royal Flush Girls, so life could be worse. But he wants to know how much is going to put at risk. Think this one over. And he's going to make the call. So we will have our showdown here. Ace-10 of spades versus King-Queen offsuit. Joe, the one at risk of elimination.
Raphael has ace-10 of spades. Ace-10 in the lead. Let's see the board.
I don't think Raphael's lost many of these in this tournament.
Oh, and he just leads off with an ace, but Joe with some outs here. Could hit a king or a 10.
Ace of hearts. Joe has picked up a straight jaw. Let's see the turn.
9 on the turn, no help. So 5 outs going to the river for Joe, or he will be our 4th place finisher. That is it. 7 of spades on the river. Rafa gets the elimination of the current world champion. Nice run by Joe. Played a great final table here, guys.
Good game again.
Yeah.
It's on the heater of a lifetime. That second in 100K at PCA, obviously the WPT main event, and now this run right after it.
Yeah.
He won a win 1K for like, I don't know what it was, maybe 90K right before the WPT main. Insane.
Yeah, 4th in this. It's tough. He ran.
Yeah.
You know,
He might be
bad.
okay at poker.
He ran bad.
Yeah.
Sucks.
And there we see our final 3 chip stacks. Rafa way out in front. Chris with about half as much. And Liam, our short stack, on 15 big blinds. Still playing 100,000, 200,000.
Liam's got to be super excited. He somehow laddered all the way up here, and it feels like he hasn't won.
Counting, how many blinds is that?
Yeah.
Okay, this is close, but I call. Yeah, he basically has it written on his face.
Liam has pocket sevens. Looks like Liam might have a double up here.
So Chris does have him covered, but Liam with the better hand.
Let's see the flop.
There's a 5.
Wow.
9, 5, 3, 2 spade flop. Liam suddenly in very bad shape.
I think Chris is going to win this tournament.
He's been running incredibly good, and he's making really, like, he's dodging just insane spots that, like, nobody else would even want to be dodging.
And that is it. Liam is our 3rd place finisher.
Good game, Liam. He got almost 300K for 3rd. Nice job.
Got it in front and gave himself an opportunity to double up to about 6 million and make a run at this, but unfortunately takes a bad beat. And as you said, 3rd place finisher for just under $300,000.
If you're dreaming of playing in a WPT event, just wake up. Turn that dream into a reality at ClubWPT.com.
Well, that's right. By joining Club WPT, you can win a chance to compete in a WPT live tournament and maybe even become one of the lucky qualifiers who went from playing online to cashing big time.
Club WPT has been fantastic.
Thanks to WPT, I'm here. Started with 20 bucks. Amen.
I still play every day online and enjoy it and hope to win another seat soon.
Just try to knock out as many players as possible as soon as possible.
That's a good deal right there. ClubWPT.com offers $100,000 in cash and prizes every month, including a chance to win your seat into a WPT tournament. Join ClubWPT.com, and it could be you that makes it in the money.
All right, we are back for our currently lopsided heads-up match between Chris and Raphael. Chris with 4 times as many chips right now.
They both look like they're in really good spirits, though.
Yeah, you know, both these guys are going to
Winning a
cash
lot.
for way more than their career largest. Rafa going to slip the shades back on. Keep it cool. And it looks like Chris limped the button, Raphael shoved, and Chris folded. Raphael with about 7.5 million right now. And we are playing 300, 600 with a 75K ante. This time Chris with the ace. Rafa with 4-3-0. He's just going to fold. We're up to hand 161 on our final table of the Winter Poker Open here at Borgata.
I think over, excuse me, over 60 of them were heads up, huh?
Yeah, at least. Coming up on, approaching the 8th hour of play at this final table. We started at noon Eastern today. Ooh,
Raphael finally
yeah,
gets a real
Raphael.
hand here.
Chris probably going to limp. And he snap shoves. And, you know, that is something that Rafa has been very consistent about and should be mindful of, is that he acts very quick when he knows exactly what to do. And you can really weight his hands towards strength the times that he quickly acts and quickly bets or raises or something. And so, you know, I guess nobody has said to him during the course of this match, hey, they're talking about that during the stream. You're acting really quick when you're sure of what you're going to do. And it's a hell of an advantage for Chris to have if he really believes in that timing tell. You know, to just, okay, I'm just going to limp these pots. And if he looks really confident about what he's doing, I'm out. Oh, this could be it. All in, and we're going to get a snap call from Chris, so let's see who flips better. So the 8's a very small favorite here.
8's a very small favorite, but I think I like 9-10 suited.
Yeah, when you have the 9-10 suited here, you're just looking at your opponent like, I got you. Well, there's the 10. It is 7-10 deuce.
Nails it on the flop.
Yeah,
Chris
no
is going to
problem.
need an 8 or run straight.
Yeah.
Or run flush.
Ooh, 9 now. And it is an ace, so Raphael will double up. And the blinds are so big that will put them basically to even. It's going to be 32 blinds to 28.
And all of a sudden, it's anyone's match.
Well, it's a good thing for coffee, guys, because I'm pretty sure it's some weird hour of the night right now in Australia. What time is it right now in my brain? $11:30 a.m. We've been staying up all night doing the stream.
So now Chris with only a very slight advantage here in terms of chips in the heads-up match, 32 big blinds to Rafa's approximately 28 big blinds.
Yeah, and I've really liked Chris's strategy during the course of this match, but the blinds getting so high has kind of negated his opportunity to just kind of limp all day.
I did like it. I mean, he gave himself a chance to just win a tournament there. You know, now they're even, but he flipped for it first, and I feel like he bought himself that opportunity by playing small ball for so long.
And again, the pay jump between second and first, I mean, that is a huge flip. Certainly the biggest flip that Chris has had at this point in his life. Almost a $350,000 flip there with the 8s versus the 9-10 suited.
I hope I'm in a position to lose a $300K flip one day. It's good problems to have.
And Rafa wins that pot, so now the players are about almost exactly even in chips. And if you're following along on Twitch, weigh in on who you think. Let's take a little informal poll here. Who you think is going to win this heads-up match here between Chris and Rafa, who have been battling hard, both at about even stacks here. Go ahead and give us your opinion.
I still think Joe McKeon's somehow going to win. Or is his year over? I don't know. Was 2015 the year of the McKeon? I'm not sure.
Well, it's only February here, and he's already posted a pretty impressive result here. And I had the opportunity to play with him on multiple days, and he played very well at both of my tables. So Joe's a fantastic player, and I'm sure we'll be seeing more of him in future WPTs.
If he wants to play, he could also just sit out for infinity and it wouldn't matter.
That's not his style.
Yeah.
Unless there's some huge like Hearthstone uptick where like everyone starts playing that for a living, then I think he'd probably abandon poker. But it's definitely his style to play a lot. He seems to enjoy the game.
I mostly enjoy poker, but if I ever won the World Series main, you people would never see me again. You would just be chilling indefinitely.
Yeah.
Don't you want to come play this 3K? Hell no.
I still like playing though. I think I could win it, and I'd definitely play a lot less. I'd still show up and play some main events and stuff, in places that I want to visit anyway, probably just to see my friends.
Yeah, the question isn't what you would do with 800K, it's what you would do with 8 million.
It's what you wouldn't do. I wouldn't do it.
Unfortunately, I really like everybody at my job, so I couldn't even come in there and just like flip everyone off and be like, yeah, F you, you're cool.
Pretty uneventful pot. Rafa's going to check down and
yep.
Win here with the jack high. And it looks like most of you on Twitch seem to think that Chris is going to win this heads-up match. Seems like most of you kind of agree with us here in the broadcast booth that Chris has been playing better, and it's going to take Rafa a little bit of luck here. However, as we know, anything can happen here in a game of poker. And like I said earlier, I think that Rafa's been running very poorly.
Very poorly.
In this heads-up match. He's had very few spots where he could actually make a stand with any type of hand with any equity. He's been flopping very little equity. And aside from that flip that he won, he's been running badly in this heads-up match.
He ran really well six-handed to get to the spot, though. All these little miniature 3-bets that should just get punished were not punished. He was flopping the best hand over and over again. It's kind of great that like he had that really, really good run, and now he's having a bad run. He hasn't gotten frustrated at all. Like he seems to be keeping the same strategy and not looking very flustered.
Also, when the blinds were lower, I would have said, yeah, you know, oh, Chris is a big favorite here. At this point, when they're just playing 30 BB poker, It's really hard to be a huge favorite over anyone.
It also seems like there's such little bluffing in this
Yeah.
match that I almost kind of feel like it comes down to who's dealt
Who
the
has
better
the best
cards.
cards.
Seriously.
Who's
Yep.
dealt the better cards by the river.
If this were a boxing match, nobody would have thrown anything beyond a jab. Be like, well, I was really testing him with the jab there, and he jabbed right on back, and well, he re-jabbed, and
And you can tell the feeling at the table is very amiable. It almost
Yeah.
seems like these two are playing kind of their own little home game against each other right now. Doesn't seem like either player is really stressed to be in this situation. It also doesn't seem like either player is really kind of seizing on the opportunity and mixing it up here. It seems like they're just kind of playing nice poker, kind of limping the button, checking it down, talking to each other. Oh, you got the ace high, I have the queen high, you win, good hands.
Chris calls 1.5. Here comes the flop. 10 of clubs, jack of hearts, 5 of clubs. Chris jabs.
it's a jack 5-10 flop, so neither player connects. Deuce on the turn for Chris. He'll take the lead.
Chris bets 800,000. Raphael folds.
We haven't seen Chris do that often, bet the fourth pair, but I actually like them without face up. Everybody is playing their hands.
Yeah.
I don't mind a protection bet there on the turn. Betting 1/4 pot with, fourth pair, assuming that your opponent probably doesn't have a pair and just taking down the pot. I actually like that adjustment that Chris has made because it's so unlikely that Rafa is going to raise there and get out of line.
And at this point, picking up those 2 blinds is really important.
It is.
Another call here from Chris with jack 4 suited. Rafa will check. And it is 10-8 deuce, so Rafa drills it. 2 pair. Chris is not really connected here.
In fact, with how short stacked the players are and how much money is at stake, each blind is worth in the thousands of dollars at this point in the match.
Raphael bets 800,000. Chris folds. Raphael now with the first act.
People on Twitch are asking whether there's been a deal made. I don't have any insight, but I'm guessing from the way these guys are playing that there was no deal made. Otherwise, chips start flying. You know,
I'm saying.
It's not a jab war when people have made a deal.
The title itself is so prestigious, though. I don't know. I feel like even if you chop the money evenly, you'd still be trying.
And there's always
really
that
hard.
$15,000 seat into the Tournament of Champions.
Right. It's a big deal, too. But yeah, I can't imagine.
Which
like,
2
I've
of the 4
chopped, like,
people in this room will be playing.
That's true. That's true. I will be there.
The
Aaron
worst
Mermelstein will be
2.
there. Yeah. Yeah, the worst 2. Whatever. At least I won't finish 13th.
Oh.
Yeah, that's true. That's kind of my go-to tournament.
Yeah, that's the one where I get
Yeah.
to put to work at the last minute because they're like, no, we're good. Oh, Tony made the final table. Can you
Yep.
come in? I'm like, damn it, Tony.
Man, I got
Chris
traumatized with that last
Chris
one.
just limping, continuing to limp the small blind here with his
Yeah.
ace-queen, giving Rafa his free equity with the jack 3 hops. I can't take this. That's a match, seriously.
Kane!
Game's checked
Poor
out.
Gain. And it's not like Rafa's bluffing a whole bunch or something. You know, you're not really inducing the guy. Somebody put a chip in the pot. Okay, Rafa's going to do it now.
And an amazing turn of events.
Yeah.
Rafa hits a jack on the river.
Yeah.
And now there will be chips put in this pot. And Chris will make the call, which I like this call.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if I were on the rail, I would just start screaming, "Put chips in the pot."
Yeah.
Somebody try to win. I think that's the problem, though. Like, I think, well, there we go.
Ooh, there is a hand. I think Chris even asked the rail to cool it a little bit. I'm not sure, but he said, come on, guys, don't do that.
Definitely can be distracting.
So Rafa actually raises his button here.
And the first time he raises in forever, he just runs straight into kings. And it looks like Chris called?
Chris flats.
Oh, that's the
There we
one.
go.
That's the one. That's the one that makes me go home.
It's an unfortunate
Yeah.
flop for Rafa. It's I wouldn't say that it's an
can't be
entire
sure.
stack flop. But we'll
It
see.
is if he check raises, and I think he probably will. And my guess is it goes Rafa bets, Chris check raises, a whole bunch of money goes in the middle.
Let's see. Let's see if you're right.
I dropped the
Tony.
mic.
There's a 1.8.
No, don't just call. No.
This is a really big mistake.
Chris is.
Chris.
Oh,
calling
no. It's a 10-8-6 with a flush draw.
So I see. I actually in terms of not getting this event over, but from a poker theoretical standpoint, I don't mind the call here. And the reason why is you want to keep in Raphael's bluffs.
Yeah.
And that is a pretty wet board. There certainly is value in raising here, but to be fair, I mean, Chris has not been playing very actively in this match anyway. So, and Chris does know that if the turn goes check, he could get some very thin value on the river from Raphael. But as played, Raphael's going to continue to barrel his top pair as well he should.
As well he should.
And I would be surprised if Chris did anything other than call here.
Super fortunate turn card for Chris, though.
Yeah.
Because my problem with the just calling is like there's very many action killing cards that can come, where like you could have just cooler just face off and you peel a turn that's just unfavorable, and all of a sudden it's this tiny pot when you could have just won the tournament.
And Rafa's going to take this showdown and lose, so pocket kings for Chris are good.
Now, all that being said, I really would have preferred a 3-bet pre-flop, specifically with the fact that Rafa has been limping a lot of buttons. I actually think he's more likely to raise on the button with stronger hands.
I agree.
And I think there's really no reason to be just flatting the kings there pre-flop.
I think he got lulled into this like small ball, like for the last whatever it's been 2 or 3 hours, he's been like
Well, I mean, they're
really
trying to
picking
play
these
nice.
these tiny pots up over and over again, and not really like wanting to get it in ever. And it's just his mindset now is like, let me just chip this guy down.
You think both of these guys read TJ Cloutier's book?
Probably not.
I think that's a little too old school for these guys.
Did you ever see the I think it was on 2+2 TJ Cookier?
I made a comic strip
Did
about
you
him.
really?
Did you ever
No
see the comic
way.
strip?
No, I'm sure.
Oh, okay. So I saw
Dude,
TJ Cookier,
it is
and then
so
I thought
perfect.
he was so perfect that he deserved his own comic strip.
Yeah, Twitch stream. If you guys want to Google something amazing that will make you laugh, TJ Cookier. If you know what TJ Cloutier looks like.
Yeah.
TJ Cookier, I guess.
TJ Cookier.
Wait, explain to me what this is about.
I'll show it to you.
All right,
It's
all
a
right. I gotta
cookie-
find you guys the
he's gonna
comic.
find it. It's a cookie that looks exactly like TJ Cloutier. Like they put glasses on it, and the hair. It's great.
Here, Detective TJ Cookier in the Ultimate Bet Scandal. I wrote it, and this guy who's amazing at Photoshop did the animation for me. And look how it's in black and white and everything.
Yeah.
How good does Cookier look?
Beautiful.
We're just completely ignoring the final table now.
It looks like Chris went over to his rail to have a couple of words, perhaps talking a little bit of strategy with his rail. It's very possible that Chris's rail is watching the live stream and is conveying to Chris some information, passing it along to him. Perhaps they let him know that Rafa check-raised both the Queen 10 and the 3-9. Those would be some notable things that perhaps Chris wasn't aware of.
That's so random that you made the comic strip on it. It's like, hey, have you heard of this thing? You're like,
I heard of the
actually,
thing.
I'm a published author because of this.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Back when Ultimate Bet was scamming us for all our money. It was TJ Cookier on the job. That was the only revenge I ever got on the people who stole all my money in Ultimate Bet, was to put them in a comic strip. That was it. That's the only means available to you to get
Some
back
people
at somebody.
have really thrived post UB. I don't
Yeah.
understand how the poker community comes down so hard on certain people and not on others. It's really weird. It's very random.
Yes, you are absolutely right.
Regarding Chris's Kings flat out of the big blind, do you think the fact that Chris has not 3-bet bluffed
At all.
kind of influenced him to call because he just thought, well, you know, Rafa's going to know? Do you think that played into his thinking?
I think so. I think if he's been super active, then yeah, like a 3-bet's just so natural. You're like, he's going to have to defend against a 3-bet. He might even 4-bet jam if you've been super active. And if you haven't, you all of a sudden get this value hand, and you're like, uh-oh. Like, you can't really build a massive pot without it being obvious.
Well, this one is checked down, and the 10 of Chris is actually going to be good on King 998. Raphael's 3-pair no good.
I'm finally looking at the Twitch chat, and it's talking about how they're finding the 2+2 thread for Cookie. If we've done nothing else in this commentary booth, at least you know what TJ Cookie A is now. The other thing, my favorite thing that 2+2 ever had is that dream that someone had about drawing to the peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Do you know that one?
I don't know if I do know this one.
This is the
Really?
best one.
Wow.
Look
hit
it
me.
up. It's about, like, I had a dream about poker. It's talking about a guy flopping a straight, and the other guy goes, I'm ahead. And he turns over Queen 9 and a slice of bread with peanut butter on it. And like, the funny thing is, he's like, and he draws the peanut butter and jelly sandwich. But someone else made out the hand for him with the deck and with the peanut butter and jelly sandwich. And it shows a card on top of a piece of bread. So, like, the bird card and then the bread. It's so good. Like, this is when 2+2 was like a very nice, happy
happening
community.
place.
Yeah.
Pre-Black Friday, 2+2 was a lot of fun, and then it just became an angry, desperate place.
Yeah, there's lots of trolling.
Yeah, and nobody shares
trolling.
strategy information anymore because it's too competitive.
Mhm.
Meanwhile, everybody's got a little piece of this one.
R. Chang says triple range merge and Phil Hellmuth are my favorite 2+2 threads. There are some really good archive threads on 2+2.
Do you guys know what triple range merging is?
No, what is that? Does somebody want to explain?
I have no idea.
No, I think it's like a big joke because like someone was like, the strategy threads used to get out of hand with everyone being like so sure they're right, and someone was like, "Are you sure he's not just triple range merging with the what?" And like if you go through, you're like, what in the world? Like it just went like 15 levels deep of nonsense.
That's great.
So I'm pretty sure it's all nonsense.
All right, so Chris here with 2 pair is going to take it down over the 4th pair of Rafa.
There's a 4-card straight up. No, I know, but how is he gonna be back? Get a 5, he easily could have a 6. Yo, Sam. That's it, Sam. Sam. Yeah, Sam. Trap God. Keep that low though. I was gonna value that for my level. Came out. Yo, keep that low. Keep that low. Bad river. Nikki Palmer just wants to know, are you focused? Yo, Matt, stay over there. Yeah, are you focused or what? I'm hashtag focused.
All right, the action is to Chris.
All right, Chris here with the 5-4 suited. I imagine he's going to limp. And Rafael will raise, and I'll be curious to see what Chris does.
I think it's going to depend on Rafael's size here.
Yeah.
And the people on Twitch are postulating that Chris triple range merged his king-king hand earlier.
Wow, he only made it 1.5 and he folded 5-4 suited? Come on, man.
Dude, still though, like, Chris has made these folds and he's been against like the hands he should be folding to. It's ridiculous. He earlier, Kane, you weren't in here yet. It was absurd. Guy who's tight, Liam, raises aces and Chris is next to act with ace king off. Liam had like 21 big blinds and Chris flats, and then put 0 chips in post flop. Literally 0. It was like he even turned a flush draw. It gets checked to him and he checked behind. So he has been like soul reading pretty hard.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's there and I'm here. I don't think I'm good enough to just flat the ace king with against 21 big blinds pre-flop and commit 0 more chips to the pot.
He called 1 bet in the turn.
Oh,
check,
did he?
check, flop, bet small turn, call.
Yeah.
And like river was a brick too, and we bet fold.
And that was against which player?
Against your boy.
Oh, against my boy who knocked me out.
Yeah.
He gets dealt aces a lot.
He
apparently.
gets dealt aces. He got it at least twice at the final table, maybe 3 times.
And I think he won about like 1 big blind.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everyone was on to him at that point. They're like, nah. Need better than 1 pair.
Rafael announces a raise to 1.5 million.
So 1.5 here from Rafa.
Chris carving out defending chips, and it's interesting to me that he's opting to defend out of position with the king 4.
Yeah, what the hell?
Instead of defending in position after limping with the 4-5 suited.
It's definitely strange.
And that looks like a good board for 4-5 suited.
Yeah, it looks like a great board for 4-5 suited, especially against ace 4 or pocket queens. I don't care.
Rafael bets 1.8 million.
Now it's a bet from Rafa and a quick fold from Chris.
I actually heard that both players agreed to just check down every pot just to piss off Tony.
Just to spite me.
Before the heads up match.
Yeah, I hear that guy's crazy jet lag. Let's just check it down every pot.
For those of you just joining us, we are
Now we are playing 300,000, 600,000, the 75K ante.
Tony, I'm curious, in your commentary of the live stream final tables, what is the most active heads-up match that you've seen?
Most active? I assume it was one that ended very quick and therefore receded from my memory because I was just happy. Most active? I don't know. I'm sure your match for Stair and Elias was pretty interesting. I seem to recall it went on for like a while, but not super long. Am I remembering that correctly?
Yeah, about 45 minutes to an hour. It didn't go that long.
Yeah.
I remember in WPT Montreal, Jaffe played very actively the entire final table and also heads up.
Yeah, which is very much within his style.
Yeah.
Rafael calls.
Both players with rags here. Chris with the 4 deuce suited, Rafa with the 9-2-0.
Flop
Ooh, a little something for everyone here. 8-4 deuce. 2 pair for Chris. Rafa's going to bet it.
You think Chris is going to carve out raising chips here or just go for the call?
I mean, easy to say now that he has them in his hand, but I was going to say call anyway because everything about his style thus far has been call-oriented on the flop. 5 of spades on the turn.
As played, if I were Chris, I'd like a lead here on the turn.
Yeah, I like that too. Ross is very apt to just go to the river. He's not a guy who's barreling wide at all. And they are going to check this one down. Yeah. Have we seen a river bluff this match? I don't know.
The biggest bluffs I recall in this match are simply the flop check raises by Rafa. I'm not sure if Chris has bluffed in this match.
The only river bluff that we saw was when Rafa made it 2.8 million with King Jack. That was like the first hand of heads up.
Yeah, that's right.
It.
And after that,
you know what? The only bluffs are when Rafa check raises a flop, he couldn't be bluffing, and Chris leads the turn with gut shots. Those are the only bluffs I can remember. Yeah, in this match so far.
All right, we were playing 400,000, 800,000. There's now like 45 blinds in play.
Yep.
I think. Wait, Rafa just called here?
Rafa, no. Chris limped, and Rafa just checked instead of shoving.
Oh, man.
With the pocket fours on 16 big.
5 on the turn is going to win this one for Chris. Kane is out. He's finished.
Kane has
Can't
left the
take
building.
it anymore. Oh, good thing Aaron is here.
Kane really just left. Oh, that's the
Tap back in, Aaron. How's it going?
Thing I've ever seen.
Kane's in tears right now.
Hey, he just can't take it. I don't.
He's trying to get back in. Let's not let him in.
Kane is literally crying right now.
Yeah.
This is so painful for him to watch. I feel like if there's a version of hell for Kane, this is it. This is it's Kane's like, what is happening? Kane, tell us your thoughts. What's going on right now?
Well, you know, all Rafa had was a pair of fours, so you can never be too careful in this game. And they are playing for a lot of money. And Chris happened to hit a 5 on the turn and won the pot.
All right, Chris here with Ace-Jack.
Let's see if more than one big blind gets put in pre-flop here, as Chris has a pretty strong holding.
If Chris checks, I'll leave.
Chris goes all in.
Okay, he just goes all in. I'm cool with that.
And Rafa now with only 14 big blinds.
Yeah.
And at this point in the match, it's going to be very important to pick up strong hands pre-flop. And Rafael has a pretty strong hand pre-flop, the ace-7.
Well, we have an all-in and fold, so that one will end quickly.
Would you open shove the 14 bigs there, Tony, or would you min raise?
If I thought I could profitably min raise call, I would min raise, but the way this heads up match is going, I don't even know if that's true. I mean, I don't know, Kane. I don't know.
My
anything
standard
anymore.
would be to min raise call.
Yeah.
In this match, it's almost a min raise fold.
Yeah.
Chris with the ace-jack suited on the button. We'll see if he
Nope, no action from the 9-4 of Rafa.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rafa's. It was Rafa's button. He folds the 9-4. Not only has Chris been, I think, hitting stronger flops, turns, and rivers, but also pre-flop, the hand distribution has been very much favored in Chris's favor throughout this heads-up match.
It's very hard to win heads-up if you don't have it. Well, everyone with rags again. Chris going to complete. Rafa will check. We'll go to a flop. Queen 10-8, so a gut shot for Chris.
Just bet
Come
something.
on.
You gotta bet something. This is like, I know like the small ball stuff is great for some of this, but I mean,
it just isn't
these
funny
tiny
anymore.
pots. You need to try to win them.
Yeah.
That's the difference. I mean, it's the difference between having such a big chip advantage that when you flip for it, you're still in control. You know, like he's waiting to flip for it, and they're both waiting to have it.
Chris bets 1 million.
So a bet will take it down on the turn. Rafa just air, can't continue.
You bet the turn with a gut shot. See, told you there was something to my read there.
That one was for Queen. That one was for Queen. Magic go. Go. Sam's playing pretty good too. Sorry, it wasn't that year, right? Everyone's 7-1-8 over here. 2-1-2. Do it for my moons.
Rafa with the King 9 suited on his button.
Raphael pushes all in.
And he's all in. Chris will fold.
He correctly goes all in, and Chris lays it down.
Chris looks like he's a guy who's about to win a tournament. He's cheesing. He's looking pretty chill.
Yeah, another limp from Chris here. Love to see Rafa shove. You got Jack 9 suited, man. Oh. All right, 6-3 deuce, 2 clubs on the flop. So Rafael with the overcards and the flush draw. And he's just going to open shove now.
Which is definitely a better spot to check shove.
Yeah,
I would
bet 2.
I would probably lead a half a big blind there with how passive this match has been going.
Yeah.
Or a big blind,
That was like
rather.
half a big one. I didn't know that was allowed.
Yeah.
We're learning all kinds of new tricks.
I'll tell you what, if that were allowed, a half a big blind bet would probably win most of the pots in this heads up.
This heads up.
It'd be the scariest bet.
I would try it. And then my opponent would say, wait, you intend to bet? I fold.
All right, Chris with a real hand.
Rafa with
a
a real
real-ish hand.
It's real enough,
Let's
man.
see what happens. He has 14
He's
big
all
blinds.
in. He's going to get
all
called.
in, and
Okay. This is for all the chips.
70-30 here.
So Rafa at risk. Ooh, ace 8-8 flop. So Rafa takes the lead. Five on the turn. Only a 9 ends this tournament.
Raphael could double up here. Let's see the river.
It is an 8, and Rafael doubles up.
Well, even though Chris is running well with pre-flop distribution, the 2 big pots that could have won Chris the tournament, he lost both. The first one was a flip. The second one, he was a 70-30 favorite. And now Chris has has lost 2 all-ins that could have made him an extra $350,000. Huge pay jump.
He won the really important one, though.
Second and third.
He won the ace-5 versus 8s earlier. I think he'd prefer to win that one, you know?
Yeah.
To make an extra couple $100K. So now he's got 14 big blinds. And let's see if he can chip down Rafa again. And
whenever you make it this deep in a tournament that has this large of a field, 1,171 players, you're going to
1171.
1,171.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. My bad.
Not
I'm half asleep.
Tony's so tired.
You're right.
You're coming from Australia.
Yeah, you're good.
You always are going to have some pots where you get it all in with the worst, and you need to suck out. And that's just part of the game. And to make it this deep, you got to get there. Yesterday, WPT defending champion David Paredes was still in the tournament, and Chris actually knocked him out with pocket queens against David's pocket kings.
Sometimes it's just your turn. Like, sometimes the deck will not let you lose. It's just your turn to win.
Prior to the heads-up match, had Rafa had big all-ins at this final table?
Not many. No, not really. Okay, so Chris all in with ace-jack.
Rafa with a decision here.
Yeah, he has a decision here.
This is a very close spot. 14 bigs being shoved into you, especially with the way that this match has been playing. Tony, what do you do here with the ace-4?
F him, I probably call. I don't know. I don't know if that's good the way this match has gone, but it's hard to say what that last pot does to Chris's strategy.
Yeah, if you think he's tilting at all, you click call.
Yeah. It's close.
I think I would fold with the way that this match has been going, but
boom,
he makes the call.
Confrontation, Kane. I want to see it.
And Chris a favorite again. Chris has 67% to win this pot. There's a 25% chance that the match will be over if Rafa wins.
Ooh, all diamonds. Rafa, the only one holding a diamond. So any 4, any diamond.
And now it's about 50-50 between the two.
You could also go running 3 deuce, too. 6 on the turn, no help. So a diamond or a 4 will end this tournament. It is a king. Chris is going to double up.
And these chips are moving back and forth.
The rail's getting into it.
The rail is very into this match.
Can't remember the last time I heard so much profanity from the rail.
I've never seen him so smiley. It's funny, he doesn't emote very much at the table at all, Chris.
Turn up! Turn up! 10 million. Right now. We need a dab right now. We gotta get the crew dabbing.
Tony, do you know why they opted not to televise this event?
I don't. Those aren't the type of discussions that I'm privy to.
It's one of the bigger events at Borgata. You know, it's one of the bigger WPTs they have. So I was
800K first is pretty serious.
Yeah, it was a bit interesting that they chose not to do it this time around.
All right, back to 27 blinds versus 18 blinds. I've been doing this for a while now. I'm not sure I've ever seen the 400K, 800K level. Like, those are serious blinds.
Those are.
You not only need a really big tournament in terms of total entrants, but you need a long heads-up match on these 30-minute levels.
Yeah, when they're anteing 3 starting stacks.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Okay, an easy one for the ace-queen of Chris. I think we're up to 501 million.
Sam's friend. Sam's friend. Sam's friend. Let's go, Sam's friend. Television right now. This is like the best hour of television right here. Both sides are all fucking crazy. This is awesome. Come on, man.
All right, everybody here with air. Chris not going to fold 4 deuce. Rafa will check. And Jack 7-5, 2 hard flop.
Chris taking a stab here with the 4 high.
And he's going to take it.
Guys, where's that deck? I need it now.
Let's go.
Thanks, Brian.
There we go. That's the one. Woo! That's the deck we need. Oh yeah, that's the good one, boy. You get it. Get Instagram. What we need.
You know where the makeup's at?
And they're changing the deck here. And now Chris with about twice as many chips as Rafa.
Yep. Pocket 5s versus Jack 9. Guessing Rafa will probably just go all in.
Raphael has gone all in.
Yep.
Chris folds.
Chris will fold, so Rafa will take that one.
Legends.
All right, 9-7 suited here for Chris. Jack 8 off for Rafa. Then from Chris. Check from Rafa.
Raphael checks his option. Let's see a flop.
And an ace, 8-4, 2 spade flops of something for everyone. .2 from Rafa.
Wow, Rafa leads the flop here. I would have preferred a check with his hand.
Chris moves all in.
Chris just goes all in. I know this is cliche strategy advice, but I don't think he's limping that many aces here, so I would probably just call it if I'm in Raphael's shoes.
Right. You do have the backdoor flush draw as well if he does have an ace. A couple of backdoor straight possibilities.
Oh, man.
That being said, I mean, do you really think that Chris is going to shove a flush draw here with the way the match has been going?
Well, maybe with the blinds getting this high now.
But that's exactly the reason why I like checking with Rafa's hand.
I also don't think he would shove an ace, right? From the way this match has been going, he would just call.
That's a very good point.
Yeah.
he would need, and the strong aces he would shove pre-flop. So you can pretty much isolate. Yeah, that's a great point, Tony. You can pretty much isolate his range to flush draws. I don't think he would ever shove a gut shot. Or two pair.
Rafa here with Queen Jack.
Queen Jack, 15 big blinds. We'll see what he opts to do. He just completes a big blind, and Chris will take his equity with his 3-4 offsuit in the big.
Jack 8-6 monotone flop, but nobody holding a club. So a good board for Rafael, who can't stop laughing right now. And a bet and a quick fold from Chris and his 4 high no draw. Chris will complete King 7. Rafa will check King 6, and we'll go to a flop of Queen 10-3 rainbow. Nobody connects.
I think Chris is finally figuring out that he needs to be stabbing more.
Yeah.
It's working just so often.
You're right.
He's not being floated ever, and it's really hard to hit a flop. So if your opponent's not hitting a flop very often, and like 1.5 to 2 big blind C-bets are working, you just need to keep doing them.
Especially the short when all pairs are being stuck in pre, so that really narrows the range with which your opponent's going to be able to continue those small bets.
Agree. And the times that your opponent has something and you lose your 2 big blinds, you're making up for the next 2 hands that he doesn't. It's just, he's going to chip him down really slowly.
Rafa with the Jack 5 here. He just fold. What? I thought he just folded and Chris went all in, or maybe he just folded, but I think there was a little animation error there.
I think he just folded.
I think he just folded. But it looks like Chris is in the big blind here. So maybe Chris shoved and Rafa folded because Chris stacked up that pot and now he's in the big blind.
So Chris shoving 15 bigs with the King 7.
I think. I'm not exactly clear what happened there. All right, everybody with junk here.
A little over 7 minutes remaining in this level, players.
Chris about a 2-to-1 favorite right now in terms of chips. Ace-8 versus queens here. This could lead to a, oh, we have an all-in and call.
Wow.
So Chris gets the stacks in with drawing to 3 outs.
Now it's Rafa with a 71% advantage.
Oh, there's an ace! Rafa now drawing to the last 2 queens of the deck for his tournament life. Or I guess, yeah, no, he does not have a diamond. Last 2 queens, that's it. Jack of diamonds on the turn, no help. Only a queen will end this tournament. Or excuse me, will prolong this tournament. And that's it, the 5 of clubs. Chris Long's our champion.
Really?
Wow, Rail is loving it. All right.
Congrats to both players.
Yeah.
Huge score for both players.
Yeah, big congrats to both players. These guys played a really tough final table. And now the four of us, Aaron, will be getting a little rest. We want to remind you about WPT Fallsview coming up at the end of the month up in Fallsview, Canada. And, of course, also LAPC at the end of the month in Commerce Casino. Besides that, we want to thank Borgata, Party Poker, Borgata.com, BorgataPoker.com, and all of our sponsors for helping us make this live stream happen. There we go, right above us. So thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you next time on the World Poker Tour online live stream.
Thanks.
Walking into the casino, they had the pictures of all the bounties, and my favorite, of course, is Daniel Negreanu.
Congratulations, sir. Nice job.
To meet him, I can't tell you how much that means to me. We did have an empty seat at our table, and all of us on the table were wondering who the bounty would be. It was Phil Hellmuth. It's an honor to be able to sit at a table with someone that plays poker as well as he does.
Club WPT, playing very well. So far, so good.
This was a true VIP experience. I've got to meet some pros, and I got to play with some pros. You know, 1 minute you're watching these players on TV, and then the next minute you're sitting at a table with them.
Good job. Congrats. What's your name? Rick. I made it today, too.
I would recommend anybody to join Club WPT. It's something I never thought I would be doing, I would get the chance to, but it could actually be you.
Well, you know what they say, Mike, practice makes perfect. Now, I'm not sure that you can become a perfect poker player, but the more you do play, the better you do become.
And ClubWPT.com is a great place to practice, and practice some more. Just ask Edward All. He's had a VIP membership at Club WPT for the past 3 years, and he plays every day.
On Club WPT, I've won about $10,000 in cash and prizes combined. There's a lot of cash, so I won a lot of $5 prizes, a lot of $10 prizes, $20, $100, $200. You know, there's actually something to win for at the end. Club WPT really trains a player to be a lot better in tournament poker. You know, I don't have a big bankroll. This is the only shot I would have coming here. It's a great opportunity just to win a seat and make it. Listen, if I can win, anyone can win.
Yeah, Edward has won over $10,000 worth of cash and prizes by playing on ClubWPT.com. Isn't it time you started your own winning streak? Start playing at ClubWPT for a chance at real rewards that can really add up.
We're bringing poker back to you. New missions. New rewards. More fun. Sign up to the new Party Poker today. Let's play.
If you're dreaming of playing in a WPT event, just wake up. Turn that dream into a reality at ClubWPT.com.
Well, that's right. By joining Club WPT, you can win a chance to compete in a WPT live tournament and maybe even become one of the lucky qualifiers who went from playing online to cashing big time.
Club WPT has been fantastic. Thanks to WPT, I'm here. Started with 20 bucks. Amen.
I still play every day online and enjoy it and hope to win another seat soon.
Just try to knock out as many players as possible, as soon as possible.
That's a good deal right there. ClubWPT.com offers $100,000 in cash and prizes every month, including a chance to win your seat into a WPT tournament. Join ClubWPT.com, and it could be you that makes it in the money.